Thank you very much for tuning in to the first annual FF Twitter Movember Podathon. I'm sure anyone listening to this from the Football Guys YouTube page sees some familiar faces here already. We are starting off the show today with my two co-hosts of the Mailbag Show, Victoria and Troy. I'm also joined with the Enigma herself, Cooter Doodle, and then my co-host up the very top here, Fantasy Sven. Before we get into talking a little bit about fantasy football, I just kind of want to explain what we are doing here. Movember started as a foundation that focused on prostate and testicular cancer. Since then, they've expanded their reach to encompass men's mental health and suicide prevention, as well as just general men's health. So, what we have today is a podathon that's going to be going for 4 hours straight with some of the best content creators in the business that'll be joining us. Before we do that, though, Anthony, why don't you tell us a little bit about why you're doing this and what Movember means to you?
Yeah, for sure. Just want to thank, Dave for starting this off, and I appreciate you guys hopping on, Cooter, Victoria, Troy. I've been doing Movember for quite some time now. I can't really put a number on how many years. It hasn't been like 20. It's been probably like 10 overall. My grandfather had prostate cancer on my father's side, and my father is also a prostate cancer survivor. He got it when I was in 7th grade, I believe, and it was kind of startling at the time. When my parents sat me down and kind of talked to me about it. And I mean, he's still here. He's still kicking, he's still the same great guy that he is. But so clearly it's very near and dear to my heart, and my brother as well. So he also has a gross mustache out in Jersey. But so it's, and it could affect me, right? Like I am more susceptible to obtain prostate cancer, as awful as that is, because it's very, very hereditary. So that's, and that I appreciate. I mean, I'm sorry. This is, I haven't really talked about this, I guess, like as public as something like this. But to have this platform, it's really great. And I appreciate everybody that's going to come on the show throughout the day and checking in with us. So this is something that's very personal to me.
Well, thank you so much, man. And I'm glad that we could do this together. And, Robbie Rumboys, he's the one that told me to reach out to you because the two main focuses with Movember are mental health, which is kind of what I'm talking about a little bit, and then the prostate and testicular cancer, which, you are a great advocate for as well. But, we'll have plenty of time to talk about what Movember means to us. We'll be sharing stories throughout this entire day and obviously talking some fantasy football as well. But before we get into all that, let's go ahead and introduce the guest that we have here. I'll start off with Victoria. I don't think Victoria needs any sort of introduction. We do our show together every single Wednesday night. You know who she is at this point. She's writing over at Football Guys as well as co-hosting the Mailbag Show with me. She's doing some video content over at Ball Blast, and really she's just one of the best Twitter follows out there. Putting a ton of actionable advice into her tweets, a lot of fun. So Victoria, let everyone know where they can find you on social media and why you're joining us today.
Yeah, you can find me at FFB_Victoria. I'm on Twitter and Instagram. Of course, loving doing all that good stuff at footballguys.com. Love our mailbag show. Tune in tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern. Me, Dave, and Troy. I love that every single week. And why I'm joining, man, this is just mental health has been a stigma, not only for women, but for men alike, because, y'all are just growing up made to be strong and don't cry and don't show emotion. And it's actually just interesting too to be seeing guys like AJ Brown, Calvin Ridley, Dak Prescott coming out and talking about these experiences and struggles they've had with mental health. So it's just coming to the surface now. It's becoming something that we're saying, hey, you're struggling with that, me too. And you feel you can relate and you feel just something lifted off of your chest, off your shoulders, because you're able to talk about this instead of keeping all this stuff down. I've struggled with anxiety, depression, and things like that before, and it's not fun. So to know that there are these things that can help you here, of course I want to be a part of this. So thank you for having me, Dave.
Of course, we appreciate that very much. Down in the bottom left, Troy King, the other co-host of the Mailbag Show, which you can still send your questions into mailbag@footballguys.com, and we will get to those tomorrow afternoon. But Troy, man, you've been one of my best friends since I got into this industry. We got connected when we were both just, nobody's in this industry, just trying to find our way, and we just instantly connected for whatever reason, and it has been so much fun watching you grow through this industry. You are also over at Football Guys, where we're doing the show together. You're writing articles over there. We're both contributing in this week's roundtable article, which you'll definitely want to check out. You're also over at Yahoo, crushing it over there with your weekly article. but let everyone know where they can find you on social media and a little bit about why you're joining us today as well.
Of course, man. Appreciate that intro. What's up, everybody? You can find me at T King Mode pretty much on every social media platform: Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. So the reason why I'm joining today is to pretty much let people know that it's okay. And kind of like what Victoria was alluding to is that it gives you a chance to be vulnerable, right? A lot of men are, told to be strong, don't cry, not showing emotion isn't cool. But being able to do this, for physical health and mental health, a lot of guys don't like to go to the doctor. They don't like to talk about their feelings, but we need to, we're human beings. At the end of the day, we're human beings, right? It doesn't matter what walk of life you are. We have emotions. It's okay. And then, Victoria mentioning all the NFL players that are being vulnerable and I think honestly, it's stronger to admit your feelings than hold them inside. So I'm just here to kind of just to be with you guys to spread this message. And again, it's a chance to be vulnerable, which a lot of people don't always get the chance to be. And yeah, I just, again, appreciate you inviting me on. This is amazing cause for Movember. Last year, I had a mustache around this time, but not for Movember. But I'm usually, I participate in Movember every year, but it's not the mustache. I just try to grow my beard out. That's the way I normally do it. But shout out to y'all that could look good in a mustache. But again, thank you so much for, having me on. I'm excited to, talk about, this today and to join you guys and just spread the message.
Yeah, man, you still got 23 minutes left for your slot. So if you want to go grab those clippers and put it down live on air, we're all here to support you, man.
What if we raise a certain amount of money?
We hit a $5,000 goal.
Well, how?
God!
How many people got that kind of money?
2,600 to the $5,000 goal.
What is it?
$5,000 goal. You show up to tomorrow.
If y'all get 69,000,
69,000. All right, you heard it here first, people.
Nice.
But, something else I want to talk about, and Troy mentioned this, is just like going to the doctor. And somebody reached out to me about 2 weeks ago, and they said, listen, I don't have any mental health problems. Nobody in my family has a history of cancer, but what you're doing, pushed me to go to the doctor for the first time in almost 10 years. It's one of those things where, like, once you become adult, you just stop going in for those checkups and you just, cross your fingers and hope for the best. So that's something that is another big focus of Movember, is just focusing on general health and going for those checkups and making sure you're taking care of yourself. Now, before we get into some fantasy football talk, the last person I need to introduce here is just the artist known as Cooter Doodle. I already said that Victoria is one of the best Twitter follows out there, but if there was one that I was going to put ahead of Victoria, it would have to be Cooter Doodle. I mean, she is just a wordsmith out there, cracking jokes, just having a great time on Twitter. So go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit. Let everyone know where they can find you, where they can find your archive of the petite pods, just everything that you're doing nowadays, Cooter.
I mean, basically at Cooter Doodle on Twitter. Did I even say it right? Cooter Doodle. And then at MB Fantasy Life on Twitter and Instagram. But yeah, y'all are all being so genuine and serious. I was going to make like a testicle joke here. And I'm like, maybe this isn't the place, guys.
It's too short. You already teased it. Now we got
right. You brought it up. Now you have to.
Testicle
No, but
joke.
I mean, like, seriously though, I do have to say everything you guys have said. The only thing I wanted to add was like, I do think that we've made such great strides in the last couple of years. And I don't know if that's so many people being at home and kind of having to face themselves, maybe. You can't avoid it by going out and, forgetting and ignoring yourself. And so I think this is great. But I do want to say, I do think that the community as a whole has also made some strides. And so I'm glad to see it just kind of continue.
Yeah. And that's a great point. I mean, the last year has been tough for a lot of people, last year and a half, whatever it's been now.
Yeah.
And, Yeah, and that gives people, a lot of opportunity to focus on themselves and realize their problems. And, some people were able to, take this change and kind of thrive during it. Other people really, really struggled. So I think this is coming at a very opportune time to talk about mental health. And like I said, we'll be talking about that through the entire day. Cooter, if you still want to make your joke, I'm just saying you can go for it.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Nice.
I do want to say, though, I do support mustaches for longer than this. Like, I'm a fan of mustaches. I know people think they're jokes, but like, bring them back, guys. Bring them back.
They kind of work. They kind of work. Yeah. I actually, I did this last year for Movember. Or no, I'm sorry, 2 years ago, and then just decided to keep it. And then we had our engagement pictures coming up for my wife and I. And I said, so you want me to shave the mustache for the engagement picture, right? And she said, no. So we've got these very unique engagement pictures that ended up working out. But we're here to talk about fantasy football. We're here to talk about a lot of other things as well. But let's go ahead and start with that. So, we could talk about so many different things, but I want to hear what your biggest miss was this season. And I'll go ahead and start this off. It's not fun to talk about, but hey, accountability. We all have them. My miss was easily Jonathan Taylor. I thought that he was going to be in a frustrating committee. I thought Nyheim Hines was going to maintain his role as a passing down back. And I faded Jonathan Taylor all the way into the second round. And that's just, at this point, irredeemable. I mean, he's the only running back that you took early, him, Joe Mixon, Austin Eckler. If you don't have one of those three, you're kind of screwed. And that's where I'm at right now from fading Jonathan Taylor. So that was my biggest miss, but I want to hear from the rest of you. Troy, go ahead. Start us off. What was one take you had this offseason that you are regretting a little bit?
I was fading my guy, Hollywood Brown. So it's funny. I was on the Hollywood Brown hype train all the way into this season. I finally decided, I'm done with you. You've been hurting me this whole time. I can't keep doing this. And they drafted Rashad Bateman. So I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, Hollywood. I can't do it. And you know what he did? He was like a scoring lover, and he shoved it in my face, and he's balled out, right? So he balled out. And I know Rashad Bateman missed a lot of the season, but regardless, Hollywood's been one of the best receivers in the entire league. I mean, I just love what he's been doing, but I was wrong. I broke up with him, and now he's moved on, and now he's doing bigger and better things. So he was my biggest miss. I don't have him like anywhere. I think I have him in one dynasty league, and that's it. I traded him. I just didn't want anything to do with him, but I would say that was probably my biggest miss.
Yeah, that was one that a lot of people whiffed on. There were some sharps in the industry saying that, hey, his pace isn't going to be sustainable. He had a real hot end to the end of 2021, but a lot of people thought it wasn't going to be sustainable, and sure enough, it wasn't, or it was. And I mean, he's what I think last I checked, he was wide receiver 11, wide receiver 12 in the year, or something like that.
12 in standard.
Whew.
Wild.
Yeah,
can't be mad with that.
And so 615 in PPR.
Wow. That is unbelievable. I don't think many people had that. So that's a miss that I don't even think you should feel bad about that miss, because I think that was kind of a consensus whiff by everybody. But Sven, why don't you go ahead and share us a little bit about your miss this year? Which one was it?
So I know that everybody, I guess I wasn't willing to pay up that early for Jamar Chase. I thought that maybe T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd might have still been the number one and twos, but Jamar Chase is an absolute stud. Clearly, we know that. I mean, he's coming out like Justin Jefferson did last year. No, he doesn't have the same amount of points, right? But Jamar Chase, I definitely missed on. I was like, no, I got him in one league, and I think I drafted him. He fell to me. I was like, sure, why not?
Yeah,
Jamar Chase, I totally missed.
I just recently, Jeff Bell had tweeted something in the offseason. He goes, who's a player that you really like that somebody always takes before you? And I said Jamar Chase, because I love Jamar Chase. I loved him in the 4th or 5th round, but everyone kept taking him in the 3rd, and I didn't want any part of that. And yeah. I am kicking myself. Cooter, let's hear from you a little bit about this. It's not fun to talk about, but like I said, in the spirit of accountability, what was a miss that you had from this year?
I mean, you guys know that I'm real serious about my takes. So,
very.
But the guy, I'm going to say miss in a different way. Somebody that I kept trying to get that wasn't good rather than missed out on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
It's my homer, Juwan Johnson. I was so high on him because I thought the Saints always have that tight end that they're going to go to. And I just didn't think that their offense was going to be asleep. I just didn't know that that's how this was going to go. So That's my biggest miss.
Yeah, the question this offseason was Adam Troutman or Juwan Johnson, and turns out the answer was neither. Unfortunately, this has been it's tough. These post Drew Brees days might be a little bit tough for Saints fans, but we're with you. I mean, from what I read, it looks like Taysom Hill is getting the start this week.
I think so. So we'll see if he can rejuvenate the offense.
All right. Well, let's bring a little bit of positivity back in here, and let's talk about some of our biggest.
Wait, Vic didn't say her miss. Vic got to say her miss.
Yeah, almost let you get out. Vic wasn't going to say a word about it.
She's in on the top row, dude.
Dave was like, she didn't miss. She don't miss. That's why.
Never taken an L in her life. If you see her rankings are the week 13 standings. That's how spot on they were.
She knew Cooper Kupp would have 50 more points than number 2.
Yeah. Cooper Kupp. That's a good one. Cooper Kupp. Oh my gosh.
I think everybody missed missed on that.
Yeah, there's too many. I like to make fun and poke fun at Dave for Joe Mixon. He's crushing it. I missed on him. I love Antonio Gibson, and hopefully he can redeem himself a little bit on this upcoming stretch, but not a great hit. And then Tyler Higbee was I backed him. I took him a lot in a lot of places and didn't pan out quite well.
I wouldn't worry about Antonio Gibson too much, though. I'm starting to think that his slow start to the season, I think that injury was a lot more impactful
Yeah.
than we realized, because everybody watched that game last night, Monday night prime time, and that dude was balling. I mean, he looked like
He
a
was so
premier
good.
running back in the league now.
He got 30 touches, right, or something like that. Like, it's ridiculous. And McKissick,
Yeah.
do we know about his injury? Like, is he injured?
No updates yet.
Right, nothing.
Per
Not that
his
it matters,
agent, per his agent last night, he's all good. But Ron Rivera, no updates yet.
Well, I mean,
means.
we're never hoping for injuries, but it would be
Exactly.
nice to see Antonio Gibson get a huge workload. I mean, he was a receiver in college, and that's been the one thing missing from his fantasy repertoire is getting receptions. Those are all going JD McKissick's way. So, if McKissick does miss any time, which we are obviously hoping that he gets a quick and speedy recovery, but if he does miss time, Antonio Gibson just gets jacked way, way, way up on that on the rankings there. Now, one thing you mentioned about too, Joe Mixon. I know that was somebody that a lot of people were fading this offseason, and a lot of people were kind of hyping him up. So I want to talk a little bit about, what do you expect Joe Mixon's value to be now heading into next season? Is he somebody now where we should be looking at him as a top 5 running back, or do you think that he's still going to be dropping into the late first, early second round? What do you think, Vic?
Goodness. I don't think he'll be in the top 5 in terms of his ADP. I still think people are gonna fade him no matter what. He's one of those names where you're just like, if you ever burned you in the past, there's always gonna be someone who's like, I'm not doing it. And so it's gonna drive his ADP kind of toward that middle area, maybe RB8 to RB12 or 13, just like this year. I assume he'll still be there, but I bet he'll still be a wonderful value like he was this year.
Oh,
yeah, we've got everybody right now calling out their misses in the chat too. Ronald Jones, sorry, Herm.
Ronald Jones missed on Ronald Jones.
And
holy crap!
I don't. Last offseason, I was still a nobody on Twitter, but Troy can attest to this. I was the biggest Leonard Fournette stan heading into the 2020 season. I thought Leonard Fournette, I had him ranked as an RB1. I thought that was going to be his year. And then for whatever reason, this offseason, I moved off of him, and now Leonard Fournette is balling out. We got Bo here saying that he missed out on Dave's guy, Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel is having a great season. We got Aben here asking how many people took Cup over Woods.
Not many.
I took Woods over Cup.
I did too. Woods was doing okay though. Obviously not as good as Cup. But.
Yeah, I mean, Cup has just been killing it this year. And then we got Joey Wright, who will be on the show a little bit later tonight, saying Curtis Samuel, big whiff for Joey.
Ooh,
and you could chalk that up to injuries, but he
I was going to
has
say
certainly
Patrick too is also not the quarterback as well, and
Yeah.
the offense is a little different. I mean, with Heineke, Heineke's not terrible, but he's not the gunslinger that Fitzpatrick is.
Call me crazy. I almost think the team is better with Heineke. I really like
no,
that kid.
I would not be surprised if they do entrust in him and he is the quarterback for the next at least 2 to 3 years.
Was anyone else getting annoyed though how much they were throwing out the term legend yesterday when talking about Taylor Heineke? I don't know how much
they hyped him up a lot. I'm like, y'all, I need to calm down.
They called him
that hot either right now.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
okay.
Yeah, legend is getting up there with generational talent is one of the most overused phrases when talking about football analysis. But we got about 10 minutes here before we bring our next guest on. So now let's go ahead and beat our chests a little bit. Talk about some of our biggest hits from the season. Vic, I already know what yours is, so go ahead and start us off. I want to hear all about it. You got this man in your bio. You wrote an article about him in the offseason, and he is exceeding crushing expectations. Let's hear about it.
She's like,
I was like, which one? Because I'm thinking out.
So many hits. I had so many hits. Which ones are you talking about?
I'm just kidding. Austin Eckler, stepdaddy, because Josh Allen's daddy. Austin Eckler is stepdaddy. My God, that man, pound for pound, PFP just crushing it. He already beat his career high in rushing yards already. He's career high in touchdown totals. He's just having a freaking amazing season. I thought you were talking about Jalen Hurts, but I'll let someone else.
I thought he was talking about Jalen Hurts.
We relive Jalen Hurts too. Let's
that's it. Jalen Hurts, top 5 QB. Wrote an article back in April. Got so much bad bad word for it.
He looks good the other day.
Yeah, okay, and
Let's
then
not
of
talk
course
about
this,
Sunday though. He looked awful.
oh
Oh,
my
God.
gosh. Trust me, I was yelling at the TV. I'm like, really, one of the first weeks I actually put him in one of my home league lineups. I'm like, great, awesome,
I
cool.
started him
And-
too in a dynasty. I was like, seriously?
Unbelievable. And we won't talk about it because it's just so polarizing. And of course, the talk of like, if he has one bad game, everyone's like, see, Eagles need a new quarterback. He's garbage. He's trash. Okay, whatever. But yeah, Austin Eckler, God, I love that man.
I called this off in the off season, and you being one of the big Jalen Hurts fans out there, I kind of want to get your idea on this take. But I said that I had the biggest gap, excluding the 40-year-olds out there, but I had the biggest gap between Jalen Hurts, his redraft ranking and his dynasty ranking. He was my QB6 in redraft, and he was my QB17 in dynasty. Do you worry about his long term with the Eagles? Do you think maybe Minshew steps in this year? There were some reports about that a few weeks ago. Talks about them using one of those picks that they have in the first round to get a quarterback next year. Are you worried about Hurts heading into next season?
I personally am not. I know that I've been trying to trade for him in dynasty leagues and no one's budging, which is shocking because if this was, I don't know, a month and a half ago, people were selling, thinking the exact same that you said, Dave, that they have so many draft picks and they could move on from him. But I don't want to talk about last week's game again, but he has looked okay. And he's throwing to Jalen Reagor and Devontae Smith as a rookie. And
Right?
no one
Imagine if he had a Justin Jefferson or like a Jamar Chase, like
imagine if they just
or Jalen Waddle.
Right? Like anybody but Jalen Reagor.
Devonta Smith has looked pretty good this year, but
Yeah.
Jalen Reagor, oh my goodness. And then when
I
you
love
look
how
at the
Troy
wide
just,
receivers that were drafted after Reagor, it just makes it even worse.
Troy
DK
was waiting to
Metcalf
say
was a
Waddle,
second.
though.
Was a second.
I
round.
know.
It was a perfect opportunity to talk about Waddle. He's
All right,
amazing.
right into our transition. Troy, what was your
Yeah.
biggest hit of the 2021 season?
So you kind of already teased it, which I'm like, I don't even know how you even got on this subject, but it's Leonard Fournette. So you went on some tangent, kind of stole my answer. But it was Leonard Fournette this year. So even though you were high on him last year, I was high on him this year. So this offseason, Ronald Jones kept consistently going ahead of Leonard Fournette, especially in best ball leagues, right? I was scooping up Leonard Fournette in the 10th, 11th round. Nobody wanted him. Like, absolutely nobody wanted him. So I kept drafting him. I have him in 50% of my best ball leagues. I have 20. I have about 20 best ball leagues. I have him in 50%. And I remember I posted on Twitter, and one people were making fun of me because I had too much exposure. Like, oh, you're not supposed to have 50%. And man, look at y'all. Now look who's laughing. But anyway, but nah. So I had, so I got a bunch of Leonard Fournette, and obviously he's one of the best running backs in the league right now, and he's on a high-powered offense. And again, it's all about value, right? And to me, also, it's like people didn't watch after the regular season last year. It's like no one watched football because playoff Lenny, Lombardi Lenny, like they were clearly using him as their number one back, and Ronald Jones was an afterthought. And they just continue to do the same thing. Like, okay, guys, we tried to tell y'all that he was the lead back, and he's probably my biggest hit. So I'm gonna keep victory lapping that to the end of the season.
Yeah, and now we're seeing regular season Lenny, who is just picked up right where he left off last year, absolutely killing it. Cooter, what was your big hit from this season?
Injuries aside, I was high on Rob Gronkowski, and I'm very happy with how he's done. Granted, he's been out for a few weeks, but I'm happy with every league that I have.
When he plays, he dominates.
Yeah.
Even when he came back last week and they said he was going to be in a limited role, no, he was still
I started
out there
him.
just
If he's healthy, I'm starting every week.
Yeah. And then real quick, I want to rewind, Troy, back to where you said that you posted your best ball exposure and people were saying, oh, you don't want that much exposure. When you're right, it feels good. But I got that same feedback when I shared my exposure. I had 44% on somebody and everyone was telling me, you don't want to do that. You're setting yourself up for failure. That guy was Chris Carson. So it could easily blow up in your face too. I just got to say, yeah, getting 44% of your best ball teams derailed like that is not fun. But Sven, close us off here. What was your biggest hit from the season?
Michael Pittman,
yeah.
I think was a pretty big hit for me. I didn't have him in as many leagues as I wanted, but he's just been so consistent, right? I mean, I love T.Y. Hilton, but he's never going to stay healthy. Paris Campbell probably will never, ever stay healthy. Jack Doyle, holy crap. What a game the other day. But Michael Pittman is clearly the number one on that team, and he's going to be for a while, I think. And I'm
Yeah,
I'm very happy about that draft pick.
Yeah, and I'm looking right now. He is the wide receiver 16. He's cooled off a little bit over the last few weeks, but it was kind of weird that everybody slept on this guy. He had
His ADP was unbelievable.
Yeah, 11th, 12th round. It was crazy. I wrote about him in my zero wide receiver article. I said, because, the whole premise behind zero wide receiver is you draft your running backs, quarterbacks, tight ends early, and then you wait for all those late round receivers. And I said, if you're doing that, pick up Pittman because his ADP is broken right now. It didn't really make any sense to me. I mean, this guy, even after sustaining some injuries throughout his rookie season, he still finished the season strong, looked really good, gets a quarterback upgrade from Phil Rivers to Carson Wentz this year. That was one of the biggest ADP head scratchers for me this season, but love to see it, man. That kid is showing up looking like a true alpha receiver right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go through one more. Cooter, you want to give us another one you had from this offseason, or y'all tapped out with Gronk?
I mean, Justin Herbert, but he's been hit or miss kind of too, but I'm still high on Herbert. I mean, he's my baby. So
I love Herbie.
Him and Mike Williams won me some weeks and lost me some weeks. What are you going to do about it?
Jeez,
Mike Williams is an intriguing one because whether you were high on Mike Williams or low on Mike Williams,
you're right.
You're right, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, see, I mean, everybody that had a take on Mike Williams, regardless of what it is, can sit there and say, I told you so right now.
Damn, he's 17 right now. When I think he was like,
that's because of those crazy weeks.
Yeah, he had some huge weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Keenan Allen,
he was going into week 6, I believe. He was number 2 behind Cooper Kupp. I mean, who saw Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams being the number 1, 2? I think it was Cooper Kupp, Mike Williams, Deebo Samuel, just like we all had it ranked in the offseason. Troy, I know you got some other big wins. We did a show throughout the entire offseason, and you had some hot calls. Give us one more. Who was a player that you were pumping up this offseason that's showing
I'll
up?
say he's an interesting one just to close out the show. Myles Gaskin. So I had Myles Gaskin pretty high, and he's been weird. The whole on-off weeks, either really good or really bad. And this past week, he had 2 back-to-back good weeks, y'all. So who knows? We might be on a hot streak. They're finally starting to use him as a quote-unquote workhorse. Like, he's getting a vast majority of the running back opportunity share. So we'll see. Myles Gaskin, he might win you some playoffs just like he did last year. So Myles Gaskin, I appreciate y'all, looking out.
Him and Darren Waller were my top 2 guys that I drafted in most leagues.
Well, Waller, I mean, I think Gaskin's going to finish the season pretty strong. And Gaskin's one of those guys where, Troy, I feel like we talk about him every single week on the Mailbag Show. Every single week, somebody saying,
always a question.
Myles Gaskin. And it's something that we have to address every single week. All right. Well, before we sign off here, I see our next guests are sitting backstage, patiently waiting to come on. I see some beautiful, beautiful mustaches that are going to be joining us in just a little bit. Before we sign off, though, Sven, you're going to be sticking around with me for the full 4 hours. You are not allowed to leave. You are contractually obligated to stick here.
You're sticking with me.
Right? Hey, we're in this together. Before we sign off, though, Vic, go ahead one more time. Let everyone know where they can find all of your work on Football Guys, Ball Blast, and everywhere else.
Yes, you find me at FFB_Victoria. Find me at footballguys.com, hanging out with Dave and Troy every Wednesday on the Mailbag Show, 7:30 Eastern. Come hang and ask us questions tomorrow night. Also, Ladies Night Out on Thursdays with the Ball Blast Girls, 7:30 Eastern, answering start sits then. That's a great time, too.
Yeah, that show is a ton of fun with you, Kate and Michelle. I've tuned into a few episodes of that, and a lot of fun. So definitely check that out on Thursdays. Troy, let everyone know where they can find you. Make sure to plug your YouTube channel as well. I see you've been pumping out a ton of solo content lately.
Oh, yeah. So, y'all can go to YouTube. You can find it at T King Mode. I have videos that are about 2 minutes long, real quick, easy to digest. You can find me everywhere on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, at T King Mode. You can find me at the Mailbag Show with Dave and Vic every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, Thursdays during halftime, I have a Thirsty Thursdays halftime show. So you can see it on Twitter live, or you can go to my YouTube page. I'm going to be doing it with LQ and Samantha Holt. Should be fun. But yeah, that's where you can find me. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, for anyone that witnessed the birth of that show, how it all happened with Yahoo saying, take the keys, pulling it back, and then you just saying, well, I'm doing it anyway. That was incredible. So I'm glad that we could turn that into some, content going forward. Cooter, last one. Let everyone know where they can find you and what you've got going on nowadays.
Yep, you can find me at Cooter Doodle. And I just wanted to say, I know this show is like all good. We're talking about mental health, but don't leave and you think you did your good for the day. Actually talk to your friends, because I feel like that's the part that's the disconnect, is we can say it all day long on Twitter and we can pump up, but do you actually look at your friend in real life and say, hey, how are you doing? So
It's a great
That's
message.
my
So good.
Checking on
So
your
good.
friends, checking on
I-
your family. Yeah.
I found out a couple, like when I was back home in New York, one of my good friends from like elementary school, my childhood friends, like he actually had like a legit talk with me, and he hadn't in a while, and he's dealing with some stuff, and he actually stopped drinking, and he's in a great state of mind right now, mind you, his job. So I'm glad that you brought that up, Miss Doodle.
Yes. Well, Miss Doodle, Miss Vic, and Mr. Troy, thank you all so much for your time today. I will see you around, and be sure to tune in tomorrow when Vic and I are joined with Troy, and we do the Football Guys Mailbag Show at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So thanks a lot, guys. I will see you around.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Have a
Appreciate you
good
guys.
one.
Bye.
Let me all right, we're good.
Yeah,
We got
man.
it. Now
Hell yeah,
I
we
got
got
something
it.
popping up in the chat right now, and I don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
this is. Is it
Is
DOCE score? I'm not sure.
that
Let's
Chase?
bring in our next guest and see if they can
Is that
explain this a little bit to us. We got Chase Vernon here. We got Mike Daddy, and we've got the legend himself, Bob Harris. We're gonna go through some introductions here. Chase, we'll go ahead and start off with you. We got Chase Vernon here over at Fantasy Intervention, Player Profiler, Trophy Smack, Dynasty Nerds. You are all over the place nowadays. You are the one that originally gave me my platform and gave me the first show that I was able to host on my own. So I am forever grateful and thankful to you for that. But Chase, go ahead, introduce yourself, let everyone know where they can find your content and what you've got going on nowadays.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? Thank you for having me in. Bob, by the way, I love that majestic mustache and beard you have going on. It's glorious over there. I love it. Mike, same to you. But no, you guys can go check out all of the content over there at fantasyintervention.com, along with the dose score, which you guys just brought up, the dump off containment efficiency score to tell when you can play pass catching running backs, which I'm sure we'll end up diving a little bit more into that here very shortly. You guys can find me over there at Player Profiler, writing weekly DFS articles. Y'all can find me at Trophy Smack, doing pretty much everything under the sun, including writing fun articles that are a little bit, kind of edgy. Like, we're used to seeing these articles out there for a lot of these different sites, and it's very, it's properly formatted. It looks pretty, like you're getting all the statistics, you're getting the breakdowns. With Trophy Smack, we're having some fun with it. We're throwing some stuff up against the wall, seeing if it sticks. And, we're having fun along the process. So it's a little bit easier digestible content, and we're having some fun with it, of course. And then you guys can go check out my rankings over there at Dynasty Nerds.
Yeah, and we're going to get into Trophy Smack a little bit because I do have some questions for you. As I was prepping for this, putting together the list of everyone that was going to be going on the show, I was like, there are a lot of people that are working for Trophy Smack nowadays. So we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Down on the bottom left of your screen, I am joined with Bob Harris. Bob Harris over at Fantasy Football Diehards, Sirius XM host, and in the Pantera shirt, fellow metalhead. Absolutely love to see it. Bob, go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience. Let them know where they can find you when you are airing on SiriusXM and everything that you've got going on social media.
I am Bob Harris. I am on social media and on Sirius. I don't know what time exactly. No. So you can catch me every Monday and Thursday nights, 10 p.m. To midnight Saturdays. We double dip Fantasy Channel from 5 to 7. Then we jump over on NFL Radio for 3 hours from 8 to 11. Do the pregame show on Sunday. Do various spots with Fabiano on Fantasy Dirt as well. And on social media, everywhere you find me is at Football Diehard, except I don't do the tickety talk because I don't know how. And Jeff Mans is way better at it than I would ever be anyhow. So why even bother? And there you have it. And yes, footballdiehards.com of the place you can go. It's a website where my work is kept.
Yeah, and TikTok, I mean, don't feel too bad about that, Bob. I haven't even really gotten up to speed on the TikTok yet either. That's something that kind of throws me for a loop. I think that's for the younger generation. I'll let them do it because they're doing it well. I am completely lost when I try to visit that one. But the last person I want to introduce for this spot right here is, you might know him by Mike. You might know him by Daddy. He goes by so many names. I know him as one of the best huggers I've ever met. When I got a chance to meet this guy in Canton, he came up to me like a longtime friend and just gave me a big old bear hug. But Mike, you are writing all over the place right now, and you've got this show that I've been checking out, Hanging with Daddy on DLF, which has been a ton of fun. So go ahead, let everyone know a little bit about Hanging Out with Daddy, where they can find it, some guests that you've had on, and when they can see the show.
Sure. So Hanging with Daddy was something that I came up with Russ, Dynasty Outhouse, I think somewhere in this summer. I was looking to mix it up a little bit. I had done waiver wire shows every Wednesday with Chase and Cooter, and decided to branch out a little bit. And what we did was we decided to focus on like the human side of the fantasy football community. We've gotten really lucky. We have had outstanding guests on. We've had Russ on. We've had Cooter Doodle. We've had Troy. We've had Chris Allen. I mean, we have just put together a show. And now what we're doing is we're going to reboot the Wednesday show for one night only. A week from this coming Wednesday, Chase Vernon, Cooter Doodle, and Daddy's Home live on the DLF page, hanging with Daddy. We're going to go through memories of the show. We're going to take some live questions, and we're going to just talk about kind of this mess that we started a year ago and kind of what led us here. So it should be a lot of fun. Anyone who saw the Wednesday show knows that it is basically no holds barred. We'll take any question. We will cover anything. We've done Big Mac shakes. We have mentioned some, websites that maybe aren't quite appropriate on the air, and just had a blast with it. So I think that realistically, when we look at what I wanted to do was just have fun with it, get away from kind of the grind and get into really the part I enjoy most. Like you talked about, meeting people at Canton, just hanging out with people. So that was really the impetus for the show. That's how it got started. And that's kind of what we're doing. We're going to reboot the second half of the season and bring on another set of really great guests coming up. Hopefully some surprises coming up for you. But once we get through the live show, we're going to start looking at the playoffs in the off season and bring you that next round of analysts, which should be a blast.
Yeah. And that show is a ton of fun. And there's, some shows like that nowadays, which, aren't your typical fantasy football shows. We got the Open Bar Pod, which, Mike, I believe that was the first show you and I ever did together, was that 2.5 hour stint on the Open Bar Pod. You've also got, obviously your show. And then what was the other one? Oh, Tackle Dummies with Jeff Greenwood, which he'll be on later tonight as well. And those shows are just a fun from, it's just a break from the monotony of all the same fantasy football shows. So, appreciate you thinking outside the box and doing something like that. But before we get into talking about this, Chase, I want to ask you quickly about Trophy Smack, because when I was putting together this list, I knew you were writing for Trophy Smack, but I see that Cooter's over there now. I saw Cody Carpentier is over there. So what is Trophy Smack doing nowadays? What should we expect from them as far as their content? You're muted.
Sorry, I swear it's not my first time doing it. No, but it was kind of interesting. I met Matt actually in Canton, who is the face of Trophy Smack, and him and Dax have put together quite a company where it's been taken off. They were on Shark Tank, been selling trophies to pretty much everybody and their moms, like just moving like crazy. So we talked about it, and I was like, hey, is there another angle that we could come about this to get more exposure, especially the fantasy football community, where people might actually visit the website more often than just to buy a trophy? Because, people buy trophies before the season and after the season. And aside from them, it's pretty much done. So we kind of talked about it, and I always wanted to create something where the whole concept behind it was having fun. Mike talked about our Wednesday shows, right? Our Wednesday shows were just a blast. Like, we were a bunch of knuckleheads getting together. We talked a little bit of fantasy football, but there was all sorts of other, weird things that were going on in there. So, it kind of came to fruition when I was like, well, what's the best part about getting a fantasy football trophy? And it's pretty much like touting it over your friends. Like, hey, check this out. I got a trophy and you don't. Like, what's up? So obviously being able to tout that, being able to talk some smack and stuff, I was like, man, we could actually really kind of take off with this and have some fun with it, where, hey, not everybody wants to read about analytics, right? Not everybody wants to read an article that's just full of stats. You want to have some fun with it. So if we can find the right writers, right, the right people who, kind of surround themselves, a little bit of smack talk, but a little bit of fun-loving attitude, and it's not, a bunch of jerks getting all together, we could actually build a fun little writing team and see where this takes us. And so far, it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, Mike is writing an article for us a week. Cooter Doodle's writing an article for us a week. Cody's throwing in some things here and there. I like my Tuesday piece that I get to come out with, where I pretty much just talk crap about waiver wire pickups and why you shouldn't pick them up. So it's kind of just, it's a different twist on what you're seeing from everywhere else. And it's something that's actually a lot of fun, not only to read, but to write for us. Like, we're actually having a blast writing about it. We get to talk a little bit of smack in there as well, and kind of talk some trash on, some certain decision-making or, lack thereof where they should have made it. So it's been fun.
Yeah. Just living up to the Trophy Smack name by talking a little bit of smack in the article.
I feel like I should have my Trophy Smack grill in. Where is it? Matt will be mad that I didn't have it in.
My ring is right over there. So.
I'm telling him, Bob. I'm telling him. I got a
Hey, you know,
I got a Skype open right now with him. I'm telling him right now.
a big part of my backdrop was having my big trophy, and this is the 1 year that I lost it. So hoping that I could win my home league and get that trophy back heading into next season. But let's talk a little bit of football. You know, that's what we're here for. We all love football. And Bob, I'll throw this one to you because you know, being the professional that you are, I expect you to be able to answer this one right off the cuff here. You know, we're still at the end of 2021, but I think it's okay to start looking into 2022 right now. And I want to throw something out there. Who is a player that you think is going to see one of the biggest ADP changes year over year, whether it's up or down? Who is a player that you expect to just shoot up or down rankings heading into next season?
So, I mean, individuals, I mean, I don't know how huge of a leap anyone's going to make other than Jonathan Taylor to the number one spot and see you later, Christian McCaffrey. But I just think in general, maybe we all need to stop and rethink, you know, maybe look at something closer, not zero RB, but just, you know, how we're handling our first pick. You know, do we want to, you know, play it safe or go with less downside, which I think would demand a receiver going earlier. And, you know, maybe get a higher end receiver early. That's kind of what I'm going to be looking at. We see the attrition every year. We all dealt with it. And every year we say, oh, it's the worst ever. It's probably not the worst ever, but it's bad every year. And that's why we say it's the worst every year. So I just think I'm going to try and study up and figure out what the upsides and downsides are of avoiding the running backs early. We all understand why we chase them. It's it's the positional scarcity, right? There just aren't very many of them. But it turns out there's one waiting behind every door. And, you know, when one goes down, another one or two, according to the Titans last week, show up to fill the void, right? So I'm going to put a lot of thought into trying to understand how these things are working. I go back doing this to the mid 80s, right? And I can't think of a year, you know, where there wasn't a running back somebody didn't draft who won them a title. I mean, going back to Nick Goings, Ruben Droons, back in the day I played, Zach Stacy over time. That was a bad reference. But just over the course of time, it's always a running back. Even more recently, Justin Forsett. You can think back to the Titans every year, or the Texans every year. Somebody would show up, Dominic Davis, whoever. So, you know, trying to identify, you know, opportunities in season, I think, is the way that this is going to best work out. And, you know, predicting injuries is tricky, but maybe predicting situations where teams are going to need to be running the football and doing, you know, and the offense is conducive to a running back stepping up and filling in. Alex Collins in Baltimore recently is another example.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where when you look at somebody's team right out of the draft, if they avoided running backs early, their team looks disgusting. But like you said, these guys just start popping up every single week. There's guys on the waiver wire that you can get in and plug in and get RB running back production out of. So, you know, I'm kind of the zero wide receiver guy, but I think next year I'm going to be trying out some different draft strategies as well. Now, Mike, I want to throw the same question to you and see how you take this, but who are you expecting to really jump up or down ADP rankings heading into next season?
So it's funny. I think the answer for this player is both, depending on how the offseason goes. And that's Elijah Mitchell. I think that the community as a whole, there's a small subset. Ray GQ was the first one, I think, who brought Mitchell to the forefront in December, if I remember correctly. But the reaction to Elijah Mitchell has been slow. I think it's been slowed because we've been burned by Shanahan before. It's been slow because Mitchell has been in and out of the lineup, both with the finger injury. We also have another running back who got higher draft capital in this particular draft. But I think when you look at Elijah Mitchell, you have these visions of it's going to go one or two ways. Either A, the offseason is quiet at the running back position for San Francisco. Mostert goes on his way after the injury, and Elijah Mitchell shoots up the draft boards. Or B, you have your next James Robinson. You have your next Trey Mason. You have your running back who realistically gets burned by a decision in the front office. And I think that's where I look at Elijah Mitchell, that he's either A, going to be at that second round, early third round running back draft spot, or he's going to be that guy that was on the list that Bob just talked about. Remember that guy, that 1 year who brought you to the playoffs? That's Elijah Mitchell's range of outcomes is fascinating to me, like absolutely fascinating. So do I know which way he's going to go? Absolutely not. I'm betting on him going upward. San Francisco just isn't the type of team that tends to invest at the running back position. So I do think he'll be safe. But I think that'll be a post-draft jump for Elijah Mitchell, regardless of how solid and bankable he's been this year.
Yeah, and you talk about draft capital, and it takes years for people to forget about draft capital. It's like Aaron Jones, Chris Carson, these guys were just year after year some of the best values in fantasy football because people just, they thought Rashad Penny was going to take over. They thought, all of these scenarios were going to happen. For whatever reason, people get so fixated on draft capital that I'm with you.
It seems like one of the things that, is worked out maybe just by serendipity, but buying the cheaper component of anything, of receiving core, backfield. This year you would have guys like James Conner. That would be one example, but there are others. Darrell Henderson, if you invested later in a draft, and just, by nothing but stupid luck, you end up with a prime player. In Connor's case, there was something behind it, but let's say you drafted Leonard Fournette and people were, there's a sixth round guy that's like delivering the goods right now. I think it's something, again, don't want to go full zero RB, but maybe that is, maybe there's something more to that than I've given it.
So what's funny, sorry to jump in there, Bob, but what's funny about what Bob just said is I'd love to credit myself for being a genius. But that line of thinking is exactly why I have so much exposure to Deebo Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know which one was going to be better. I was basically saying it was a coin flip between Ayuk and Samuel. So I took the cheaper one. I took Deebo Samuel in the 9th round of SFB. I traded a second for Deebo Samuel rather than investing a first to try to get Brandon Ayuk. So it wasn't necessarily that I saw Deebo coming, but I used that exact rationale where I said these are both two great players. One of them has extremely high value on the market right now. One of the markets is depressed because of injury. I'm going to go with the depressed value and pick up all the Deebo Samuel I could. And now I look like a genius, but it wasn't honestly that I knew that Ayuk was going to be better.
You're just a cheapskate, not
right?
like the same
exactly.
thing.
Yeah,
it's like Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods.
Yeah.
Yep. No
Same
doubt.
exact thing. Maybe a round later, but did we really know Cooper Kupp was going to be as dominant? I had him as my number one wide receiver, I think 3 years ago.
It's been a while, yeah. I tweeted something about that in the offseason about Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods, and I'd say 50% of the replies to that tweet were whichever one's still on the board. And that's really the best approach to take. You don't want to pay up for one of these guys that's in a muddled situation. Take whoever falls to you and just cross your fingers and hope.
Niners are by far the best example of this, though, too. It's not even for Deebo and Ayuk. Same with the running back. Who's the last guy? And I wothink it was Elijah Mitchell, right? Trey Sermon was going ahead of him, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Mostert was like a 5th round or 4th round pick. Sometimes you get lucky, I guess.
Yeah. Just wait until Ross Dwelley finishes the season with more points than George Kittle.
Oh,
then we're really going to have something to talk about. But Bob, I want to go back to what you originally talked about because I saw this earlier today and I just pulled it up. Graham Barfield tweeted this, and I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but it is the top 24 running backs by ADP. And Jonathan Taylor, Austin Eckler, Joe Mixon, Najee Harris. That's pretty much it. If you drafted any other running backs in the top 20, that is 20 out of the top 24 running backs you're not happy with right now. They aren't living up to their ADP. So that is incredibly frustrating to see. And, just kind of bringing it back to your point.
Just need to maybe think of a better plan.
Cordarrelle Patterson, we all saw the 8th season breakout coming. Come on.
Can't even
who would have thought that? That's just it's the unpredictableness that I just love about it.
Now, before we get into talking a little bit about Movember and mental health and what this means to us, Chase, I do want to give you the floor for just a minute to talk a little bit about the DOCE score. Go ahead and just tell us how you've developed this, how we should interpret it, where they can find it, and just overall what DOCE is.
Yeah, I appreciate that actually. So, back when we used to have our shows last year, right? I had the shows with Dave, I had the shows with Mike down here. And I always used to be able to kind of tell which pass catching running backs were going to go off. And it was all just compartmentalized, stats and just different numbers that were in my head. But I've never actually worked with Excel. I've never worked with, any kind of spreadsheet formula or anything. So I had to kind of figure out exactly how to start working with that. So this past off season, I started right in January and I just dove in. I started taking online classes, YouTube, classes, everything like that. I reached out to Dave Wright. If you guys know him on Twitter, he's an excellent person. He helped me learn a few different things, kind of work through a few different issues that I was having. But within a few months, I was able to start working with Excel and starting to develop formulas and whatnot. And So I pretty much took everything that was locked into my head and I started trying to apply, and it took me a long time. I had to make adjustment after adjustment. But essentially, I developed a way to figure out when you can play pass catching running backs up against certain defenses. This past week, for example, we hit on 80% of the running backs for the top 10 and the bottom 10. The ones that got us off the top of my head were like Austin Eckler, which you can't really apply the dose score, towards, because he's just an outlier from week to week. And if you try, it's like trying to apply it to Christian McCaffrey. Like, no defense is going to stop him. He's one of the most unstoppable players in the league. So you can't do that. But either way, that was still a miss technically. And then Javonte Williams, who ended up having, I believe, the longest reception allowed to a running back by almost double on the entire season this year by the Chargers. So once again, another outlier performance. Now, those still happen, and I'm not trying to sit there and say, oh, that means the dose score was undefeated this week. It wasn't. It hit at 80%. But anytime that you can hit at 80% in fantasy football, you're doing pretty damn well. So our worst week so far since week 3, because we didn't do it the first 2 weeks, obviously we didn't have any data, and even week 3 was a little bit early, but our worst week so far still hit it. I believe it was 63 or 65%. It might have been 65% overall. Which is still, great numbers when you're talking about hitting, at certain percentages. So it's not something where I want to go out and I want to decide whether or not to play Saquon Barkley up against a certain defense. It might help my decision, but, most likely I'm playing Saquon Barkley. As for, a guy like, Jaden McKissick last night up against the Seahawks, right? Like, the dose score is screaming, play any kind of pass catcher up against the Seahawks. They have the second worst dose score behind the Lions. They're allowing 15.8 points per game to pass catching running backs, which you have to run over 10 routes per game in order to qualify. And Jaden McKissick goes out and puts up over 13 points. I think it was 13.5 or 13.6 points. And then Antonio Gibson even got in on it. Antonio Gibson had 10.5 points. He at least had 10 points minimum. So we're looking for anything that can hit at over an 8-point clip in order to add fantasy value to your roster. And, that's the type of running backs we're targeting. You guys want to go check it out. It's fantasyintervention.com/DOCE. It's been an adventure. It's been fun.
Now I'm sure this has a little bit of, the linebackers and how they play and game script, and I'm sure you're putting a lot into that, but I have been following it and it's been hitting pretty well. So definitely recommend checking that out if you haven't already. Got one more fantasy football question that I want to ask before we wrap up this segment here. And Mike, I'll start with you on this one. Who is somebody who is underperforming so far this season that you're still holding on to a little bit of hope for? If you need a minute to think about it and somebody else wants to jump in, go right ahead. But who's an underperformer that you think could still finish the season strong?
Come on, Dave. If I'm coming on your show, I see the helmet. Man,
oh, God.
I can't. I cannot quit on Allen Robinson. I just won't. I won't, however you want to put it. I will not give up on that man. He has been too solid for me for too long. And I think that he is going to be, not only for the end of the season, putting up some numbers, he might be my top dynasty buy in the offseason. I think that Allen Robinson is still a star. I don't think he forgot how to play football overnight. So he is the person that I know the community's turned their back on. And I just won't. I'll never let him go. I will hug him until he's long gone. Allen Robinson's my guy, and he's the one I think will put together maybe a quiet resurgence in the second half and then come back guns blazing in 22.
Mike, I couldn't agree with you more, man. I am with you 100%. And I talked about this a little bit in the offseason, that I was really concerned when Justin Fields came in that it would negatively impact Allen Robinson. And sure enough, it has. Andy Dalton and Allen Robinson spent the entire offseason working together. Justin Field, he was getting his reps in with the second team receivers, and you can see that they just don't have that trust. Not only does he not have the trust in Allen Robinson, but they also just, run so much more when Justin Fields is the quarterback. So, I think that he could have a late season resurgence if Andy Dalton stays a starter. And I'm with you. He's still a great dynasty asset to go out and buy. So love that call out. Bob, same question to you. Who's somebody that has been underperforming thus far that you expect to finish the season strong?
So for 30 years, I've been doing this or so, and we always, you always have that thing. I'm not wrong yet. There's still season left. So this is, and I won't do a chant for him because that would be almost as unfortunate as my last goof of reference. But Brandon Ayuk would be a guy that, now has a little more opportunity. Look, I think the 49ers believe in him as a player. You look at last season, his real work got done down the stretch. So still holding out hope for him, and just going to stick with my not wrong yet with that one. But I also agree on Robinson. I've taken away his quarterback proof card, but it's only temporary, and it might actually be his offensive tackle proof card. I guess every team needs those.
We're 2 for 2, man. I agree with both of you guys so far. I actually wrote about Brandon Ayuk this morning in the trending up section of my 3 up, 3 down. So I'm with you, Bob. Chase, let's see if we can go 3 for 3 here. Who is somebody that's underperforming that you expect to finish the season strong?
Oh man, I'm nervous about this one. Can I just take Javonte Williams and just be happy with that?
Love it.
Sure.
3 for 3.
I'm all for it.
I think that's a little bit of a cheap shot right there. I mean, we're seeing him overtake it, and when it comes to players that are going to rise up in ADPs, that was going to be my guy. I think he's going to skyrocket next year. Him along with AJ Dillon, the top running back for the Packers in 2022. But let's go with. I want to go with Kadarius Toney on this one. I know he's been a little bit rough. He's been up and down. He had his hit, but as we look forward, to what the Giants have and what they don't have specifically, they don't have any pass catchers. And Evan Ingram, their tight end, is literally just, he's nothing. He's non-existent. He's dropping balls left and right. I mean, we talked about one of the worst defenses we've seen since 2013, since the Arizona Cardinals in 2013. No team has given up more fantasy points than what the Eagles are slated to give up to the tight end position. And yet Evan Ingram went 3 for 6 for 37 yards. Are you kidding me? Like, that is the biggest joke in all of week 12. And people are like, oh, well, Chase, what is his, Myrick, right? Myrick?
Yeah, right? Yeah, like, who is this
He vultured him. He didn't vulture him. They just don't trust Evan Ingram in the red zone. He's only seen 4 red zone targets on the entire season with 2 receptions coming from that. They just don't trust him. They've attempted 1 ball of 20 more yards deep down the field. So with that being said, they need a guy that's in the short to intermediate options. That's obviously Kadarius Toney. I know he's dealing with injuries and whatnot, but that's not somebody that I'm giving up on anytime soon. I know he's a little bit of a knucklehead, but I'm still going to stick with him.
Yeah, I think Matt Waldman said it best. He said that Kadarius Toney moves like a hummingbird, and that is really the best way to put it. You watch that guy in the field, and he's just darting around all over the place. So I'm with you. I'll give it a 2.5 out of 3. I'm not completely sold on Kadarius Toney, but I do like his end of.
He's on the Giants.
Yeah, it's tough. And that's the biggest part about him. But I still don't want to give up on him because obviously when you only have to throw it 2 yards down the field,
he's clearly the most talented. I think
can do okay with that
on the team.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to agree with you guys. Well, we've only got a couple of minutes left, and our next group is sitting backstage. Before we sign off here, though, let's go around real quickly. Chase, let everyone know where they can find you on social media and what you are working on nowadays.
Yeah, you guys can go find me over there at ff_intervention on Twitter, at join our circle _intervention, join our circle _ on Twitter. You guys can also go check us out at trophysmack.com. If you go to the far right side, you'll see the Smack Zone. You guys can find all of our articles over there. They're fun articles, man. They're fun articles where you just get to go off. And then, you guys can find me for my DFS articles at playerprofiler.com and my rankings over there at Dynasty Nerds.
Yep. Chase Vernon, man, one of the hardest workers in the business. Bob, why don't you go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you when your show airs on Sirius and what you've got going on right now.
I can find the sun over my shoulder.
It's like an angel. It's like an angel.
I just want to say, everyone, reach out to your friends and reach out to your family members and talk to people who you didn't talk to. My nephew took his life on October 7th, 2014. I talked to him just before then. And I've spent, the year since wondering, what more could I have asked? What could I have said? What should I have said more? Should I have done more? I should have said more. I should have talked to him more. I should have talked and asked him how he was doing and what was going on. So think about that when you're out there talking to family, friends, and not everyone's doing okay. And think about that. And when you see someone, struggling, don't be afraid to reach out. They have family members too who maybe can't connect with them. And so don't hesitate to reach out to people you feel might be in need, because you'll regret it if you don't.
Yeah. Great message. Thank you so much for sharing that, Bob. Really, really appreciate that. That's what today is all about. And, as somebody who's lost friends and family members, I know exactly what you're going through. It is not easy, and definitely reach out to those, friends and family. Make sure that everybody is doing all right. Mike, before we sign off, go ahead, let everyone know where they can find you, where they can find Hanging with Daddy, and what you've got going on.
At Daddy's Home FF, you can find my show on DLF, and then on Trophy Smack, all my articles. To couple what Bob said, check on your friends. Also check on yourself. Get to the doctor. Get checked. I just had the uncomfortable check that gentlemen my age get just a few months ago now. It took a big weight off my shoulder. My personal trainer was going through colorectal cancer. Luckily beat it. Prayer up. But get checked out, get those signs, get everything you need to get your physical health checked. Because trust me, we can put these two together. My mental health improved when I got the clean bill of health physically, like just knowing that weight was off my shoulder. So I love what Bob said. Check on your friends, check on your family members, but don't forget about you. You're important too. You matter. Get yourself checked. Make sure you're okay physically, mentally, whatever you need to do. Make sure you take care of yourself.
Yeah. Love that message as well, Mike. I talked about this in the last segment, but somebody reached out to me and they said, hey, I don't really have any mental health concerns. I don't have any sort of cancer running in my family, but, I wanted to do something. And I just went in for a routine checkup for the first time in 10 years. And I feel so much better having that weight off my shoulders. So, thanks for doing that, Mike. Thank all three of you for coming on now. Sharing the message with us a little bit, talking some football. Really appreciate y'all making the time. I know it's a busy time of year, so I am extremely thankful for you guys doing this today.
Thanks, Dave.
This is great. Thanks for having us, guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Bye for now.
Great messages from all of them. I mean, I had a buddy in high school who actually, I was a junior and he was a sophomore. And whenever I don't have my green screen up, I have a T-shirt, right, like literally right behind this, and it's of him. He actually took his life back in the day. So ever since then, man, my life has completely changed. I mean, would we be friends today? Who knows? But it's still something that weighs. You know what I mean? Like Bob was saying, could you have done more? And the unfortunate thing of that is that a lot of these people already have their minds made up, and there's nothing you could do. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's very sad, and it's very, it really is. It's awful. It's absolutely terrible,
Yeah. And I'm in a similar boat where I had lost some friends, and that's always the first thing that comes to your mind is what could I have done differently? And like you said,
Exactly.
the answer really is nothing, but it's definitely something to make sure. We heard that from Cooter. We heard it from Bob. We heard it from Mike. You want to make sure that you're checking on your friends because especially now with what we've been going through for the last couple of years, there are a lot of people struggling out there. It's really easy to just, spend your time mindlessly scrolling through Twitter, but it's not as easy to pick up your phone, make that phone call and check in on your friends. So absolutely do that.
Even a simple text. Like I texted one of my buddies from high school that I haven't talked to in years. And I literally just shot him a text and I was like, hey man, what's going on? And like, he lives in South Carolina, like, and me and my wife are planning on going to South Carolina. So like, I may end up seeing him and his family, So it's like, it's little things like that.
The tables too. How good does it feel when you're sitting there going about your day and you get a text or a phone call from somebody you haven't talked to in years, checking to see how you're doing? There isn't a better feeling than that. So yeah,
it really
goes both
is.
ways. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and bring in our next group here. We're going to bring them in one by one. First, we are joined with Jeff Bell. We are joined with Chris over at the Commish, and then Kelly Singh, Kelly in Phoenix, as you might know her better on Twitter. And I see her here rocking a mustache, looking absolutely beautiful in it. Kelly, why don't you go ahead and start us off a little bit with a quick introduction, let everyone know what you're up to nowadays. If you're struggling to talk with a mustache, whatever you're most comfortable with.
The gesture is fantastic.
I don't know how long it will last, but we'll see. Here I am. Yes, so I am Kelly Singh. You can find me at Kelly in Phoenix. I've been on Twitter for 13 years. I'm in marketing, and this has been my second football season in the community, but my first really contributing content to thecommisbrand.com.
Yeah, and you gave my wife the opportunity actually to do her little bit of fantasy football contribution. My wife owns a bakery, for those of you that aren't aware. And remind me, what was the article that you guys wrote? It was something about
your team lost. Now eat your feelings.
That's it. And it was recipes specific to every single city. It was that was a fun article. It was fun getting my wife involved. So thank you for that. Down on the bottom right of the screen, we are joined with Chris. Chris and Kelly work together over at the Commish. Chris, my head was spinning in Canton. I don't know if I got a chance to meet you. There was a whole group over at the Commish table. I believe I signed your big wall, but I don't know if we had a chance to meet in person. But go ahead, introduce yourself to the audience. Let everyone know where they can find you and what you guys are working on over at the Commish.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're coming in crystal clear. That is a
All
great mic you got.
Awesome. That's the Yetis. All right. So yeah, man, appreciate you having me on. I obviously got kind of connected to join this episode through Kelly. So appreciate the invite, Kelly, and then of course Dave. Dave, we did meet briefly. I think it was like a quick handshake. We were kind of in the middle of like selling T-shirts and hats, and I think you were on your way, touring all the booths. So we did meet just briefly, but I think we're due for probably a longer connection in a beer at some point.
Absolutely.
Post this pod. So, but yeah, no, appreciate it, man. Yeah. Over at the Commish FFP is where you can find all of our handles. We kind of brand ourselves as kind of a bunch of, misfits. We have different types of personalities on our show. We have our redraft content that myself, my brother Alex, and my cousin Eric created and started the Commish pod with. They're our co-founders. And then we've started to grow this little band together. We have a dynasty team with Brian, RJ, and Josh. And then Kelly has just recently joined us this past year, contributing content, both writing and on the pod. We've got Andrew out in Iowa, and we're Desmond, who's local to us as well, who does a lot of our betting episodes and content. So, yeah, man, bunch of good characters, some funny content, and we all around fantasy football. So, happy to be on, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate both of you making the time here. And then up on the top right of the screen, arguably my best friend in the industry. I mean, it's kind of funny, Jeff and I, we give each other so much crap on Twitter. It's just our personalities, that's how friends show love to each other. And I had somebody DM me about 2 weeks ago, and they said, "Hey, what's your problem with Jeff? You are so mean to Jeff on Twitter." And I said, wait, maybe I think I'm starting to realize here that perception and intent are a little bit different, because Jeff is genuinely one of my best friends. We got the chance to meet up in Canton and spend the entire weekend together. Jeff is all over the place nowadays. He is the lead Devy analyst over at Fantasy Pros. He's doing some editing for Fantasy Pros. He's contributing over at Footballguys. He's the host of the Devy Royale. Just a dry, witty, hilarious sense of humor on Twitter. Jeff, is there anything that I'm missing anywhere else that you're working that I did not call out?
So college football gambling content on Betting Pros, and then of course Coming Off the Edge Tuesday night at 7:00. So right after you finish watching this Podathon, check out our show Tuesday night 7:00, and then 9:30 is the Devy Royale. So that is Tuesday night is my pod night. Tuesday night is when I find peace and I'm at my calmest, and so I'm appreciative and excited to be here and start it off right.
Yeah, and Coming Off the Edge is a fun show. I have joined for quite a few episodes. Jeff, what would be your elevator pitch for Coming Off the Edge?
Coming Off the Edge is friends that get together with absolutely no plan at all, and we see where it goes. We largely talk about football. We tend to do a draft about anything but football every episode. We have dinner parties, and we enjoy, and it's really just an opportunity where a very tight knit group of friends has decided that we're going to take an hour out of our lives every Tuesday night, 7:00, and we're just going to spend time together, and we're going to broadcast it to the world. And if you enjoy the show, hey, fantastic. If it's not your cup of tea, we're still going to have a good time.
Well, yeah, just getting some friends together and winging it. That sounds a lot like what I'm doing for the next 4 hours.
Hey, we have structure, Dave.
We do, yeah. I mean, we've got a schedule at least every half hour. We're bringing some people in and out. But Kelly, I want to thank you personally, because when I posted this, that hey, this is what I'm looking to do, obviously, a bunch of men reached out to me and said, yeah, I'll grow a mustache. But you were the first woman that reached out to me and said, how can I get involved? So why don't you go ahead and just let us know a little bit about why you wanted to get involved in this and what Movember means to you.
Okay, I really thought I might make it, but I'm not. When I hear about Movember, obviously men's health is the first thing that comes to mind, but more recently, mental health has been something that's really come to the forefront. And this makes me very excited, because talking about mental health out loud to a public audience has kind of been taboo up until recently. So I talk about personally my ADHD that I struggle with a lot. And I've had people reach out to me. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I don't feel so alone. And just recently, I was diagnosed with PTSD due to some family trauma that I'm working through. And I really would love to share that, because I know a lot of people struggle with parental relationships and childhood things. So if I can do something by sharing my story, that's why I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And that was something that I kind of had this moment in this isn't the first mental health podathon I did. The first one I did was in July with the Hayden Hurst Foundation, and I woke up that morning and I haven't talked about it yet on the show, but I suffer from bipolar disorder, and it's something that I was diagnosed with as a teenager, and everyone in my family just kind of said, no, you're not bipolar, those are just teenage hormones, you'll grow out of it. And then into my 20s things were getting worse, and in my mid 20s things got even progressively worse to the point that I was hospitalized and I had to get on medication. And it's something that you don't want to talk about, but I shared that story right before I went on the Hayden Hurst mental health podathon, and just had such an outpouring of love and support that it made me realize, wait, I actually have a platform here and I can use it for good. And even now, my voice is cracking a little bit. My pits are getting a little sweaty. It's not something that I like talking about, but it's something that is important to talk about. So thank you for sharing that. And thank you for just being an advocate for other people that have those struggles as well, because it's not fun to talk about, but it's something that a lot of people suffer from. And just knowing that other people are going through it as well makes it that much easier to discuss. So thank you so much for that. Jeff, I was really hoping to see you with the mustache. I love the beard. You've been rocking it since I've known you, but I was really hoping that we'd see you clean shaven for this. But why don't you go ahead and let us know a little bit about why you're doing this?
Now you make me feel bad because I almost did go for it. I was ready, but it was a busy, hectic day, and I did not get
19 minutes left if you want to grab the clippers.
Gosh, you talked me into it. I might have to make an appearance later in the episode, but no, it's just Kelly touches on it, and you touched on it as well. I'm somebody that it's a real struggle, I think, for men to share their stories and share their feelings. I think, and I feel like this space, it makes it a little bit easier because you're talking to a computer screen, and you're talking to a camera, and your friends are there. But it's in person. It's something that I always struggled with. When I was in high school, I struggled with depression. After college, I struggled hard with depression. And it was one of those things that I felt it coming on about last year, like after we had been in this pandemic for nearly a year. Fantasy football is something that I hold dear, and it was been a lifelong dream to be able to contribute content. And kind of watching from the sidelines last year, not knowing how to get involved, I did take a shot to try to get involved, and that didn't work. And it was just one of those things that, maybe this wasn't for me. Maybe this wasn't a path that I would be able to pursue. And just being deep into a pandemic and seeing all these things that you want to participate in and just not feeling like you can, it really, I was in a dark place about a year ago. And then once I got involved in fantasy Twitter, it's just really, in fantasy community in general, has really just been a light in my life. And so that having that opportunity to be able to contribute to this, be able to tell the story, I've talked to you about it, Dave, with the ADHD. Kelly mentioned that my wife is a early childhood educator, and she said, you've got all the signs of it. And I tried to bring it up to my doctor, and my doctor kind of pushed it off as like, he's like, well, that's drug seeking behavior. And it was one of those things where it's like, this is the first time in my life that I've been able to open myself up to try to talk to somebody, to seek out help. And it felt like it got pushed away. And so it's just, I think many other people probably struggle with those type of things. And just knowing the more we can amplify our voices, and the more we can share our stories, and the more that people know that other people are dealing with these things, it's just very important.
And it becomes a norm too, almost, right? Where it's like, yes, you're not, like you said, like, that's unfortunate that you got pushed away. Right. So like, it's after a while, right? I mean, the stigma kind of goes away, right? With the mental health aspect, and I mean, us tough
yes,
men, right? Ugh. Like we're not allowed to, like Dave's talking about, he brings up like this one guy that messaged him and said, hey, I haven't gone to the doctor in 10 years. Shit, I had a little cough yesterday. I ran to the doctor.
Yeah.
I personally, I'm one that like, I definitely try to take care of myself as far as eating goes. Definitely not, but in other aspects, so appreciate you sharing that, Jeff.
And Jeff, you talked about how, finding the sense of community and everything in the fantasy football industry has helped you a lot, but that also comes with its own set of challenges. And I've talked to people that have, by all intents and purposes, made it in the industry, the people that we look up to, and they struggle from things like imposter syndrome and anxiety. And like, even thinking like when you look up to these people that you idolize in the industry, thinking that they have it figured out, they struggle with their mental health. And I think a lot of it has to do with being the industry that we are in. there aren't many industries where even the best of the best are wrong 40% of the time. If you're a good analyst, you're going to hit on like 60% of your against the consensus takes, but you're still going to be wrong a lot. And what other jobs do you have where you're being berated by thousands of strangers saying, you suck, you're wrong, you missed this call, you're doing this wrong? And that does weigh on you. Like, no matter how tough you are, no matter how thick skinned you are, it is going to wear on you eventually. So thank you for sharing that, Jeff. And thank you, Kelly. So Chris, I guess that leaves you. If you want to just tell us a little bit about why you're joining us today, and it doesn't need to be about mental health, just whatever you're comfortable with, why you're joining us and what Movember means to you.
Yeah. So, well, first off, I appreciate everyone talking about their stories. I think there's an element of courage that goes unspoken with, discussing your backgrounds. And Dave, as you were talking about your spot, right, I could feel my heart rate pumping up a little bit and just like kind of being in your shoes of that must be difficult to talk about. Right. And Kelly, same with you. And Jeff, of course, same with you. I think we all had challenges leading into COVID and not knowing what was going to happen in the uncertainty of being isolated and not being able to talk to people or see them physically or be around them. So we all sort of had to carry that baggage. And I think it affected people worse than others, depending on how well you could adapt. So I would say, Dave, to your question, I think the central point around my life particularly is within the mental health space. I'm actually making a bit of a career shift at the moment. I work in clinical trials in the pharmaceutical field, and CNS indications like schizophrenia, Alzheimer's disease, depression, MDD, ADHD, for example, Kelly, are all indications that we work on for clinical trials to help patients with these indications. But then on a personal note, I actually also volunteer on the suicide hotline. And so at least once a week, I spend time working with patients, or I shouldn't say patients, but individuals who have struggled with either depression or suicide who call in. And those are difficult nights. So for 2.5 hours out of my week, I have to block my life out and be there for them unconditionally. So
that's fantastic, man. Hey, Chris, I'd love to talk to you more offline.
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely.
about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I didn't realize that you did that on the side, Chris. And I can't even imagine the mental toll that takes, just having to be on the receiving end of those phone calls. I'm somebody who I'm lucky. I've got a loving family and a loving wife and loving friends. But about 4 years ago, I came home from work and I was struggling and tried calling my parents. My wife was at work, couldn't get a hold of anybody, and I had to call a suicide hotline prevention because I knew I was a danger to myself. And I sat on the phone with a complete stranger for over an hour, just crying, pouring my guts out to somebody that I had never talked to before. And then once I got off the phone and got in a better headspace, the first thing I thought about was that poor person. Like, I just laid everything out there on that person.
But you
and
felt
who
better.
knows what their day is going to be like now. Like, I feel better, but now that person had to take on all of that negative energy. So, extremely thankful for people like you, Chris, that are willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, of course, man. It's something I volunteer for. So I willingly know going into it the type of night or week I'm going to have. I will say this, from my perspective in working on the suicide hotline and just dealing with people that have had let's say issues. I think there's kind of a fine line between, and you guys were sort of talking about this beforehand. I think we've all, I shouldn't assume that we all have, but we've all maybe experienced suicide in some type of form, whether it's a friend or a family member. And it is very difficult to comprehend what that does to someone's life and, what they were thinking prior to leading up to the decision. But again, there's a fine line between committing the act and thinking through those thoughts. And I do think that the idea of trying to get rid of emotional pain is a very common thought a lot of people have. And I think that's what we're trained on, right? So we're trained on the suicide prevention. The ultimate reason someone wants to commit suicide is to not commit suicide. It's to get rid of the pain that they're feeling and they don't have another option. And that's really the toughest thing that I think a lot of people have to grapple with. And it can feel selfish, and people sort of think about, when someone commits suicide, what were they doing? What were they thinking? What could I have done better? There's so many unanswered questions. And I think a lot of times, ultimately, it's just they're feeling pain, whether real or not. It's their pain and they want to get rid of it in some fashion. So they turn to whatever method they can.
Yeah. And it is such a cliche, but you hear it all the time. Suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Yep.
And, a lot of times people discount cliches, but I think they're cliches for a reason because they are very, very true. And that is one of those that I believe is very, very true.
Agreed. Yeah.
Now, Anthony, I know you've got a few stats that we had talked about before the show. You want to drop any of those right now? Just about
just make sure that you get checked, right? I know that guys are talking about that. And I know Daddy, Big Mike over there was talking about that he just got a clean bill of health. That's fantastic. Mike, I don't know if they might be able to check through your blood. So I don't know if your doctor took advantage of you. You know what I mean? But so it's very hereditary. Like I said in the beginning of the show, my father is a prostate cancer survivor. And my grandfather also had it, his father. So me and my brother are very, very like we're more likely. So like they say, make sure to go checked if you're 45, 50. Honestly, I think that's a little too old. Even though they say, I believe, looking at a stat that it's 60% of men that are actually diagnosed with prostate cancer are over the age of 60. So that still leaves that 40% less than 60 years old, right? So as we know, I mean, crazy things have happened like in life for anybody. And the great thing, I guess not the great thing, but early detection. Chances are prostate cancer, you may not have any symptoms, right? You are probably just living your life and then all of a sudden something happens. Boom. You don't go to the doctor and that gets worse. You guys watch Friends? Gunther from Friends, he sadly just passed away and he had prostate cancer. He was in stage 3 or 4. He announced it on the Friends reunion and his wife kept telling him, go get checked, go get checked. He never got checked. Early detection for prostate cancer, the success rate and your livelihood is so high. Like you get it early detected, you could live. I mean, they could remove your prostate and then you have a great life. Like my father had his prostate taken out. I mean, maybe we're looking at 20 years ago, even over 20 years ago. And he's still kicking, right? So early detection and don't be scared. We're all out there. We're all doing this together, guys. So
yeah. Thank you so much for that, man. That was a good message right there. Now, we've only got about 10 minutes left, and this is technically a fantasy football show, and we're talking about some of the hard, questions here and some of the important discussions, but let's try to wrap up these final 10 minutes on a little bit of a lighter note before we get to the next guest. And Jeff, I'll start off with you. You are a wealth of football knowledge. So on the cuff, I didn't ask you to prepare for this question, so hopefully you've got an answer. But from week 1 until right now, who is the one player that you have changed your tune on more than anybody else?
The one player that I have changed my tune on, unfortunately, it would be T. Higgins. I think that T. Higgins is a player that, I thought going into the season, he would be the Bengals alpha receiver, that Jamar Chase would need a minute because Jamar Chase sat out last year. He didn't play football all last year. And I really thought that T. Higgins would step forward. And we've seen glimpses and flashes of that. But the way that Jamar Chase has stepped forward and with Tyler Boyd's presence still being there, and the fact that T. Higgins doesn't give you anything in the rushing game, like we've seen Deebo Samuel as a player that has emerged and being able to contribute in the rush game, you're not going to get any of that from T. Higgins. And so that's a player that I thought would be, especially in Dynasty, would be pushing to be wide receiver 1, given his age and his talent. And it's really questionable if you can even put him in your lineup now.
3 games of double digits, according to Fantasy Pros.
And he's come up just short. He's made big plays, and he's been tackled inside the 5 multiple times. But, if you don't get the 6, you don't get the 6.
Yeah, and I don't really know how you look at that draft now in hindsight. So many people said they should go with an O-lineman, and, they already had a premier receiver in T. Higgins, and now they drafted Jamar Chase, who has looked better than T. Higgins did last year. But now T. Higgins, it's like his talent and value is just being wasted away in Cincinnati. So, that's definitely a head-scratching move. And, that's a good one, too. I had T. Higgins ranked ahead of Jamar Chase heading into this season, and definitely regretting that one a little bit. Got too much T. Higgins on my team and not nearly enough Jamar Chase. Chris, same question to you, though. We're through 12 weeks of the season already, over halfway through. Who's the one player that you have changed your tune on dramatically since week 1?
It's probably begrudgingly Joe Mixon at the moment.
All right. I
go
like
down
to
the
hear
Bengals.
There's still plenty of room on the hype train.
No, I will never jump on the hype train. The scars are too deep with me and Joe Mixon. So I'll take my L on that one. No, he's been playing well this year. I've not been the biggest Joe Mixon fan, as those of you who follow the commission know. Our entire team has drafted and have been burned by him at least once, and so myself, Alex, Eric, we're just not fans this year. All the hype and the game script theories before the season has come true. So he is doing his part on a team and an offense that's producing. The offensive line seems to be holding up, and he's rushing well. He's getting in the passing game. He's scoring touchdowns. That's it. I got nothing else.
And my thing, I was a huge Joe Mixon proponent in the offseason, but my reason for drafting Joe Mixon was that I thought that he was going to have this huge role in the passing game. He's not having a big role in the passing game. He's just scoring a bunch of touchdowns now. So it's like the results are right. I'm happy that I drafted Joe Mixon, but it isn't really for the reason that I expected. I don't think anybody thought that he would suddenly be a touchdown a game type of player. But hey, when the Cincinnati Bengals offense gets better, it helps everybody out, Joe Mixon included.
That's right.
Kelly, you got a football take for us? Is there anybody that you've kind of changed your tune on a little bit so far this year?
Chris stole my Joe Mixon because he had me so sold. Not Chris, Eric on the commish had me so sold on Joe Mixon last year, and it was so devastating that I'm like scarred for life, I think. But that will be my football take because I want to take a few minutes. Something that Jeff said, not to bring the tone back, about not being heard. It's important when you're talking to your doctor about mental health issues that you actually see a psychiatrist rather than your general practitioner, unless you need a referral, because your general practitioner only has the ability to give you certain remedies. So if you feel like you have some mental health issues, take it's a really, not really quick, it's probably like a 30-minute walkthrough, but see a psychiatrist if you don't need a referral. That's the best advice I could give you because it will be taken seriously then. And you might not be scarred for life by Joe Mixon either. Maybe you need to talk it out.
Yeah,
that's their job.
Just to bring it back here, I was mind blown. I went to my general practitioner in my early 20s and told him, hey, I think I want to get back on medication. I was on medication as a teenager and I feel like I'm getting into a dark spot again. And my general practitioner said, you should try running in the mornings. Like that was the advice. Like no recommendation to a doctor, no medication. Just go for a run.
Did you go? Did you try it though? At least, like, I know that sounds crazy, but I know that, my wife deals with a lot of this. She's actually going back to school right now to be a substance abuse counselor because she's sober 4 years from alcohol. But so it's funny that you said that because one of my doctors actually, he was like, so how you feeling? I'm like, all right, I'm doing okay,
Yeah, definitely want to make sure that you're seeking the right help there. But we are down to our last final minute. So before we sign off, Kelly, I know you had something to say. What's up?
ADHD can be misdiagnosed so many times as anxiety and depression. So if you really feel adamant, be an advocate for yourself and just make sure you check all the avenues.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we sign off here, though, Chris, one more time, why don't you go ahead, let everybody know where they can find you on social media, where they can find the commish, what you guys are doing, when your podcast airs. The floor is yours to plug whatever you'd like right now, Chris. Oh, you are muted.
There we go.
That's two times. That's two times.
Swear in air.
Strike 3, and I'm throwing you out, Chris.
Yeah, you can find us. You can find us on all the notable podcast platforms: Apple, Spotify, Google. Go sign up. Here's the biggest thing: is if you don't remember anything, remember this. Go to our website, www.thecommishbrand.com, and sign up for our free newsletter. It's totally free. Drops every Tuesday. Josh McDonough puts a lot of work into it. We have the entire team kind of compiles all of our content, drops every Tuesday right after Monday Night Football, gives you all the best stuff that we have leading into the week. That's what I'll leave you with.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then, I almost forgot that we're doing this for fundraising. I'm just talking and having so much fun and meeting new people and whatnot. But I forgot. Donate at Movember.com/T/FF Twitter. I just checked and we've already gotten a few $100s in since we started this show. So be sure to keep that going. Yeah, we've got the link is in the YouTube description. I've got it scrolling right there on the banner below. So definitely help us get there. We set a pretty lofty goal of $5,000, but we are already over halfway there. So thank you everybody for your support. Kelly, go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you, what you're doing over at the commish, and what content you're working on right now.
Chris said where to find us, thecomishbrand.com. I've mostly been guest podding. Is that what we say? Podding? Podcasting?
Sure.
A lot of people ask me to come on their show and just give another point of view. Most of what I talk about is just lifestyle, being a fan, enjoying football and the environment around football, and not so much stats and analytics. So I'm really enjoying myself.
Yeah,
Come
and
tweet
you are
with
just
me.
a ray of sunshine on Twitter. I mean, just nonstop positivity. So definitely follow Kelly at Kelly in Phoenix if you aren't already. Then that leaves us with Jeff. Jeff, I see you writing, live streaming, podcasting just about every single day. So why don't you go ahead, walk us through your schedule, let us know where we can find you throughout the week.
So right now, actually it's my last week that we will be having the Devi Primer coming out on Fantasy Pros, which will allow me to free up and do a little bit more investigative work on fantasy football. I love to dive into the numbers. I love to try to look at football schemes and try to see where the game is going. And again, you can find me at 7 o'clock on Coming Off the Edge on Tuesday nights, and on your YouTube, on your Twitter, and then 9:30 the Devi Royale on Tuesday nights as well.
Yeah, and I just tweeted about this the other day. I don't have time to watch college football with all of the content I need to create for the NFL. So, luckily for me, guys like Jeff exist, so I can just tune into their show once a week and feel like I already know everything I need to know about college football as these incoming rookies get ready for the 2022 season. I want to thank all you guys so much. I will see you around on Twitter. I already see our next guest backstage, so I'm going to kick you guys off, and then we will bring in the next group. All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks, Kelly. Bye. How we doing, Anthony? Throat getting a little raspy yet? Or are you doing all right?
Oh, I'm good, man. Honestly, I think for the next guys, I may have to do another shot because these are our 32-bit boys. I think hopping on right now, right? So
yes, sir. We're still we're waiting on Hoos. I don't see him back there yet, but he's a busy guy. He's working hard.
Yeah,
so
he's always
who we've
busy.
got
Yeah.
right now, and I'm sure Hoos will show up at some point. We are joined next with two gentlemen from NFL Network. You're going to recognize both of these guys. I am very positive of. We've got Michael F. Florio and Marcus Grant. Thank you both so much for joining. How are you guys doing today?
Good, man. Good to be here.
Yeah, you got some very professional looking setups there. I mean, you guys do this often?
Right? Like, oh my God.
Mike,
Florio.
I think your mic is off.
I don't know if he's muted.
We've had a whole year, a year and a half of like doing this from home. So yeah, we've had time to sort of craft these little backgrounds and stuff here. Yeah, it's been a while now.
Yeah, I've noticed in Rank's background from a year and a half ago until today, it seems like more and more trinkets just like keep popping up behind him. Like he just keeps adding to it. But you guys both looking pretty good. Mike, how you doing?
I'm good. I was joking that I do this occasionally when I'm bored, and it makes it look that way when I forget to turn my mic on.
No, we got you coming through crystal clear nowadays. So I gave you each the quick introduction here with NFL Network, but you guys are both doing so much more than that. 32-bit is something that you guys are both kind of spearheading right now, along with Sven and I. I'm doing the On Beat, the beat reporter show over there. But why don't you guys tell us a little bit about 32-bit and what you're doing over there? Marcus, start us off.
Okay. Basically a whole bunch of us, most of us fantasy football types, decided to come together and do some things that, aren't necessarily hardcore fantasy football, kind of a chance to branch out, do some weird, more pop culture stuff, a little bit of nostalgia stuff. I've been doing the show to be named later, which, full disclosure, was a thing I started kind of in the off season a little bit because one, I was bored, and two, I wanted to just teach myself basic video editing. So I just kind of decided to put together this weird show that doesn't really have any sort of actual form to it, and it's just more kind of weird clips that I find on the internet, and it has found kind of a home, which is sort of nice. So I'm kind of glad to be part of this thing. I've been very pleasantly surprised by the response to it, and then the people who say they are who are checking it out, and people who say they want to get involved. So we're still sort of new, looking forward to what we have once football season is over, but it's been pretty fun so far.
Well, I think the first thing I noticed is the video editing, and I asked you who the video editor was for that because I was shocked that you're doing all that yourself. I mean, that is a crisp show that you have put together.
Man. It actually originally it started. I had a little app on my phone, and I just wanted to learn how to edit, and so I used to do the whole thing on my phone, which I think my phone couldn't handle what I was trying to do to it. It was starting to scream back at me. So then I figured I'd just shoot this on my computer and edit it there, which I think makes it look a little bit nicer. But yeah, this is a way for me to kind of teach myself something new.
Yeah, and I mean it's a great show. It's a ton of fun, and like you said, that nostalgia. I watched it the other day, and you had this clip that I don't think I've seen in like 10 years. I'm pretty sure last time I saw it was on E-Bombs World, where you got all the goth kids that
E-Bombs
are
World.
dancing to the techno music, and oh my gosh, when I saw that, I started laughing so hard. That was a clip that I didn't even remember existed anymore, and I was busting my sides laughing when that came on.
What a name drop with E-Bombs World.
E-Bombs World, yeah, man. Early internet days. They were
Oh my
the internet, man.
God.
The wild, wild
That was
west of the
YouTube
internet
before
days.
YouTube, I guess.
Yep. Down in the bottom right, though, I am joined with Michael F. Florio. Mike, we've had the opportunity to link up on some shows in the past. I consider you a friend of mine at this point. Go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody. Obviously, they know you from NFL Network, but you're over at 32-Bit as well. You're over at Rotoballer. You're just all over the place nowadays.
Trying to be 32-bit is I'm very excited to be a part of the team. Marcus and who's going to be joining us. They approached me over the summer, and I was super excited to jump on board and be a part of it. And right now I'm doing 2 shows over there. One, I'm very lucky I get to do it with my awesome wife. It's called What Show Is This? Where every week we just focus on a different TV show. We just finished watching The Sopranos, so our next episode is going to be on The Sopranos, which, I mean, we have to do an episode on. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And basically the idea from that happened. We did a cross-country road trip, and most of the time we were just talking about like TV shows and stuff. And we were like, people care about TV shows. Maybe we could do a podcast on this. And then I also do a show called Remember That Player, where it's a short little YouTube video, but each week basically just take a trip down memory lane. I've done one on like Alfonso Soriano, Arian Foster, a little, I guess, peek behind the curtain. Those are my favorite players from when I was a kid. So I'm doing it on players I enjoy talking about. So I'm enjoying doing the show.
Yeah, growing up in Chicago, man, I remember Alfonso Soriano very, very well.
He's a Yankees fan as well.
Yep. And funny that you mentioned The Sopranos. That's one of those shows. It's a commitment to sit down and watch The Sopranos. Like if you didn't watch it live at the time, you got to dedicate 3-4 months to being able to watch that show. And when COVID first hit and everything got locked down, I looked at my wife and I said, "Hey, guess what? We finally got time to watch The Sopranos together." So she watched it for the first time. She loved it so much that I was able to convince her to watch The Wire after that. So we just wrapped that up.
I think The Wire is next for me.
Oh,
I still haven't watched The Wire.
Oh, you got to watch The Wire.
Like
I, my wife and I have talked about watching it. I've watched it before. She hasn't seen it all the way through, so we got to figure out a time to sit. We have so many shows on the list though, so it's hard to get to some of this other stuff.
Yeah, the Wire though, man.
They're both considered.
We always joke around. We've got this list of TV shows that we never actually watch, but The Wire should be on top of the list of TV shows you never actually watch. And by that, I mean you should watch it.
I've watched season 1, loved it. Watched season 2, didn't love it, and then I stopped. So I need to just pick it back up. And
you got to pick it back up because season 3 might be the best season.
There we go. Honestly, I stopped at the biggest
problem.
point.
That's the biggest problem with The Wire. There's 5 seasons, and season 2 is hands down the worst. Like season 2 is not that great, and then from there it just gets better and better. So they lose so many viewers in season 2, but you got to stick it through, man. Season 3, season 4, season 5, they all get better.
That was like me with Breaking Bad.
I'm seeing back here we've got Hoos. He's showing. Hoos, are you
Hoos,
able
turn
to
on your camera, man?
Yeah, I think we're dealing with some technical difficulties here. Can you hear us, Hoos?
Well, he is on mute. I know that. So
yeah, and he muted himself, so I'm not able to mute him. We'll throw him backstage.
He's talking about The Wire, and he doesn't realize that.
Can never trust those Floridians,
Yeah, if I see his face pop back up, we will go ahead and pull him in. But for now, we got the 4 of us here. So first of all, just want to thank you guys so much. Obviously, this is an opportunity to talk a little bit about 32-bit and what we're doing over there. But I don't know if you guys have tuned into any of this show prior, but the reason Anthony and I are doing this together, the Movember Foundation focuses on 2 main things: men's mental health and then prostate and testicular cancer. I'm somebody who has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, struggled with a lot of mental health throughout my life, and Anthony has a family series of prostate cancer, so it's something that's very near and dear to his heart as well. Just wondering, asking you two if Movember means anything specifically to you, and if there's anything you'd like to talk about before we get into some football.
I guess I sort of cross both those lines. I mean, my grandfather died of prostate cancer when I was 16. So it definitely has come close to me in that respect. I have been occasionally on Twitter open sort of about, my kind of mental health issues, having a therapist. just somebody to kind of talk to. And I feel like that's a thing that's important. It's a thing that I've encouraged for a lot of my friends, a lot of people close to me, just because over the years I know how much it has certainly helped me. So I've been kind of interested to see how Movember has sort of grown over the years. I think I did a quick search, and this was a thing that started in Australia like 18 years ago. So I mean, it's been a while, and it's gotten a little bit big. It's gotten quite a bit bigger, actually. So I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of interested about that. By the way, you two have some pretty awesome mustaches as well. So as somebody who has like a struggle beard and stuff, like
hey,
this
you
is
got
about as
some
good as
stuff
it
there,
gets.
Marcus. It's nice. It's
What
good.
I've learned how to lean into it and sort of make it my own. But like if I were to grow this out, it's patchy and it's a struggle beard. So like props to you guys for like having excellent mustache.
It's a gift and a curse at the same time.
Well, as you guys know, I'm from Chicago, so we're just born with this. It's just like all the firemen and Ditka. We're just born with mustache.
you look like a firefighter from Chicago or something.
Yeah, it's funny. Last year or 2 years ago, my wife and I were at the bar during November. I do this every single year, and they gave me a military discount. And I tried telling her I'm not in the military, and she would not believe me. Our server was like, "You don't have to lie. Like, don't be embarrassed about it." And I was like, "No, really, I'm not in the military." And they're like, "Nobody has a mustache. It's fine." And I mean, I took the discount, but I kind of feel guilty about it to this day.
Oh.
So, appreciate you sharing that, Marcus. You've always been very open about that. And, that's why I asked you to come on this show. Mike, the floor is yours if you want to talk at all about any of that. If not, we can just move right on to football.
Yeah, no, it is a great cause and something that you guys are amazing for supporting. Not exactly prostate cancer, but cancer has ran through my family on both sides for my entire life. So anything that combats any sort of cancer is something that I support. And then I am not nearly as open with you guys about it, but yeah, I have pretty bad anxiety, and like I do talk with someone each week about it and stuff. So just me saying that right now is making me a little anxious. So it's something that I'm not really comfortable or I don't usually like to talk about, but I support it. And I think a case like this, like a cause like this, is just amazing. And on the mustache front, I can grow one, but I don't have the face to pull it off. I feel like my dad has had a mustache his entire life. Like I've literally never seen my dad without a mustache.
Same.
So he does it for me year round.
Yeah, the trick with the mustache is you need the high camera angle so you can actually see the chin.
Right?
Like if you're shooting it from underneath and you just get that like just blob from mouth to neck, that's where it looks bad. So you need the high camera angle when you're doing the mustache.
Have you ever done a mustache there, Mike? At all?
Man, so I've like my wife has never seen me without facial hair because I feel like I look like I'm 12 without it, but I've tried just a mustache, but not in quite some time because I just didn't think it looked good on me. I think like beard or otherwise I look 12, and if I grow a mustache, I don't think I could pull it off.
Well, as Dave has been saying to every guest, I think each segment, we got 18 minutes left. If you want to go grab the
Should I
clippers.
just go shave real quick and come back out?
There you go. Troy told us that if we're able to raise $69,000 today, he'll shave down to a mustache. That
was it 69,000 or 6,900?
Troy? Come on.
69,000.
69,000 is setting the bar pretty high.
He wants us going well above our goal. But this is something that we've talked about a little bit, and again, we don't have to get too deeply into it, but this is a job for people that struggle with mental health. I mean, I don't know if there's really a worse job than doing what we do, trying to talk about fantasy football, because anytime you throw a take out there,
wrong.
Very rarely do you get people like, yeah, you're right. It's thousands of people telling you that you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're a clown, and that does start to wear on you a little bit.
One of the things I've learned doing this job, I mean, when I first started, and it's been 10 years, this is my 11th season at the NFL. I used to take it really hard when I was wrong, when I had some wrong calls, partially because, you want to feel like you're helping people. But also partially because, look, it's human nature to want to be right. Like, nobody stands up and proclaims something like hoping to be wrong, right? So I used to take it really, really hard. And then I got to the point where I realized that, you know what? Predicting the future is hard. It's really hard to predict the future, right? And this gave me a whole new respect for meteorologists who kind of have this whole thing to do. I will say, though, I think so much of that part of the, the anxiety and the stress of this sort of comes from social media. It is a blessing and a curse. I mean, I've said the best thing about Twitter is that it gives everybody a voice. The worst thing about Twitter is that it gives everybody a voice. And so and I don't know. I think I have learned over this 10 years to sort of get a little thicker skin. First of all, it's definitely helped me learn to ignore people. The block hand and the mute hand have gotten really strong over the last 10 years, and that
Love that
definitely
mute
helps.
button.
The mute button is great because like people
Amazing.
just keep shouting into the void, and you're like, whatever.
I can't hear you.
Right, but I do think this is not. I think it's one of the things you learn early, right? Like this is not a job for people who are going to be sensitive to criticism because, I mean, I put out things every now and then, like I'll put stuff out on TikTok where it is just literally just facts, and people will come back and try to like come at you. And I'm like, look, I don't really. This is not a statement. There's not an agenda. I'm just telling you a fact, and so you just kind of learn to kind of get a little more thick-skinned about it. But yeah, it is not a job for the sensitive at all.
It creates monsters.
Yeah, some good advice I got from Matt Harmon back in the day when I was kind of new and I got to the point where my platform was big enough that people were chirping back and it was starting to weigh on me a little bit. And Matt Harmon said, when you're on your phone, you see all these people that are like negatively yelling at you. He goes, but the best part is you can turn your phone down, walk into the other room, and those people don't even exist. He's like, that's it. They're only there when you want them to be there. So that's something that you got to learn pretty quickly.
I look at it, they're still taking the time out to acknowledge you, whether it's positive or negative. So thank you. We have only so many hours and days on this earth. So sure.
That's usually the first, like if someone is in my mentions going off, I'll like click and be like, oh, well, you choose to follow me. Like there's a simple way that all of this could go away. And it doesn't involve you telling me. I'm at the point though, similar to Marcus, where I want to get stuff right, but it doesn't bother me as much if people are like in my mentions. What bothers me more than that, like if I get a call wrong, is if someone like tells me they don't like the way I dress or something like that. That one will affect me a lot more than the calls I got wrong.
I will also tell you this. A handy phrase that helps me a lot is when somebody like jumps in and tells me that like, I said something dumb on the pod or I wrote something really crazy or whatever. My response is simply like, hey, thanks for watching. Thanks,
right?
Thanks for reading.
I love that. And sure enough, we got Bo in the chat right here. I thank all the haters for reading.
You see Bo's comment before that one?
I got called Nostra Dumbass. That's a good one.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
I mean, something that when it's directed at you, but that's kind of funny.
Something that I was once told, and I kind of believe it. This was when I was up and coming, and it was someone who was higher up than me. They said, people who like you will tune in for like their commute or something like that. People who hate you will watch the entire show hoping that you say something dumb. So, hey, hate me if you're gonna watch and read my stuff. I'll take it.
That is spot on. Well, we've had some good talk here, but I've got you guys on for a half hour, and I feel like it would just be a waste of time if we didn't talk a little bit of football with you two gentlemen. We got two of the sharpest minds in the industry on here right now, so we got pretty much anything that we could talk about. But I thought it would be fun to talk about this a little bit. Everybody's got their preferred draft strategy, and when you're doing what we're doing and doing probably a dozen plus drafts every single year, you're probably a little bit fluid with them. But Marcus, I'll start off with you. What was your preferred draft strategy heading into this season, and now through 12 weeks? How are you feeling about it?
This year was for me about making sure in the first couple of rounds, I wanted to make sure I got at least one quality high level running back. And I was very much about trying to get a tight end early, whether it was Travis Kelce in the first round, Darren Waller, George Kittle somewhere in rounds 2 or 3. I wanted to make sure I at least had that tight end position locked up, just because it's so hard. Like if you want to stream tight ends, God bless you. I just didn't want that headache week to week. So I think for the most part, I feel okay about it. I mean, obviously Kittle kind of had a slow start to the season because of injury. Waller's been nicked up a little bit. Kelce he's been the tight end one, even if he hasn't been, Travis Kelce as we know him. But for the most part, I feel like I'm okay with that. I understand the zero RB theory, and I respect the folks who go all in and do it. I always feel like, though, if you're going to go zero RB, part of it is you sort of have to guess right. Everybody talks about, this is a great year for zero RB. And it's like, well, it is if you guessed right. If you pick the wrong, mid to late round running backs, then it's just been as miserable for you as it is for anybody who had, say, Christian McCaffrey. So, I feel okay with it. I feel like, obviously the team you start the season with is never going to be the team you end the season with. So at least if you have it's a process over results thing, right? If you go into with an identifiable idea, you can stick to that idea as much as possible and tell yourself a legitimate story. Then how it turns out at the end, I think you can sort of reconcile and you can make peace with, even if maybe the numbers don't end up the way you want them to.
Now, I've been playing fantasy football for over 20 years, but I've only been covering it for 2 years now. So you've been covering it a little bit longer than and just I don't know if this is in my head, but have there been more injuries this year than normal? I mean, it feels like everybody in the first 3 rounds has been a bust to save 3 or 4 people.
This year was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's funny too, because I feel like Florian and I might have had the same conversation on our podcast once upon a time. And I feel like we have this conversation every year. Maybe it's recency bias, but it does feel like this has been a lot worse, right? When you look at all the running backs that went off the board early. McCaffrey's gone for the year. Dalvin Cook is hurt for an indefinite period of time. Derrick Henry is out. Saquon's been beat up. Alvin Kamara's been beat up. It does feel like that. So I don't know. Maybe it is recency bias. Maybe it's just us kind of living through this, but it has been kind of rough.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if it's just because I'm covering it this year and I'm paying more attention to it that I'm like, wow, players are getting injured nonstop, or if it really is just a wonky year like that. I talked about this in the first segment that we had on, but Graham Barfield, I don't know if you guys follow him. Fantastic follow on
Love
Twitter.
Graham used to work with us. He was
yeah, that's right. Yeah. He was doing data research, I believe, right? And
he was on our pod. Yeah, Graham's great people. Love him.
Yeah, and he just went through and basically showed that out of the top 24 running backs by ADP, Jonathan Taylor, Austin Eckler, Najee Harris, Joe Mixon, pretty much the only hits. Everybody else has missed time, has underperformed. I mean, you are looking at 20 out of the 20 or 20 of the top 24 running backs have you're not happy with this year. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable
there, I guess.
Yeah, Zeke, he's been solid.
He's 7 right now at PPR, so I mean, he can't be that upset, I guess, right?
Yeah. And who knows what's good. 2 days ago they were saying he might be missing some time, and then this morning Jerry Jones says that he's coming out and getting a full workload. So I don't know what's going on.
How much do we believe Jerry about that? I mean, I know Jerry likes to talk and likes to say things, but he's also not on the sideline, right? So I mean, it's one thing for Jerry to be like, "Yeah, well, Zeke's going to get a ton of work." Like,
he does have an elevator that brings him down to the sideline, though.
Yeah, he does.
I took the tour of the stadium.
Really? I actually
I live 30 minutes away from it, so yeah.
Very
I've
cool.
given Jerry enough of my money. He doesn't need it.
Can you see it from your front yard? Because I feel like it's just like a giant. I mean, I've been to it. I've seen it. Like, it just feels like a giant spaceship landed just outside the metro.
When you're on the highway, like if you're driving like in this, like within the vicinity, you look over and you're just like, wow.
I mean, because it is like, you guys don't have mountains in Texas, so it's like the tallest thing for like 100 miles around.
It's the only thing we have that blocks wind.
That's what they're looking to do in Chicago right now too, is move out to the suburbs, and it'll be the same exact thing. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Chicago suburbs, but Arlington Heights, there's nothing in Arlington Heights. Like right now,
except Jimmy Garoppolo's family.
Yeah, that is
also
true.
where like the same name as where the Texas Rangers play. That's going to get really confusing.
Arlington, correct?
Arlington,
yes.
yep.
Yeah,
it's just Arlington.
Texas,
Yeah.
Arlington Heights, Chicago.
It's right across from where Jerry is.
Yeah, man,
the new
they're right
stadium.
next door.
Right there. I was just
like,
there.
There's Jerry World. There's the Rangers. There's the Jerry World. There's the Ranger Stadium, and then there's like a Walmart. Like that's kind of it. Right?
It's literally across the street.
It's like literally
right across the street,
and then just
there.
flat land, like as far as you can see.
And Texas Live. So he had Texas Live built
so
that Jerry's, I think, has a hand in it, and he has it so that wherever you are in Texas Live, you can see Jerry World.
Oh my goodness, that is unbelievable.
Strategic, yeah.
Well, Mike, I want to throw the same question to you. Did you have a preferred draft strategy going into this year? If so, how are you feeling about it?
Oh yeah, it was definitely get running backs early. Like I was every single first round, I was leaving with a running back, and typically my strategy was similar to Marcus's. It was get tight end early, but for me, it was if I could get Travis Kelce or Darren Waller. Otherwise, I was kind of pivoting, and at the start of draft season, there was 18 running backs that I was like, if I could get 2 of these guys, I'll be happy. That got whittled down after injuries and signings and other stuff. And I believe it was about 15 come late in the draft season. And a lot of drafts, I started off with 2 running backs. And this year, I think I've already started thinking ahead to next year. I think what I'm going to try to do is if I could, if I'm on the swing and I could get 2 of like those borderline first round running backs, I'm still going to do that. But if I'm in the middle round of the second round or something like that, I will get an elite RB1, at least elite in my opinion, and then start loading up on some receivers. I'm thinking about going like not 0 RB, but getting that like workhorse running back and then kind of still getting some top end receivers. And I know we could say, look at all these running backs that have struggled. It's a lot different if you're feeling a lot different if you have like a lot of Jonathan Taylor or Austin Eckler. Those were my guys coming into the year. But it's just injury luck at that point. So it depends on who you ended up with on your team. But the 0 RB people also need to take a look at who those wide receivers that we were taking early on were. I mean, if you drafted Calvin Ridley, Allen Robinson, the list goes on of like
Even
early
DK
round
Metcalf,
receivers. Yeah, Metcalf, Darren Waller didn't really live up to expectations. Like, so a lot of it isn't exactly, oh, this strategy worked and this strategy didn't. It's like, which of these were you lucky enough to have the players in that range that didn't get hurt? Like, that's kind of what it comes down to.
Even talking about those wide receivers, right? I was a huge Brandon Ayuk guy. Maybe the best thing that happened to me in the Scott Fish Bowl was somebody took Ayuk before I could get to him, so I had to settle for Deebo Samuel.
Oh, no.
Right? Look how that's worked out.
What
for
a
me
settle,
so far.
right?
Right? I mean, it's been great. I was like, fine, I guess I'll take Deebo.
That happened with Cooper Kupp for me.
Yeah. Everyone's favorite WR1 in the summer was AJ Brown. How's that going?
Right. Not me. Not me.
Yeah. And so much of that, and that's why, it's a very open-ended question, and it does matter the players you draft. Like, there is no set strategy because everybody out here saying, it's been just a bloodbath for running backs. Well, like you said, if you started off your draft and got Austin Eckler and Joe Mixon in the first and second round, and then you got yourself Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel later in the draft, you're probably feeling pretty good about your 0 wide receiver strategy. So it really just comes down to the players that you drafted. One more question, though. We got a couple minutes, so just kind of rapid fire here. Want to ask both of you real quickly, who is one player that you expect to finish the season hotter than they've been so far? Who's one guy that you're kind of keeping an eye on that could really turn on the Jets before the season comes to an end? Marcus, you got anybody?
I think the guy that you and I talked about, Florio, recently, Jalen Waddle, who kind of caught fire, had his first 100-yard game this past week. And I mean, I feel like I should be talking about this with our boy Troy King, because we know how much he stands the Dolphins and everything.
He
But
brought him up.
I'm sure he did. It wouldn't be a Troy King appearance if he didn't bring up the Dolphins in some way. But you look at his schedule the rest of the way, right? He's got the Giants, he's got the Jets, he's got the Saints, who are just in disarray. He's got the Titans. These are some really good matchups down the stretch. And look, I've always been a Tua fan, so I'm glad to see Tua's playing well to kind of shut up some of the haters a little bit. But it looks like he might have found his number 1 receiver, because Will Fuller, this is like the worst broken finger in the history of ever. Like, this dude's just never going to come back to play. I think Jalen Waddle might end up being a sneaky piece on some championship teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, today in my 3 up, 3 down article that I wrote this morning, I had Will Fuller as trending down. And I said, this has nothing to do with anything that Will Fuller did. Unfortunately, Jalen Waddle is playing out of his mind. And I just can't imagine any scenario where Will Fuller could step back in and take over as the wide receiver 1 in Miami. I mean, it's, no knock on Fuller.
I had to Google to make sure he was still in Miami. I was like, wait, let me just make sure like the Dolphins didn't,
cut him like
secretly,
right?
while I wasn't looking, because it's been so long since he played.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where he ends up next year. What his career holds for him. Had that great season last year before getting suspended. But yeah, Will Fuller, man, he's a little bit of a head scratcher right now. But Mike, before we sign off, same question to you: who's somebody that you're expecting to really heat up in these last few weeks of the season?
My first thought was Brandon Ayuk, but that's injury related. So I'm gonna go with someone that I liked a lot coming into the year, and it didn't work out early on. Gerald Everett. Like the first few weeks of the season, he started off slow. He then had COVID, then Russell Wilson was hurt. But since him and Russ have been back, he now has 2 games with over 8 targets. He has 14 or more fantasy points in both of those games. And I believe in the last 3 weeks, his target share is the second highest amongst all tight ends, and it leads Seattle, I believe. DK Metcalf, I don't know what is going on with that guy. Russell Wilson clearly is struggling to throw the ball, but the one player that he is still connecting with on those short throws is Gerald Everett. So I'm looking to pick up Everett off some waivers tonight, and I'm thinking that maybe that breakout that I thought was coming this year, maybe it could still happen these final few weeks of the season.
I love that call out.
Pick up
I was going all in on Gerald Everett this offseason, and then up until the last couple of weeks, I was feeling pretty dumb about that one. So love to see him balling out, especially last night in a big primetime game. But gentlemen, thank you both so much for your time today. Before we sign off, one last time, just to plug what you're doing over at 32-bit NFL Network, everything you guys got going on. Marcus, go ahead and start us off. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean 32-bit. I'm doing the show to be named later. Hopefully, I will say once a week. It's once a week ish. Right now,
we get it
during the season. Looking forward to kind of the off season so I can kind of like branch out and do some other things. I'm just glad that I have a place for some of like the weird things that go on in my head, and I can put them out on the internet, and people will actually watch them. So that's been kind of cool. And then I guess I'll doing NFL Fantasy Live on NFL Network. We're on Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Essentially,
Sounds
there's a
right,
weird
yeah.
thing. We're at 5 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays. Yeah, because of TNF. And then Florida, we have our podcast too, right?
Yeah, every Monday and Wednesday, 2 p.m. And I mean NFL.com, all of that stuff. But the important stuff, 32-bit. I mean,
right.
The show to be named later. What show is this? Remember that player? That's what you guys should definitely be checking out right now.
Hey, don't forget about On Beat. Come on, man.
I may have a show about food coming soon. So
I went on yesterday on Screen Pass to talk some Friends, the Thanksgiving episode there. So like, if you have a weird pop culture show, like something you want to hear a show about, chances are we probably cover it.
Yeah. So to find that, because we're throwing 32-bit out there, just for anybody that wants to search this, it is 30 TWOBIT. So it's the numbers 30 spelt out to BIT, 32-bit. Definitely check that out. I mean, it's fun what we're doing over there. That site's got a lot of energy. Really excited to see where that ends up.
Somebody asked me if because of the name, does that mean that we're all getting paid 32 Bitcoins? And I'm like, I Googled it real quick. I did the math.
I'll take a 32 Bitcoin.
That's like
over $1 million.
32 Bitcoins is like $1.8 million. And I was like, yes, please. Yep. I will definitely.
to do a podcast once a week about a TV show, I will gladly do that.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Who's only gave me 16 Bitcoins, but we negotiated.
I'll take it. Tom Brady gave the guy who gave back his football 1 Bitcoin, so we're getting more than that guy.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you so much for the time. Unfortunately, Hoos had some technical difficulties, but we'll see Hoos out on Twitter. I will see you gentlemen around, but seriously, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate you guys coming out here and talking about some important subjects.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good luck, man. Good luck with the fundraiser.
You guys.
Cool.
Same.
Take it easy, guys. Bye. Whoop. All right, Sven, I got something to show before we bring these next guys on here. This just popped up on my Twitter feed. When Jeff Bell was on here, Jeff Bell says that he has never had a mustache before. And
dude, stop it. He shaved.
I said, can we convince you to shave on stream? And he didn't have time to do it, but just popped up with this picture out on Twitter. He shared the link out there. He got some extra donations in. Jeff Bell has shaved it down and is rocking the mustache right now. So really appreciate that. How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I need to stand up or do something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I didn't really think through pee breaks. How do we do that?
I mean, if you want to have at it, should we literally you want to just take a quick break right now? I mean, I don't think our next three would mind. I mean, I know the next three. These are some great guys that I met in Canton.
I'll go bring them right up. I am good for now.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
I'm going to switch over to tea in a little bit. Usually tea goes right through me. So once I finish that tea, might have to take a break before the next segment. But I'm good to keep it rocking right now. So let's go ahead and bring in these next guests.
Just go, Dave. Just go, man.
First one up, we've got our friend Sam Wagman here. Hold on just a second. My wife actually just came in, dropped off some tea for me.
That's awesome. What kind of tea? Like regular tea?
I think, what kind of tea we got here, baby?
It's a spice chai.
Spiced chai with honey. That's exactly what I need.
Fucking my language. I'm
all right
for that.
So let's go ahead and bring the people in. First up, I can see it backstage. That's how good this mustache is looking. we're gonna bring in Sam Wagman. Sam,
Nice.
he started the season over at Ball Blast. Ball Blast has since let their writing department go, but he's still out here just crushing it on Twitter, dropping facts out there every single day. He's a contributor over at Footballguys as well. I was lucky enough to get to go on Sam's show a while back, had an absolute blast on there as we talked about the incoming rookie class. Sam, go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you on social media, what you got going on nowadays, and a little bit about what Movember means to you.
Yeah, like Dave said, former writer over at Ball Blast, sometimes contributor over at Footballguys, and you guys can find me on Twitter at Swagman95 on there. And for me, Movember, you and I co-run a team for Pros with Joes that focuses on Movember. Shout out to that, and shout out to being able to do that with you. So
shout out to being 8-4. How about that?
Yeah, shout out to being 8-4.
Nice.
Winners of 7 of our last 8 games. Crushing it out there. But we've talked about this before, but you have a history with mental health. I have a history of prostate cancer on my dad's side. So there's with that. And I've also struggled a little bit with mental health things in the past myself. And this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. I'm happy that there's a platform for people to go fundraise on it, to go discuss it, to kind of draw a little bit more attention to it than people really give, because people always think that guys need to be strong and silent and don't talk about their problems and stuff like that, and it's just not really that way. So really glad for this and for the chance to be able to grow a mustache for the first time in my life. I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to grow a mustache since I've never had any sort of facial hair work out for me. Beard's always coming patchy, and
I gotta say, Sam, you were nervous about the mustache, but that is a darn
it's on point.
good mustache, man.
The space too. You got the space. Weird. Like it is.
It grew in better than I thought it would, but
and that's something I started doing this in my office when I was still working in Chicago, and we had about 150 sales guys in this office, and I couldn't convince everybody to do it, but so many people didn't want to grow the mustache and complained about it the first week, second week, third week, and then by the time November came to an end, they were like, kind of liking it. It grows on a lot of people. You just got to give it that 30 days.
Yeah. Like the stash, it grows on you.
Yep, it sure does. And speaking of mustaches, man, Nate, can you lean forward a little bit? I think you might have shown up here with the strongest stash.
We need a zoom.
Anybody.
We need a zoom on that.
It's almost long enough to roll. Like I got so close.
Goodness,
That's all I wanted.
Roadkill. It looks like you got a dead squirrel on your face. I mean,
dude, it feels like I have a dead squirrel on my face. It's not pleasant.
Yeah, and I know Jen isn't a fan of it.
I was gonna say, should we get Jen on right now to see how?
No, she is not here. She is getting our son a haircut while I
stormed out.
Wonderful Jen. So
she stormed out.
She's like, by the time I come back with our son's haircut, you better cut that hair off the top of your lip.
It's coming off as soon as this is over. I'm running upstairs, shaving it off, and hopping on another show. So.
He's got the razor right with him.
Did you guys see what I popped in here? Obviously, you guys are all friends with Jeff Bell. I don't know if you saw him share this on Twitter, but Jeff shaved down to the mustache, so I will be.
He looks good.
It does. It is.
I thought it looks good. I thought it looks good.
But Nate, you are doing a bunch of things right now. You and I met over at Fantasy Intervention. We had Chase on the show a little bit earlier and talked about Fantasy Intervention. That's where you and I were able to connect. But you're over at IDT Media. You're doing 32 in 32 Edge of Chaos, which Mike was on the show earlier and Jeff was on the show earlier. We have all been contributors for that. So what else am I missing? Is there anything else you're doing nowadays?
I write occasionally for the Fantasy Collective, which was started by Shane Barrett. And then I write a weekly column for The Lateral, just kind of a review of the past Sunday and the games and kind of just what happened and my takeaways from some of the action. And other than that, that's all. Just those few things.
Now one thing that Nate has, and I don't even know if you know this, Nate, but you were the first FF meetup I ever had. I started on Twitter kind of during the peak of the pandemic. I was sitting at home. I've always been a fantasy football fan, and I was actually writing for Fantasy Bros prior, but I got on Twitter, a few months after the lockdown started. You and I connected early on with both of us being in Colorado. We just said, hey, let's meet up. And we've had the chance to meet a few times since then. So, really happy that you were able to do this. And then I'm sure you guys saw right before, but my wife Emily just came in and dropped off some coffee some tea. And it's kind of perfect timing right now because Nate, you've got an extremely supportive wife in Jen who helps you with all this. And then Seth, your wife also is extremely supportive and helps you out. I got the pleasure of meeting both of you in Canton over this year. You are heading things over at IBT Media, and I know that is really taking up the majority of your time right now. But go ahead and let us know what else you're working on, where we can find IBT, and just kind of the whole mission behind what IBT is doing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. First of all, Dave, Sven, I appreciate you guys, just putting on this show today, talking about things that don't get talked about enough. And that's kind of what we like to do over In Between Media a little bit. We're different. We're not your normal fantasy sports company. We like to combine feel-good lifestyle advice with fantasy sports advice. My guy to my right down here, Nate Polvote, he's my right-hand man over there. Him and his wife, Jen Polvote, and our entire staff. I mean, really what we like to do, we all love fantasy football. We love fantasy sports in general, whether that's fantasy NASCAR, fantasy golf, whatever that may be. But at the end of the day, we love life way more, and we want to help other people live it to the fullest. So that's really kind of our mission over there. And I'm just lucky to be around so many awesome people who have the same mission as I do.
Yeah, really, really appreciate that and love what you guys are doing over at IBT. I mean, like you said, it's very different than your standard fantasy football content, but it really grips you. And we've got the FYF guys coming on a little bit later today, Front Yard Fantasy. I loved the featured piece that you did on them. They're a really fun brand, but I had no idea that they had all known each other and were friends throughout college until I read the article that you wrote on those guys.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thanks for the read, man. And I mean, that's the awesome thing about what we do in Between Media. Every column we have, we start out with a longer introduction, whether that's something about our lives, something about other people's lives. And there's so many good stories out there that I've had the pleasure of coming across. The FYF guys, I met them, last year at some point, and they're telling us kind of the story of how they met and how it all kind of came together. And I was just like, wow, that's a really good story. And I've had the pleasure of telling so many good ones, and I hope to continue to do that. And everyone has a story that's worth told, and it's worth telling. And once you tell it, man, it just gets that much better and helps that many more people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great article that I recommend. I mean, I'd recommend everything that's coming out on the IVT Media page right now, but definitely that little expose on the FYF guys. Before we get into some football talk, though, we can talk football all day. That's really all that we do here. Nate, put you on the spot a little bit here. Just wondering if you want to share a little bit about why you are doing this, kind of what Movember means to you and what you're hoping to accomplish by growing out that glorious mustache that you're sprouting right now.
So I put out, if you've ever read any of my writing, you know that I've had an interesting life as far as mental health goes. I grew up in a very Catholic family that did not believe that therapy was a good thing. In fact, the opposite. Got a lot of figure it out, be tough, just be strong. There's nothing wrong with you. Therapist is just going to make up things and make you think that you're sick. Things of that nature. And as I got older, and the way that anxiety gripped me and literally controlled my life, I almost lost everything because I was such a different person because I had a constant nervous energy. I was always angry. I was always just like hair trigger temper. And then I kind of realized, like, you know what? It's actually stronger to get help than to suffer in silence. The first person I ever told about my anxiety attacks was Jen. Nobody else knew about them. And I'd been having them since I was like 15, to the point of where I literally most of the time thought I was going to die. Because when you're in the grips of one of those and you're shaking and you're curled up in a ball and your teeth are chattering and you feel cold and you feel hot and you're not being reasonable. And I just never dealt with it. Because I was always told, you can deal with it on your own. What I hope to accomplish with all of this is for more people to know you're not alone. It isn't weak to get help. It's one of the strongest things you can do. And to realize that while you might be keeping it internal and thinking that you're dealing with it on your own, everyone else in your life is being affected by it. Everyone.
Yeah. And first of all, thanks for sharing. I mean, this is not an easy thing to talk about. When I talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, my voice was cracking and I was sweating because it's not something that's comfortable talking about. But, panic attacks, it's something that if you haven't lived through one before, there's no real way to describe what it is. I mean, you in that moment just feel like your world is ending. Everything's closing in on you. You can't concentrate. Like you can't focus. It's just such a debilitating feeling. And I would suffer through these at work, and I would just run into the bathroom, and I'd sit in the bathroom at my office, just like crying and sweating and shaking, and like you said, teeth chattering, and you don't know what's going on, and you don't know how to stop it. So, being able to finally take that step and saying, this isn't normal. This isn't something that a normal person deals with. And then going to therapy, getting on medication, whatever it may be to make your life better. The hardest thing is, just asking for help and taking that initial step. So props to you for doing that.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate that. We can stick on this topic. If you guys want to go to something else, we can. Sam, Seth, is there anything that you wanted to add talking about mental health, or do we want to talk about some fantasy football? This is your half hour, whatever you guys want to do with it.
I appreciate it. And when I first met Nate, seeing that, how real he is about that and the experiences he's gone through, I never met anyone like that in my life. So it definitely, struck a bond between us. And I was lucky enough to be someone who grew up for the majority of my childhood and didn't struggle with mental health myself. But so many people around me, it definitely runs in my family. And so many people I was so close to growing up, they were affected by it. And the awful thing is, a lot of the time where I grew up, it was, the same thing Nate's telling you about. People aren't treating it correctly. If you're being medicated, you're not medicating properly. And a lot of the time, people close to me weren't medicating properly or weren't getting the proper help they needed. And it caused a lot of things in my life to happen that, scarred me, scarred my younger siblings. And, it got to the point really, I was able to, luckily, like writing was kind of always how I coped with everything. I wrote a lot about my life before I ever wrote anything about fantasy sports. And by my sophomore year of college, more kind of chaos behind the scenes of family stuff had kind of unfolded. And that year I was working at my campus newspaper, working a couple other different jobs on campus, working in a local restaurant, all while kind of trying to maintain a relationship, maintain friendships. And I really never gave myself that time to step away from it, reflect. And when I did reflect, I realized I wasn't happy. I wasn't myself. I wasn't who I wanted to be. So luckily, the university I went to, they had a great counseling service, and ended up, it was one of the hardest things I ever had to do because I never thought I would be someone who struggled with it. But I went to that counseling service after a 10-week session. I felt like a new person. Felt like I had great perspective, coping mechanisms. And I always felt like I had, a channel to reach out to. So I'm very thankful for that. And ever since then, I've just always wanted to try to be a voice and be a shoulder for anyone who's going through that. And I think I can speak to just about everyone at In Between Media. We talk a lot about mental health and just, raising awareness for it. So thank you again, Dave, for the opportunity to come on here, share my story, and share everyone's story, because it's powerful stuff what's happening right here.
Yeah, of course. And I appreciate that. And, you and Nate were two of the first people I reached out to when I started putting this together, because what you're doing over at IBT is very important. It's very different. It's not just your normal fantasy football talk. You guys are really pouring yourselves into those articles and into those pieces. And that's not something that you see. I mean, even me, I'll just take a self shot at myself here, but I write a weekly article and my intro is copied and pasted every single week. The only thing that I change is the week number, where it's just like, hey, players' values change week to week. I'm here to tell you what players' value change. And then I get right into the meat of the discussion. What you guys are doing, talking about yourselves and making these personal articles, is just so refreshing and different. So thrilled that I could have you guys be a part of this, because you have been huge advocates in the industry. And I just want you to know that it does not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, your guys' intros are my favorite things to read. I read pretty much every article, mostly the intros, mostly for the intros. Those are my favorite part of them. So, shout out to you guys for that.
Hey, there's some good fantasy advice in there too.
I did say to start Cam Newton last week, so in my columns, that one's on me. I hope you did skip that out.
Must have missed that one. Good.
Yeah, thankfully.
Well, hey, Seth, thanks for bringing that up, because that leads us right into what I want to talk about next, which are some hits and misses this year. And since you already brought up Cam Newton, let's just go ahead and start with the misses. We all have them. I'm talking about misses in fantasy football. I'm not talking about misses. We are all happily married men here. But Sam, why don't you go ahead? Sam, why don't you go ahead and start us off? You got some pretty hot takes out there. I'm sure you got your handful of misses. Walk us through. What was your biggest miss from this season, and what was your process and reasoning behind it?
Well, it always pains me to speak about it, but my biggest miss has to be he whose name must not be besmirched. The man Ronald Jones himself, who I thought was going to take the step, was going to be a top 20 running back this year. Thought that Leonard Fournette would probably be cut by the middle of the season. Well, here we are. Ronald Jones was benched 2 weeks in, and
it wouldn't have been shocking, I'll say that. But now looking back, you're like, really?
And that's what I was just about to say. Like, looking back, because we've had a lot of people mention Ronald Jones on this show so far today. And like, what were we thinking? Because I was drafting Ronald Jones ahead of Leonard Fournette too. Phil Alexander over at Footballguys, he wrote an article in this offseason about how Leonard Fournette was one of the best values out there. And I said, hey, this is a really good article. I don't agree with you, but it's a really good article. Right. And that was my feedback to Phil.
I read that article. I love that article.
Yeah, I said, you convinced me to draft one share of Leonard Fournette in best ball. Out of my 200 plus leagues, I have one with Leonard Fournette because of that article I wrote. But like, in hindsight, what were we thinking? Leonard Fournette is clearly the better player. Bruce Arians loves him. This team started clicking as soon as he became the RB1. Yet everybody, not just you, Sam, me, the whole fantasy community, I mean, his ADP reflects it. Everybody preferred Ronald Jones over Leonard Fournette this year.
Yeah, it's just colossal miss by all of
really
us.
like you mentioned, Dave, earlier in the show too, about like the playoffs. Like, yeah, Lenny was fantastic in the playoffs, but it was like, is he still going to be the starter? Like, is Ronald Jones going to get used? Maybe.
Yeah. And it's just silly looking back at it now in hindsight, because like, what were we thinking? This guy, like, was making a case for the playoff MVP for the Super Bowl winning team, and then we all just thought, yeah, they're going to throw that guy on the bench, and Ronald Jones is going to take over. I mean, that was just a swing and a miss by the entire fantasy community. Seth, let me throw the same question to you though. What was your whiff this season?
Yeah, so my whiff was one that it didn't really cost me a lot in ADP, but I'm on tape on a lot of different podcasts talking about it, and it kind of looking back, I'm a little disappointed in myself, but I was really hot on Nelson Aguilar as late round wide receiver. I just really, and the rationale behind it is Cam Newton last year, whether you like him or not, he was a top 5 deep ball thrower in the league. Nelson Aguilar led the league in yards per reception in 2020. So I kind of thought the two would go hand in hand. And I thought even worst case scenario, Nate's boy over there, Mac Jones, would come in. And, we saw him have a lot of downfield passing success at Alabama. So I thought the same thing would happen. And here it turns out, he's the at least wide receiver 3 in terms of fantasy that you want from the Patriots. So, I mean, I wasted a lot of time, a lot of late ADP on him, but I think most of all, I even made a couple side bets like him versus Jacoby Myers. So eating that one a little bit.
Oh man, yeah, that was a tough one. But hey, like you said, at least you were getting him in like the 14th round, and it wasn't a big old whiff that was costing you a first round pick.
Right.
Nate, same question to you though, and then after this, I promise I'm gonna let you guys beat your chest and talk about some of your wins in a little bit. But Nate, start us off. What was your big miss this season?
Sam Darnold.
Oh,
look, I really truly believed he was going to get into that Carolina system with Matt Rule and Joe Brady and flourish. I loved that Robbie Anderson was already there. I just felt getting him away from Gase, he was going to excel in Carolina. And we know how that went.
I'm on the same ship with you.
You already mentioned Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson was probably my biggest whiff. In these are the guys you should target in the late round article. Like every single tweet, like you search my name and Robbie Anderson on Twitter, and you're going to see like 30 tweets claiming that he's going to be a wide receiver 1 this year.
Right.
I don't even know if he's on the team anymore.
Yeah. I mean, he did catch a touchdown in Cam Newton when Cam Newton came in for those couple of goal line plays. Cam Newton
wasn't it
ran
like
one
just,
and threw
that's
the other
it, right? That was his only catch, I think.
That's it.
Yeah. That was a big old whiff on my part. But like I said, I'll give you guys a chance to victory lap here. It doesn't go over too well on Twitter, but this is a safe space. Victory lap all you want. Nate, start us off here. What was your biggest hit from this season where you could just, I told you so?
It was easily Mac Jones, and I was talking about him. I was talking about him before the draft. I loved him so much. Just coming out of Alabama, he completed 77% of his passes. He had 44 touchdown passes, 45 touchdown passes his senior season at Alabama, and he just looked so much more pro ready than everybody else in this class. And nobody listened. Nobody listened. And it's fine because I was getting him late in drafts because everybody was getting Trey Lance. I saw Kyle Trask go ahead of him a couple times.
Wow. I mean, Mac Jones was going undrafted in a ton of underdog leagues. So I don't know if you saw this report recently. It just came out a few weeks ago. But apparently when the 49ers traded up for the 3rd overall pick, you remember this was a couple weeks before the NFL draft, and there were rumors that they were interested in Mac Jones. And basically the media and the fan base clowned them so hard for trading up to take Mac Jones that they said that they changed their opinion and pivoted to Trey Lance to avoid the media backlash. So they ended up passing on the guy that they wanted, which was Mac Jones. Now they have Trey Lance. Mac Jones slid into the mid-first round and is looking like Tom Brady 2.0 out there. I mean, it's pretty crazy the way that whole story shook out.
Yeah, I saw somebody this weekend during the game say, this guy looks, I think it was you, Dave, where you said Mac Jones looked Super Bowl ready week 10.
Yep.
And he did. It's incredible, man. The kid looks like he's been playing in the NFL for years.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget my own tweets.
Oh, me too.
When you tweet a lot during the day, you kind of
yeah. Every once in a
they
while,
all blend together, right?
They'll like reply to an old tweet, and then I look at it, and I'm like, I said that? What an idiot!
Jeff loves to do that. Go through and find our old tweets and like bump them.
Yeah. Jeff is also great though about giving props, which is something that I don't think we do enough of in the fantasy community. I'm sure you guys will remember in the offseason, I wrote an article saying, hey, DK Metcalf might not be a wide receiver 1 this year. And, I got so much pushback on that I thought about deleting my Twitter because people were like just threatening me for saying that he couldn't be. And then first thing this morning, I wake up, I roll out of bed and see that Jeff shared that article and tagged me in it and said, hey, file this under aged well. So, it's good when people consume your content and remember it enough to give you props when it comes to fruition. Sam, let's throw the same question to you that we just asked Nate. Nate hit on Mac Jones. What was your biggest hit from this season?
It's a tough one to go with here between my 2 favorite wide receivers that I pulled, but I decided to go with Michael Pittman here. Because I've been on Michael Pittman all off season. I even said it last year towards the end of the year when he was starting to kind of come through. But this year, after a little bit of a slow start, he's really turned it on the last couple months, and he looks like an alpha. Exactly what he was supposed to be. He's got the profile. He's got everything going for him. Carson Wentz looks like a good quarterback, which, I'm not going to beat my chest too hard for saying that Carson Wentz was still good to everyone who told me he was washed, but you've been heard. So, Michael Pittman is out there. They get him a capable secondary wide receiver next year. I think he blossoms into the alpha that he's really supposed to be and has a true breakout, 1,200, 1,300 yard season next year.
I mean, you don't think Zach Pascal could be that guy if he could stay healthy? You don't think Zach Pascal's got enough to step up as the wide receiver too?
No, and they said it about Paris Campbell. They said it about Paris Campbell too. Michael Gallup would be great.
Oh, I don't want to see him leave
the Chicago.
I don't want to see him leave the Cowboys at all.
He's not.
Y'all see my Bears helmet back here. I think Michael Gallup would fit in so well. Let Allen Robinson walk. Bring in Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup, Darnell Mooney. Oh, I just
baby,
love it.
Nice.
Love it.
2 shifty guys, right?
Yep.
Seth, let's hear it, man. Beat your chest. Who was the one guy this offseason that you nailed?
All right. Well, first, I want to beat Nate's chest a little bit because I will say he was, man, every podcast, we would talk about rookies. We would talk about sleepers for the year. Whatever segment Nate could fit Mac Jones in this summer, he would fit him in. And I was there was one show afterwards. I'm like, Nate, we have to stop talking about Mac Jones. Like, I'm just getting sick of it. I'm sure our audience is getting sick of it. And, paid off for him. Congratulations on that one. My biggest hit is I'm actually going to go back to what we kind of talked about was my hit. I was one of the lone people in the industry who had ranked higher Leonard Fournette over Ronald Jones. we did our initial draft guide in early August. We put that out. I had Leonard Fournette. This is my first year ever statting out teams the whole way through. Grueling process, but I had Fournette come out as my RB18, and I was way higher than like our consensus ranks at In Between Media, way higher than a lot of people. And I still thought Ronald Jones would be relevant. I didn't think he would be as irrelevant as he is now, but I really thought what we saw from Leonard Fournette in the postseason is what we could get. You know, I didn't think it would be to that extent, but I mean, the targets are unreal right now. I mean, Tom Brady's checking down to him consistently. And we've always seen, whether it was his time in New England or last year, the running back on the goal line for Tom Brady always does well. We saw this last week, 4 touchdowns for Fournette. I have him in a lot of leagues. He's been carrying me. You know, I drafted him as an RB3 and he's been an RB1. So it's been fantastic to see. I hope someone took the advice. I don't know if anyone was brave enough to do it.
Well, Seth, I got to say, you're lucky that you were on this slot and not the next slot, because Hearns is just seething backstage right now. Do not besmirch the name of Ronald Jones. I'm sure he'll have plenty to talk about this in a couple minutes when we bring him on. Before you guys sign off, though, let me just go around one more time. Everybody, you know, just give us a quick blurb about why you're doing this, what Movember means to you, and then obviously the floor is yours to talk about where they can find you on social media and all that fun stuff. So, Sam, go ahead and start us off.
Yep. You know, history of prostate cancer on my dad's side. You know, a little bit of mental health issues that have come in the past for me that I'm happy to be able to feel comfortable talking about much more freely now. You know, you never have to put on a brave face. Go and talk to someone. It's much more brave than staying silent, I promise you. But you guys can find me over at swagman95 on Twitter. You know, infrequent contributor to Football Guys, doing some stuff around there. Still doing some video content over at Ball Blast. And I want to say thank you again to Sven and Dave for having me and being able to co-host this time slot with Nate and Seth has been awesome.
Absolutely. Nate?
So, guys, just kind of what Sam said. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to get help. It doesn't mean you're weak. Okay? If you feel like you need it, you need to talk to somebody. My DMs are always open. Reach out. I'm here. And Dave, Sven, you guys, thank you for doing this. This is such an important cause. It needs to be done. We need to be talking about this more, and I'm glad that we're talking about it today. That said, you can find me on Twitter at JanateJackFF. You can also find my work at IBT_media along with Seth over here, just that way, at 32 and 32 FF, at fantasy_collective with the K and no E, at the lateral. That's where all my stuff is.
All right. And Seth, you can close it off here. Let everyone know where they can find you and why you're doing this with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, Dave, Sven, Football Guys, everyone who put this together, thank you guys. It's these opportunities to be candid with people. This is what makes a difference. We can talk about fantasy football and football until we're blue in the face, but there aren't a lot of opportunities when you get to come on here and have a real conversation about real life and real issues that affect people. So thank you guys for the opportunity. I hope someone watches some point of this Podathon and change is going to happen. I know I've already seen people in the comments saying, wow, this really helped me already. Thank you for talking about this. So you guys are doing a wonderful thing here. I'm just happy to play a small part in it with my colleague Nate and some other great people from the industry. If you guys want to find any more of my content, what I have going on over at In Between Media, the website inbetweenmedia.com. We have content coming out 7 days a week during the fantasy football season. If you guys are into NASCAR, golf, UFC, any of these other sports, you want to learn more about my life, other people's lives in the fantasy football industry, check us out, In Between Media. Guys, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, and thank you for making the time to come on. Really appreciate it. I will see you all around, all right?
Take care, guys. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Whew, we're doing it, man.
Hey, we're trucking along, my brother.
Yeah, we only got 3 segments left. This is going by faster than I thought.
Hey, it's just right. Once you get into the talking and time, the concept of time is just gone.
So what do we do? Should we start DMing some other people? Stretch this out to 8 hours, see who else we can get on this afternoon?
Oh, good Lord. Then we're never going to have to take a break.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and bring in this next group, and this is one that I have been excited for. Like I said, Herms was seething in the background over the besmirchment
Charlie.
of Ronald Jones that we heard back there. So next up, we have Herms, we have Jack, and we've got Brett. How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up, guys?
All right, let's
Hello,
get into
hello,
introductions quickly. After we get into introductions, then we can talk a little bit about mental health. We can talk about Movember. We can talk about fantasy football. We got a half hour where the floor is yours. We can talk about whatever we'd like. Herms, go ahead and start us off, man. Let me introduce you first. You are all over the place now. Originally saw you out on Rum Boys, but now you're contributing over at Fantasy Pros as a news correspondent. You're doing the Lateral FF, which I have been on myself. Ton of fun. You're doing Issa Vibe. I mean, you are all over the place. But really, you and I connected a long time ago, and the whole thing I do now with sharing my story about being bipolar and my mental health struggles, that was a private conversation that I had with you before I ever shared it publicly or with anybody else. You probably don't know this, but you coming out and talking about your struggles with bipolar disorder gave me the courage to talk about that myself. So, you've been a huge influence on me, your bravery, everything, Herms. You were one of the first people I wanted to have on the show, and just thanks for making the opportunity. All right, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, dude, first of all, you're the man. Thank you for putting this together and just being able to, get everybody with bipolar disorder to have a platform to not only talk about that, but also fantasy football. Because I'm not sure how many of us there are, but I am also team content creator with bipolar disorder. So, I
think it's you and I. I think it's more of a couple than it is a team, but hey.
It's quite the duo, as honestly, this is like, I'm the Scotty to your MJ, I'm good with this. This is good. I feel like it's a very small group, but it's a great company to be in, man. So just, I don't know, Twitter, Herms NFL. That's where I am. I talk about sports.
Yeah, and killing it over on Fantasy Pros. Just see you cranking out those updates nonstop. So, fun to see you up there now with the big boys. Love to see it. Down on the bottom right, I am joined with Jack. Jack, loving the mustache, but where are the Pit Vipers?
I'll go grab the Pit Vipers. Hold on a second.
You don't have to. All right.
And
Jack
a bow
is gonna
tie
go
too?
get in his uniform, and while he's doing that, I'm going to introduce Brett. Brett, you and I
we go.
Connected on Twitter for a long time. Go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you, what you were doing. I know you're working over at the Cut FFB right now, but let us know where else we can find you.
Yeah, I'd say most of everything I'm doing, you can just follow me on Twitter at DadBodBrett, and I'm I went from being probably one of Dave's first followers to being a content creator. I'm more like a prosumer still. I wouldn't consider myself an analyst, but have a lot of fun, give some people advice, and hopefully more good than bad.
Hey man, you're taking that plunge, and that's what it is. So many people are content just sitting in the background and consuming, but you have been dipping your toes in content creation. So congratulations on making that. And yeah, like you said, I don't know how we got connected or when we got connected, but I think that you are my oldest follower. I think I still had like 20 followers at the time that Brett hopped on and started following along. So you are definitely one of my OG followers out there. And this is the first time we've been able to connect on a show. So really glad that you were able to make it here today. And now we've got him, Jack Kavanaugh. Everything that you want to see in Jack, the handlebar mustache, the Pit Vipers. Jack, thank you so much for joining. I was on your show a couple months ago, had an absolute blast right there. The floor is yours to introduce yourself, let everyone know where they can find your stuff. Obviously, you're over at PFF. You're doing your podcast, which is hosted on Believe Podcast. Is there anything that I'm missing, though?
ImportantNonsense.com as well, actually. And so I've recently left PFF as well. I'm focusing more on Important Nonsense, that work over there, and the work over with Believe Podcast Network, the Believe in Lions show with Lions 3-time Pro Bowler Jerry Ball. He was so good at nose tackle that the Bengals, they used to move their left tackle, Hall of Famer Anthony Munoz, to guard just to deal with Jerry. And I get to talk to him twice a week. It's beautiful.
That's awesome. So, first of all, Important Nonsense. That was the podcast that I did, right? That's you and Steve?
Yes, that is correct. That's me and Steve. And so we've got a bunch of shows over there. We've got the Important Nonsense podcast. We've got Friday Night Insights, where we help set your lineup. We've got D-Lines and Money Lines. We're one of the few IDP podcasts out there. So good things happen over at importantnonsense.com.
Now, are you gentlemen still doing the Underdog show? That was what I joined you for, and it was a blast.
We're on a hiatus because there's no best ball right now, obviously. I guess you can do the weekly stuff, but we'll be bringing that back. We brought it back when Underdog had their tournament, when they launched it for the 2 weeks that we had, and that was just a beautiful time. But we'll bring it back in the off season. It will be up and running once again, so we'll have you back on that for sure, and hopefully the rest of you as well.
You know, I've been doing a lot of these the weekly best ball tournaments on Underdog, and I don't even know if best ball is what they're called. Just the weekly, you know, you draft a team, and they are a ton of fun. You know, just putting a little extra skin in every single week. So I've definitely been having fun with those. But Jack, you were one of the first people to reach out when I posted out that, hey, you know, I'm interested in doing this. You've been rocking a mustache for quite some time, but I think that Movember is a little bit deeper than just the physical mustache you're wearing here. So let us know why you're doing this. What is it about Movember that made you want to be a part of this?
Absolutely. So the mustache started as a Halloween costume that never left, and then I just extended it to the handlebars for the month of November, and have a wedding on Friday, so it'll have to go for then. The mustache will stay, but the reason I got involved, and this is the first time I've actually got involved, because I haven't really talked about it as much in the past, my struggle with depression and anxiety that I've been on antidepressants for about 5 years now, and so life just got too much for me in university. I was overwhelmed, went on medication, and then even that wasn't the right medication, and I wasn't doing therapy either. I thought I'll take pills and that'll solve everything. That's not how the real world works. No, at all. So ended up having to switch my medication because it wasn't the right thing for me. And that's when I started counseling, and I've been doing therapy again recently as well. So yeah, I'm just a big advocate for talking about what's going on inside, whether you struggle from mental health or you're just having a bad day. It's okay. As the guy said on the last show that I was tuned into, it's okay to not be okay. And just talking about that just makes everything better. And so that's what I'm here to advocate for.
Yeah, and you know, there have been so many NFL players that have stepped up and had these difficult conversations. Hayden Hurst, Dak Prescott, you know, even Calvin Ridley right now stepping away like he is. And that's something that, you know, up until a couple of years ago was just so taboo. Nobody discussed it at all. And you know, I also want to rewind and talk about what you talk about. Is that, you know, people think that like you just waltz into therapy, they give you a bottle of pills, you walk out and everything's better. But that is not how it works. There's a lot of trial and error. And therapy itself, you know, it is beneficial, but it's not fun. Like it's not like you're going through therapy talking about all of your favorite memories. Like those are difficult conversations to have. Those are uncomfortable therapy sessions. And really, you know, once you start getting in the rhythm and you see the benefits, it's easy to stick with. The hardest part is just making that initial call, you know, calling a therapist and saying, hey, I need to come in for an appointment. Just making that step, reaching out to a friend or a family member and saying that you need help. So you know, props to the gentlemen that are on here that have made that step already and asked for the help, because that's the hardest part. Brett, I've seen you out here sharing pictures of your mustache. It looks just as good on film as it did in the pictures that you shared.
As advertised.
And then, you know, obviously, like I said, you and I have been connected for a long time. So when you reached out and said you wanted to be a part of this, I immediately added you to the list. Why don't you go ahead and let us know a little bit about what Movember means to you?
Yeah, so I mean, I love that Movember is like general men's health. And I, you know, on my bio for my Movember page, I mentioned that basically all the men in my family have had either prostate cancer or colon cancer. So, you know, the fact that they're trying to help with early diagnosis is like reason number one, but also I've been struggling with anxiety since at least fourth grade. That was the first time that like I was hyperventilating because of homework and whatever an 8-year-old goes through. And my mom actually had to take me to therapy, and they had to like teach me how to like breathe through stress. So like it hits home like double time for me. Because I've got a ton of cancer with men in my family, even my father-in-law. We just had to help him with that. And then, you know, my own personal struggles with anxiety that I've been dealing with for ever.
Yeah, man, it's one of those things where you don't really have a grasp on it at a young age either. You're just kind of confused and not really sure what's going on. And
You're
some people get
developing,
that help at a young
exactly.
age. What was that?
You're still developing,
Yeah, it's a weird age to be at to be dealing with that. So, like I said, when you guys first came on, this is your time slot. You guys want to keep talking about this? We can keep talking about this for the full half hour. If you guys want to talk some fantasy football, we can talk some fantasy football. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go from here,
I
guys?
think that Herms has a passionate take on Ronald Jones that he has to deliver because he was not happy backstage.
Let's hear it. Did we besmirch Ronald Jones's name on the previous segment, Herms?
Okay, so thankfully, I think we avoided the territory of besmirching, but he came very close. Okay, Seth, I heard what you were saying, man. Just being like, look, the best part of so anybody who's followed me on Twitter for any extended period of time, especially over the summer, I got really into the Ronald Jones thing. I don't know. It started as something like around this time last year, somebody was tweeting about the fact it's like, oh, Ronald Jones sucks. And I was just like, what are you talking about? I mean, he's pretty good. All right. I don't understand why people are being so mean to this dude. And then they on that Sunday, he scored 2 touchdowns or something. So I just in all caps tweeted, do not besmirch the name of Rojo. And I randomly just called back to that once, just quote tweeted it. But then I kept doing it over and over again. And it just became part of my brand that I'm the defender of the honor of Ronald Jones. I wasn't even serious at first, but then I was looking into some numbers and I was like, you know what? This guy's gotten really good year over year. You know what? I'm here for it. He was better than Leonard Fournette last year. Do not besmirch. And then, as you know,
you can't.
But he scored 2 weeks in a row. Okay, so
it's not his fault that Lombardi Len is just an all-star. Who could have seen that coming?
I will say you got to be careful not to meme yourself into a take because that happened to me last year. We were in a group chat with Fantasy Intervention, and we came up with this great idea where we're like, let's do this 5-minute video. We'll call it a bar fight where we each have 2 people on screen with conflicting views, and we'll just argue. So everybody was trying to find something that they were really passionately against a take that somebody else had, and nobody can find anything. Somebody says, hey, I think that DeAndre Swift's going to be a top 5 running back. And I said, nah, I don't. So I came out with this video, and then I got, basically labeled as the DeAndre Swift hater throughout the entire offseason. So you got to be careful. You sometimes, and it was kind of the same thing, like you said, where I was doing the research for this video, and I was like, wait, DeAndre, because when you start purposely looking for information that'll
you.
Cognitive bias. Yeah, you start looking for information that will support your argument, and then you start to think, maybe I'm onto something here.
I don't know if I can find
and
it.
Luckily, I backed out of it around June. I was like, you know what, guys, I can't hate on DeAndre Swift anymore. This guy is too freaking good. But
good.
I painted myself into a corner there just because of a silly YouTube idea we came up with.
That at least you changed your mind. It's okay to be wrong. We're all wrong more than we're right.
More often than not.
Be honest. We can lie, but we can also tell the truth and admit that I've got Will Fuller on 30% of my best ball rosters. So
nice.
Well, I've got Chris Carson on 44% of mine, so it could be worse.
The good news is I do have DeAndre Swift on 30% as well.
There you go. Love that. Yeah, Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel are both in my top 5. So I got lucky with those two. But let's go. We're talking about fantasy football now, so let's keep talking about fantasy football. Brett, let's start off with you. What is your biggest takeaway from the 2021 season so far? This could be related to a player, team, strategy, very open-ended question, but what is something that you feel like you have learned so far through the first 12 weeks of this season?
That it's absolutely nuts. I was prepared for misses. I'm going with misses. And at the beginning of the offseason, you had a great article on Joe Mixon. And I was like, Dave, this is a great article. I hate Joe Mixon. I have Joe Mixon in one league where everyone else hated him more than I did, and he fell to the 5th round. That was crazy.
Wow.
And that's the only Joe Mixon I have in 16 leagues. And that's probably my biggest regret.
Yeah. I see you making that face, Sven, but I did a startup draft with analysts, sharp analysts, and I got Joe Mixon in the 5th round and Ezekiel Elliott in the 3rd round. And this was in February. So
Dynasty.
Yeah, I got Zeke and Joe Mixon in the 3rd and 5th round. That was a dynasty league. I flipped both of them this season, and what I netted was 5 first-round picks. So I essentially traded a 3rd and a 5th in a startup for 5 first-round picks.
5 first round. That's not bad.
Not too bad about that one.
All right.
Could be worse. Herms, what's been your biggest takeaway so far this year?
Oh gosh, I mean, okay. One thing that I feel like is a lot of people's takeaway that I'm like firmly on the opposite side of, and like I've seen it a lot where people are just like, yo, man, dude, okay, like what's up with these early tight ends? Why did you prioritize this at all? Well, let's just wait forever. Travis Kelce kind of sucks. Look at Waller. He was bad. Yo, no. Okay, look, opportunity is still extremely important for tight ends. I did a ton of research on this in the offseason, and like basically, unless you score an inordinate amount of touchdowns, you need to have at least a 15% target share in your team's offense. And even the guys that are still struggling a little bit, they're some of the guys that can boom. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, yes, you get the lucky, hey, I caught 4 passes for 40 yards and, the end zone. I did it. But if that doesn't happen for you, who does well? People who get the ball often. So, like, I feel like it's something that, like, I didn't learn necessarily, that maybe some people, like, are kind of looking at. And I'm really worried that in the offseason, when we go back and we look at things, we're just like, all right, here's the new strategy going forward, everybody. No tight ends. Like, no, come on. No, we have this down. It's just a weird year. Don't get, like, if you big brain this and you end up passing on some of these dudes next year, all right, like, don't come crying to me when it's like, oh, Herms, he told us we should have kept. No, okay, just don't trick yourself into this. Don't do it.
Yeah, and tight ends, I mean, they've been pretty much, if you didn't get Travis Kelce, you're not feeling too good right now. George
Even Waller.
Mark Andrews.
Even Waller, yeah.
Waller's just been way too, like I said earlier, I have him and Gaskin on so many damn teams that I can't even count on both hands. Like, but it's just, what the hell? What's going on?
I mean, I was okay taking Waller in the early 2nd.
Oh, I was taking him in the 2nd. If I had my pick in the 2nd and he was not taken, I knew that I was taking it because he wasn't going to be around with my next pick. And I was like, sure, do it. But after seeing this year, I mean, he's only going to be as good as Derek Carr, though. That's the
Derek
thing,
Carr's been
right?
pretty darn good this year.
Actually, exactly. Who hasn't been terrible, but like he's had some clunkers, and so is like, and Hunter Renfrow has clearly taken a step up on the team, right?
Good. Wow.
Love Hunter Renfrow, but Darren Waller, man. Dawson Knox was one of my guys.
Can we just talk for a second about what a weird name Hunter Renfrow is, and the fact that there are 2 of them,
right? And they both play professional sports.
And like if it was like NFL. Joe Smith, sure, that would make sense. But Hunter Renfrow, we have multiple. Like
and aren't they spelled the same too?
In the
NFL,
one
has an
oh yeah,
E,
that's right.
One of them has a W.
Yeah, the MLB player, it's ROE.
He's on that team that I'm not going to name. So
the Hunter Renfrow in the NFL too is a little weird too because he looks like your accountant. He doesn't look like an NFL player.
No,
yeah,
he looks like a 50-year-old in like a 30-year-old's body.
You guys remember it was in Hard Knocks when he sang Lean on Me? I don't know if you guys watched that season or not. It was Hunter Renfrow's rookie season. So on the Raiders, and what they made every rookie come in front of the entire team and sing a song. Nice. And Hunter Renfrow butchered Lean on Me in a way that I didn't even know was possible. Like it was terrible. I'll send you guys the link. We got the group chat going from setting this all up. I will send you guys the link to this show. It is just absolutely brutal. But Jack, I want to throw the question to you as well. What is one of your takeaways? What's something you feel like you've learned so far this season?
Don't doubt Belichick. Just stop. Just stop. It's Bill Belichick. He is the greatest coach of all time. I understand that he had a little bit of a slump when Tom Brady left, but they're right back where they were. This is the 6th time in his career that Bill Belichick has gone undefeated for the entire month of November, and he's got a rookie at quarterback.
You said sixth time?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Jeez.
Quite impressive.
So let me throw something else. We don't talk a ton about sports betting on the Football Guys show, but since we're talking about it, I came across this today that Bill Belichick's odds to win Coach of the Year are plus 300. That's free money, right? Like,
I'm taking that. Sign me up. Sign me up.
Who else is going to win Coach of the Year besides Bill Belichick?
In the AFC?
Matt LaFleur is getting all the hype now, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, LaFleur's got Rodgers.
Yeah.
Is it AFC, NFC, or is it just the whole thing? Right? I can't
Just
remember.
overall.
It is overall. Yeah, I don't see anyone else, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
it could have been Cliff when the Cardinals were actually doing good, and
Yeah.
now they, not
If they start
so
blowing
good.
people out when Kyler comes back, though, that's possible. But
I could see Cliff, yeah, definitely. But Belichick, I mean, what he's doing with Mac.
Side note: is Cliff
unbelievable.
going back to college?
I don't know.
So you saw the jokes, I'm sure, about Schefter getting a little back scratch for pushing that report out there yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but yeah, I don't know how much smoke there actually is surrounding that fire. I think that was just Schefter trying to make sure that Cliff got a nice payday at the end of his contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get your client an extra $15 million, and you make sure that I get the first scoop on all those stories.
Right?
I don't know. Can I say that? Am I going to get in trouble for saying that?
I mean, everyone else has said it at this point.
It's all hypothetical anyway. You know what I mean? I think you're good.
Right? Yeah. Cool.
As
So,
long as you say "in theory" at the end.
Yeah, that's it, right? He just cancels out whatever disrespectful things you say, as long as theoretically speaking.
Exactly.
It's the same as starting your sentence with "all due respect."
Right.
It's like no offense, but
no offense, but I'm about to say something really offensive.
Yeah.
Every time.
So let me throw one other question out, and I did this on an earlier segment, but I like it. I think it's a nice little thought exercise here. And Jack, we'll start with you. What player do you think is going to have the biggest ADP change between 2021 drafts and 2022 drafts? This could be up or down. Which player do you think is just going to have a huge ADP swing next year?
This was a good one.
Ooh, this is a good one.
Yeah. We had some interesting ones earlier.
And the guy that I've been waiting to get said, nobody said his name yet. So I'm waiting to see if one of you will.
It's not that drastic in terms of it's only moving from the 4th, 5th round to the 1st round. However, we're moving DeAndre Swift from the 4th, 5th round all the way up to RB2, possibly RB1. If you want to take him over Jonathan Taylor, I don't think you're wrong. It's those two above
You're
Derrick
talking
Henry.
Dynasty, right?
No, and redraft too.
Wow, Swift
Ahead
is
of
the
Derrick
1-0.
Henry, ahead of Christian McCaffrey, ahead of Joe Mixon. It's DeAndre Swift and Jonathan Taylor.
The passing work definitely helps him a lot.
Could you imagine if they get any quarterback that isn't named Jared Goff this offseason too?
Jared Goff.
Like anybody is going to be an improvement. So if they can just get any quarterback there, you might be onto something,
Even
Jack.
with
I
Jared
like
Goff, he's eating.
Yeah. Brett, let me ask you the same question. Who is a guy that you think is going to have a drastic ADP swing?
Oh, man. I've got two. So I'd rather go to Herms and then see if he leaves both, and then I'll say both.
All right. Herms, go ahead. Who is the guy that you're expecting to see swing in 2022?
All right, so obviously in 2022, Ronald Jones in the first. No, I'm kidding. No, but
Yes.
I got my Pittsburgh Steelers shirt. I'm a big fan of the team. Yo, the Muth is Luth. Okay, this guy, honestly, like what everybody
undrafted last year.
Yeah, exactly. And like people just, I was myself included a little bit. I wasn't one of the like Kyle Pitts tight end 1 people, but like I was optimistic. I have him on a couple teams. It's a little, it was like, oh yeah, best rookie tight end season incoming. This guy, no. It comes in Pittsburgh because of Pat Fryermuth. Yo, seriously, like, oh my gosh, it's absolutely fantastic for him. And like, it kind of sucks because a lot of it coincided with the fact, like Juju Smith-Schuster getting hurt. It really opened up a short area target opportunity for somebody. And then, well, Eric Ebron going down was just like, okay, well, this is the only guy taking snaps away from him at the position. And ever since, look at what he's done. He is so good. And like, he hates the nickname. And like, I've written about this before, but they don't just call anybody Baby Gronk. Okay. They don't just throw that name out there. It's not just like, oh, you're tight end. You're kind of tall. All right, Baby Gronk. No, it's like, no, like this dude in a world where Kyle Pitts does not exist would have easily been that top tight end prospect in this class. And it's just like, to some degree got overshadowed. So it's just like, 2022 though.
I think you're right, man. That's a good one. And honestly, he wasn't even on my mind. But yeah, that's a guy that is going to go from undrafted to probably a 5th or 6th round redraft pick next year. So
yeah, I definitely they love tight ends in in Pittsburgh. I mean, like when Heath was around, obviously, but like
Heath, yeah, dude.
Who knows? Who knows how much longer Big Ben's gonna do? But I think that Freiermuth is gonna be a huge involvement in the game.
I've got a mind-blowing stat here, and this isn't targets. I'm talking touches. Right now, over the last 5 weeks, Pat Freiermuth has more red zone touches than Najee Harris does.
Wow.
That's disgusting.
Like, he is their number one red zone weapon. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, what he's doing right now is a lot of fun.
Damn.
Brett, throwing it to you. Who's the guy that's going to have
All
a big
right.
ADP
So
swing,
he left
up
me
or down?
both, and
All
I
right.
think they're both slam dunks. So if Melvin Gordon is gone, then Javonte Williams is skyrocketing. Probably
to the
second round pick.
Third,
round
late
pick,
second.
maybe
Yeah, I can
really
see
late
that.
first round pick if someone wants to get cute. And the other guy I think is a slam dunk is Michael Pittman. He was going late as hell, and now he's a wide receiver 1. So he's at least a 4th round pick?
Yeah, I mean, we should have been tallying it back here. That's got to be the 20th Michael Pittman
Right?
reference on
Like,
the
I
show. I feel like we
started us
haven't
off
made
on
it
the
through a
first one,
30-minute segment
exactly.
without talking about Michael Pittman yet.
Or
I
Leonard
love it.
Fournette.
Yeah, Leonard Fournette's another one. I just got to throw it out there. We've asked 9 people this question now, and not one person has said Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel is going to go from a 9th round pick to a 2nd round pick.
Oh, that was such a good one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
He was my first thought, but I wanted to get my hot take DeAndre Swift in.
I like it, but
Deebo,
I
yeah.
mean, give me one reason that Deebo Samuel shouldn't be taken mid-second round
When
next
is he
year.
going to get running back eligibility? That's
I
my
mean,
question.
mid-second round
Oh.
was AJB and DK, and Debo should go ahead of them now.
Yeah, I think right now your top tier of wide receivers in redraft: Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel. I mean that's it.
And
It's
I'm
those
okay
4.
with that. I'm totally
That's
okay
fair.
with that.
Well, we've only got about a minute left, so let's do some quick sign-offs here. I was hoping that Jack's cat was going to make an appearance as he did last time we were on a show together. So happy he was able to
Last
hop in
minute,
there.
he had to show up. That
Love
Leo
it.
had to make a quick appearance.
Jack, let everyone know where they can find you on social media and what you've got going on nowadays.
You can find me everywhere at Javanaugh87 on Twitter, on Instagram. You can find my shows over on importantnonsense.com and at NonsenseFF. And you can also find me on the Believe Podcast Network at Believe in Lions and the Believe in Lions podcast with Jerry Ball. Thank you so much for having me on today, Dave. It's just true pleasure and a great cause that you've got going on here. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys for making the time. Really appreciate it. Brett, let everyone know where they can find you as well.
Yeah, so I'm doing marketing and contributing for The Cut, and easy to remember, you can find me at DadBodBrett on Twitter, and that's where you'll find everything that I do.
Awesome. And finally, good friend Herms. Herms, let everyone know where they can find you.
You can find me on the Twitter at HermsNFL, and you can also find me at The Lateral FF on Twitter, www.thelateralff.com, at Football Absurdity, at FBall Absurdity on Twitter, www.footballabsurdity.com, and then 32-bit. Remember that earlier? Yo, I'm recording another episode of It's a Vibe tonight. Yo, that's a fun show. If you like anything besides sports, great time. And then, on that news desk at Fantasy Pros.
I was
What's
gonna
up?
say, man, you can't leave Fantasy Pros out of it. I know it feels a little weird to say, but you're on the team now. So plug that Fantasy Pros, man. Say it with pride. Say it with your chest.
Yes, I am at the news desk with Fantasy Pros. But dude, honestly, like super cool, man. It is super cool. I'm having so much fun doing it. And it's just like, honestly, it's super cool to be able to have opportunities like this because there are not a lot of people, at least that I'm aware of, like with bipolar disorder that like are very well represented in a lot of spaces. So even though it's, like I'm not working full time in the industry or anything yet, like it's just, I feel good being able to just like be an example of just like, oh, look at homeboy go. Like, yes, you too can overcome and achieve the things you want to achieve. Movember.
As Bo said here, you love to see it, and you truly do.
I had no idea what that meant.
You love to see it, and you got it now. Picking up on your internet lingo. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to kick you off because our next group is sitting backstage, patiently waiting to join. Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
you guys.
and I will see y'all around.
All
right, man.
Do you know
I'm stretched.
Crazy Eddie?
Yes.
You remember that Crazy Eddie? Like
Yep.
those commercials? Like,
yep.
That's Herms. Herms is that guy, man. Like he would be Holy crap.
Oh man, he's a riot. I've done some shows with him in the past.
He's great. Yeah, and I didn't have time to mention it, but him and I actually, like, months ago, we actually had like a nice like hour-long talk after one of our shows, like just talking about, life stuff and everything. And like I'm telling him about, stuff that my wife goes through that I see firsthand, so it's like I do deal with a little bit of anxiety myself. I actually fainted at a movie theater. I had low blood sugar years ago, man. Like, and it was the weirdest thing ever too. Like, I literally was sitting there, right? And I just was like, I looked at, she was my friend now. She's now my wife, but I was like, hey, I don't feel so good. So I went outside, and all of a sudden, man, I turned and I screamed for help, and I fainted. I dropped, went right to the ground.
Goodness.
Woke
Sorry
up.
to hear that.
Yeah, dude. So ever since then, I got really anxious and nervous about going to the movies. Like, it really triggered me. Every time I would go, I couldn't go for months. It really, really was awful.
I get it, man. I fainted during a haircut once and couldn't go to a barbershop for 2 years. I was just buzzing my own head for 2 weeks straight.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Like that, man. Those triggers, man. There's something.
It's insane. And now I think I'm gonna go see Spider-Man in a couple weeks. So
nice. Well, let's go ahead and bring in our next group. This is one, we had the 32-bit half hour earlier, and this is another little segment where we just have one crew that is just taking over for 30 minutes. The player profiler guys are coming out here. We got Jacob Sanderson, we got Cody Carpentier, and we got Josh Larkey. Let's see if you fellas can keep the energy up that Herms just brought on the last segment.
Oh, he's tough to compete with. I'm just happy that I get to do this with Cody, because it means that I have someone with an equally sad mustache attempt. So yeah,
oh my God,
man. Positive. We both got a real white hair action going.
Now, make sure to full screen this 1080p, zoom in if you can, because Cody and Jacob are rocking mustaches.
Oh,
there you go.
I see that. Okay.
There it is.
Dude, I'm telling you, I got a comb right here, and I've been trying all month. Just trying to come on, baby. Come on, baby. Nothing.
I thought about sending you guys a little just for men, like just dye it pitch black right before the show and then shave it off tonight.
Yeah. Like you do your eyebrows with a Sharpie. Just
well, this is going to be a fun
saddest
crew.
thing about having this bad of a mustache is that nobody knows if it's intentional or if I've just neglected shaving. So like I was studying next to my roommate, and I was like, just so you know, I'm doing this podcast where I'm being forced to have a mustache. It's not like I think this looks good, and it's not like I think that I can grow one.
Well, earlier we had Sam Wagman on the show, and he was terrified. He said, I've never grown a mustache before. He goes, I don't even think I could grow a mustache. And he stuck with it for 30 days, and he had a very reputable mustastache. It came in dark. It had the big patch in the middle. It was
he
like
had the line, exactly.
Like right here, but it looked nice. Well, anyway, let's get through some introductions because we have an awesome crew on. First of all, I'm stoked that all three of you could do this together. I had an envision for bringing on, I think most people in the industry and out on Twitter kind of lump you three together over at Player Profiler doing your thing. So thank you so much for making the time for us. First of all, Jacob, I will introduce you. Anybody that's been watching this whole show probably knows who Jacob is. We were talking a little bit about fantasy intervention earlier when we had Chase Vernon on and, talked about some of the people that have come up from that funnel. That's where I had the opportunity to meet you, and you've just been blowing up in the industry ever since. You're over at Player Profiler now. I'm not sure if you're still writing for fantasy intervention or not, but you're also got the full.
I haven't in a while, but you never know.
Still a part of the crew. We're all still in that group chat talking. It's a vibe for sure. But go ahead and let everyone know where they can find your written content, where they can find your shows, where they can find you on Twitter, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, FF_RTDB. You can send me pictures of the old Colts guy who people were wondering if I aged that quickly after trying to go with Movember with the run the damn ball hat on. And you can find me. I'm on like a slight content hiatus at the moment, other than this show, just due to exam season. But normally, you can find me on Wednesdays. Join our circle for fantasy intervention with Chase and Shane. Fridays for the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast with Tom and Billy. Then Saturdays, I do my DFS show on the Full Tilt Network, as well as writing a weekly DFS column for playerprofiler.com.
Yeah. And Jacob, I don't know if there's anything that we can collaborate on that we haven't already. You have been on all of my shows. I've been on all of your shows. We've done live streams together. We've done pre-recorded stuff together. I mean, it seems like just yesterday you had 50 followers out on Twitter and we're just trying to make a name for yourself. And look at you now. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Down on the bottom left of the screen, though, we've got Josh Larkey. another guy that I connected with very early on in Twitter, somebody that I consider to be a good friend, somebody I've collaborated with equally as often as Jacob. You have been on the Launchpad. I have been on your show. We've helped each other out quite a bit. Why don't you go ahead and introduce everyone? And now's your time to flex a little bit and show that you can grow a much better mustache than your colleagues.
Got the handheld. There it is. We'll bring that camera in.
With a wide
I'm Josh
angle lens.
Larkey. I'm the director of analytics at Player Profiler. I also know how to grow a mustache that's analytics approved. And I decided that I wanted to be involved for two reasons. One, Dave asked if I wanted to be involved. And as you mentioned, we're good friends. Also, I wanted to be involved because I feel like part of what shaped who I am and how I actually do my job is through a lot of like self-reflection, self-awareness, trying to be aware of what others in the industry think about players, what I think, the research others are doing, and my research, how that intertwines. And I really think that a lot of that was helped by years and years of therapy. So I had a lot of struggles with stuff like anxiety, depression, substance abuse throughout my like high school type years. Graduated from a small lockdown boarding school in Montana for high school. So spent some time out there. And I feel like all those experiences basically just helped me try to become more self-aware. And I think that it's really just helped me be a happier person in life. It's made me better at my job. It's made me a better boyfriend, better dog dad. So that's why I wanted to hop on here is talk fantasy football. And also because this is men's mental health is something that I think I feel very strongly about, because I think sometimes it's portrayed as like, oh, like these weak men and their mental health. And I'm like, no. Like being aware of my mental health has made me like a happier person overall. And that I was less happy like 10 years ago when I had no idea how to handle my emotions. And like, I was never sad 10 years ago. I was angry. And I think it's like a much better emotion to like be able to take sadness and be like, am I actually sad? Am I angry? Versus like, oh, like men are supposed to be tough. So let's just try and channel all this sadness into like rage. And that doesn't help anybody. So I think it's just really important to be aware of our emotions and stuff like that. And it's just helped me out in like basically every aspect of life. So happy to be here.
Appreciate you talking about that. And you and I have had some private discussions that I obviously won't share. But and what you said about like being a better dog dad and being a better boyfriend is something that really hits deep with me. My wife and I, we've been together for over 8 years now. But when I met her, I was unmedicated. I still was dealing with my problems, and there was a lot of substance abuse and fighting and anger and just like this resentment inside me that I couldn't really figure out. And then she was one of the people that really helped me take that step, get into therapy, kind of figure out what the root of my issues were. And it's helped me be a better husband. And I wouldn't be here getting the help that I got if it wasn't for her support. So not only does focusing on your own problems help you, but it helps your relationships as well, whether it be with family, friends, or like you mentioned, your dog. So you saying that really, really struck a chord with me, and I appreciate you sharing, Josh. Finally, the last of the player profiler trio, we got Cody down here. Cody, I got the chance to meet you in Canton. You're a great guy in real life and on Twitter. Now is your time to just let everyone know where they can find your work, what you're doing nowadays. You're over at Profiler. You're over at Trophy Smack as well, writing some stuff there every now and then. So let everyone know where they can find you and what you got going on.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, Dave, and I appreciate that introduction, and as well meeting you in Canton. I mean, when you and Troy came up, I was like, my guys, I knew it right away. But I'm over at Trophy Smack. I wrote an article about like 6 weeks ago on talking smack in fantasy. Obviously, I'm at Player Profiler with Jacob and Josh, and that's kind of where everything is. I'm the head game analyst, controlling a team of guys that watch every single game, collect every single data point, and then I push that to Josh, and Josh just does magic with it. And I think that's the biggest thing is like when you think of Player Profiler, you think of advanced metrics, and that's kind of the whole engine that runs it is that. And then I got Undercovered Ops on Wednesday nights, and I do a Sunday Sifter show and another show with my little brother on Twitter and on YouTube. But I mean, just with the mental health thing, exactly what Josh was talking about, like we don't talk about it enough nearly, because I didn't know anything about that, about Josh or about Dave or about any of you guys. And I work with Josh every day. Like, I didn't know he grew up and had his, anxiety and depression issues. I likewise literally grew up in a town of 120, and at the age of 15, 16 was going to the bar because we only have a bar and post office. And I had those in my mind at the time. It wasn't like this is an issue. It was just like you went through and you dealt with it. And it caused me as like a senior in high school and then freshman and sophomore years of college. That was like anxiety, depression. And I was on medication for, I think, about 8 months before I really kind of, it's a weird different thing because a lot of times some people need to be on medication for longer amounts of times. And I was able to find that kind of thing in my brain where I understood myself a lot more. And I think the number one thing Josh said was being aware. Like, your awareness, you can connect it to football. Like, awareness is one of the biggest things, like being mentally strong. And I found that point in my life where I was just like aware. And even if I knew, I still struggle with the depression sometimes. Like, you still know it, but being aware of it and being like, all right, I'm in this lull. How do I get out of it? That's the biggest thing, I think, is just being self-aware. Exactly what you said, Josh. And I mean, that's we work together. We have for over a year now. And I wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know it because we just don't talk about it enough. And I think that's probably the biggest thing, is it needs to be talked about more.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of this, is just trying to, break down that stigma a little bit and talk about it. And Cody, I just said this about Josh, that what he said resonated with me so well, but what you said resonated with me too, because, now I feel like I kind of have my life together. Like, I'm very aware of what my triggers are, and, I'm off medication now, and I don't see a therapist anymore. But there was a point in my life where I was hospitalized for suicide attempts, and I was abusing drugs 7 nights a week. And now I do have that awareness. Just a few days ago, I felt some anxiety creeping up, and I know for me, I need like 8 hours in the mountains, 8 hours unplugged from my phone, hiking out in the mountains in the sun, looking at waterfalls, seeing wildlife, and that just resets everything in my brain and gets me back to where I need to be. And like, now in my age, I know to take those steps to make myself better. And it almost makes me feel guilty in a way for like knowing how to deal with my mental health struggles while other people are still out there struggling. So like you said, man, that awareness, just knowing when those things are coming up and knowing how to deal with it is very, very, very important. So,
and it sounds, sorry, Dave, I just wanted to touch up on, it sounds like, from Josh and Cody, like, and even Dave too, and I mean, I'm kind of on the other side more so. I mean, I do deal with a little anxiety from time to time. I was telling Dave before you guys hopped on, but having that support cast, right? Like, having a great support cast in your life I think it changes everything. Because if you don't, obviously there are people out there, but if you have a loved one or some family, friends that you can actually talk to, and they take the time to actually talk to you as well, I think that goes so much further than just not, like talking to anybody. So I think that sounds like you guys have great support systems, like right now in your life, and you're figuring it out. And Dave, that's great that you're not on medication. My wife, I know we're talking about men's health, but she's unmedicated as well, dealing with a lot of stuff that she is. And I see a complete 180, right? Like, she has completely changed everything. So
yeah,
that's great.
Well, appreciate you guys talking about that, and that is the point of this show. But we also want to talk about a little bit of football, and I got 3 of the sharpest dudes in here. I mean, Jacob, Josh, Cody. When it comes to talking football, I mean, I could talk football with you guys all day, every single day. You're some of my favorite people to talk to, some of my favorite content creators out there. So, when I said, hey, we're gonna, talk a little bit about this, a little bit about that, Josh threw an idea out there that I really, really liked, and he was talking about how we kind of looked at the first 4 weeks, that sample size early in the season, and what we might have missed. Now, I'll give you an example of mine, for instance. I spent the entire offseason saying avoid TJ Hawkinson. Week 3, TJ Hawkinson is balling out. I say, hey, guys, looks like I was wrong about TJ Hawkinson, and he's been ice cold ever since. So I want to talk a little bit about this. What were some of the notions that you had after the first few weeks of the season, and how are you feeling about those takes now? Jacob, go ahead and start us off. You are muted.
Geez, sorry. I was muted because I was typing out. You guys were talking so eloquently about a lot of the stuff you've been discussing with mental health, and I wanted to tweet something out, so I'll get back to that at the end of the show. But you kind of stole mine. I was going to go with frickin' Hawkinson. I was making such a stink about Hawkinson all off season and how great he was. And I got plenty of cardio in. victory lapping those first few weeks, all of a sudden I turned into a fat couch potato watching all these 4 catch for 42-yard performances lately. I think one difference maybe on the opposite end is I mean, frick, through 3 weeks, Jonathan Taylor was a bust. Right? Like it was he was a first round pick all off season. Then he slipped to a second round pick after the Wentz situation, and it's kind of funny, right? Everybody downgraded him from a first round pick to a second round pick because they're like, oh, early in the season, it's going to be a struggle. Wentz either going to not play or not be quite healthy. Nelson's either going to not play or not be quite healthy. Well, it turns out when your team is missing your best, or your guard is injured, you're missing your 2 starting tackles, and your quarterback is playing on 2 sprained ankles, things don't work all that well. All of a sudden things got into gear, and now he's, undisputed RB1 for now and probably, I don't know, the next 3 years. So that's one that comes to mind for sure, where I think a lot of times people preseason even have an idea of, okay, this guy might not be a great play to start the year, but then it'll get a lot better. Or this guy might cut out of the gate strong, but he's probably going to fade. And then 2 weeks in, people forget all of that. And it's just like, oh, actually, it's just going to continue exactly as it's been.
Yep. No, that's a good one. And, you want to take your victory laps early. And I don't blame you for doing it with TJ Hawkinson. It was Seattle's first drive of week 1. Chris Carson ripped off a 40-yarder, and I took my victory lap right then and there. So, hey, I don't blame you. I mean, that's we live for the victory laps. Larky, go ahead, though. Same question to you. What notions did you have through the first few weeks of the season, and how are you feeling about them now after week 12?
So I've got 3 that immediately came to mind. We'll start with the bad one where I just look like an idiot. And that was with the Buccaneers receivers. I was like, Tom Brady, if you're going to take a non-mobile quarterback, get Brady. Cha-ching, like huge hit. But then I was like, you don't take Evans and Godwin. Antonio Brown's going to be better. Take Brown, take Gronk. These guys are so mispriced. You can't have Evans and Godwin. I was victory lapping, especially the Evans one after week 1. I remember Evans had a total dud, and I went nuts. And I was like, this is why you can't take him. He's going to have games like this. And I think he's like a top 10 receiver now, even though he was drafted at like receiver 12 or 13.
He's 12 right now.
12 there. Yeah. Like totally valid pick. You go back and you take Mike Evans again.
I'll give you a pass on that, though. Had Antonio Brown stayed healthy, I think that you would have been able to stay victory lapping. I think that take might have been a little bit derailed by this mysterious injury that we thought was going to be a 1-week injury 7 weeks ago.
Right?
Yeah, the offense is just so good that everybody's paying off on usage that shouldn't pay you off, right? Like Chris Godwin's peripheral numbers are abhorrent. Like he's at like a 19% target share with 16% of the air yards or something like that. Like that's like wide receiver 5 usage, right? But
and he's 11.
Chris Godwin, and because it's this Bucs offense is scoring 1 million points, he's been a totally viable pick. So I think this offense is just so good that even though they're not actually that consistent, I mean, we saw Evans and Godwin totally busted this week, but when they scored 38 points, but yeah, I think like on net, especially from a best ball perspective, Evans and Godwin paid off because you don't really need, like, whatever. If they score 4 1 week, who cares? The next week they'll score 30.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like I was so obsessed with stacking. I talked all about it, and I was like, the thing with stacking is you don't even need to get the player right. It's basically get the team right. So I was like, I like the Bills. That's why I'm targeting, especially like in best ball. You have to get Beasley. You have to get Sanders. But then with the Buccaneers, for some reason, I was like, oh, no, we're just going to wait. When really what I should have done is say, you know what? I like this offense. Therefore, I should just like all this offense. It doesn't really matter. We're not very good as analysts at nitpicking, like, is Evans or Godwin, are they a 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick? What matters is they're on a good offense. We know that they're going to be starting and getting some type of volume.
And you're taking a little too cute with it and trying going after Tom Brady, OJ Howard stacks.
Yeah,
it's a little too cute.
At least in that range, though, as long as you didn't take Julio Jones, you nailed your round 4 receiver.
Yeah.
And Julio Jones was my main
Woods got hurt,
there.
but you can't expect that. Like everybody else has been fine.
Woods was actually like a great pick.
Yeah,
he
was
had like
wide receiver 1 before he got hurt.
Yeah, he was doing just fine. So I think Kupp overshadowed him, but like Woods ended up being like totally adequate at ADP. And then the other 2 that I took L's on early on and that I shouldn't have, one of them was I was so on the TJ Hawkinson train. And then about 2 weeks before the season, some of you might remember, I know Jacob remembers this. I made a tweet and I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. It was right when Bateman got hurt. And I said, I would rather have Mark Andrews this year than TJ Hawkinson.
I remember that very
And I
clearly.
took an L after the first 2 weeks, and I was like, you know what? I was wrong. I don't know why I backtracked. I shouldn't have done that. Here we are now. Andrews is a total smash, way better than Hawkinson. It was good that I adjusted. But at the time, I was like, oh my God, eating back-to-back 20 burgers from Hawkinson. And Andrews started slowly. And then the other one was DJ Moore. I even did like a fake cry apology tour for DJ Moore on a podcast where I was like, DJ, like, I'm so sorry. You're one of my favorite dynasty assets. Why did I fade you in redraft? Because he was averaging 20 fantasy points a game. I faded him because I hated the offensive situation. We had no idea what was going on with the quarterback. We had no idea what the target tree was going to be with him and Robbie McCaffrey. Sure enough, like DJ Moore is like a back end wide receiver 2, high end wide receiver 3 type, even though he was drafted to be much more than that. And I was like, wow, I'm so sorry. I got this one wrong by telling you not to draft him. Turns out that was a good one. So I feel like I kind of saw it both ways, where some guys where I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I couldn't believe I told you to take him. And then it flipped. And then the reverse, like with an Evans where I'm celebrating only to realize, you know what? This was a perfectly fine pick. Who am I kidding?
I'm surprised, since we're talking first 4-week sample sizes here. I thought that we'd hear Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold from somebody, but I think everybody here was sharp enough to know that those guys were fool's gold, right?
I might have been on the Sam Darnold train.
Oh no! Oh no!
I had such high hopes. He's only 24 years old. You know, like that was all over Twitter when like he got traded. Like it was like,
he had us there for a bit. Cody, I want to hear
You know
yours.
what I
though.
think
Who's the
people
guy
don't
that-
realize, though, is Moore's still fine. Like, I bet everybody would be freaking shocked to learn that DJ Moore has more points per game than Michael Pittman this year.
Yeah,
he's
pretty shocked to
13th
hear
right
that.
now. He's
Like
13th
he's actually fine. Like he racked up a lot of points early in the year, and then he
been
had
a
a really
little
down
cool
stretch.
as
He's
late.
recovered, but his usage is still elite. Like I think Moore is totally fine.
How are you feeling going forward, though, with Cam? I mean, Cam was horrendous last week. I looked it up. That was the lowest completion rating for a quarterback with 20-plus pass attempts since 2004.
He completed 5
DJ
of
Moore still had 100
21.
yards.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
I don't know. I feel
yeah,
good
yeah.
about it. Like the Cam situation's rough, but his usage when McCaffrey is missed has been next level elite. So, like, I think he can overcome. Like now that McCaffrey is out, like I think that you're going to get 30% target shares on him more the rest of the year. And so some of that time it's going to be like kind of what we've seen of Terry McLaurin the last couple of years, where it's just sometimes the offense is so putrid that all you end up getting out of that 30% share is like 5 for 55. But like there's going to be some days where it's going to be good and you still have the upside where it can be, 10 for 120 and 2. So I think he'll be a little volatile, but I think he's going to be fine.
That's a lot of numbers to be thrown at me 3.5 hours into a podcast, but I'm doing my best to keep up with you, Jacob. Cody, I want to hear from you, though. I know Larky's got one more in his belt. Who's a guy that you kind of took a stance on after the first few weeks of the season, and how are you feeling about it now?
Before the season, I took one on 2 guys, Mike Williams and Carter. Williams was more of like a fade. I didn't really want him. He came out guns blazing. I think he was wide receiver 5 right there with DJ Moore, who was wide receiver 4 through 4 weeks. And I was like, damn it, I missed. And Keenan Allen wasn't doing as good. And now you look up after 12 weeks, Keenan through week 5 to week 12, Keenan Allen's wide receiver 10, and Mike Williams is down there at wide receiver 26. But Michael Carter's another one that, like, through 4 weeks, I was like, all right, it's growing, it's going. And I committed to it, and it didn't look beautiful. It grew and it hit. And then now obviously he's out and he's injured. So kind of on both sides of the spectrum.
You can't predict that though. He was playing pretty solid before he got hurt. Yeah.
What did he have? 14 targets or something in that Mike White game?
In that one game, yeah. But he was wide receiver 2 up until the injury. So I felt good, and then it kind of
Yeah.
So
I mean,
we'll see.
Keenan Allen, I feel like he's that guy every single year that you can buy low after the first quarter of the season. He gets off ice cold every single year. Everyone says Keenan Allen's washed. You go trade him for pennies, and then the long sleeves and the hoodie come out, and he starts balling. And sure enough, it's happening again this year.
Can't believe he still wears a hoodie.
Yeah, it's
I think that's just for fashion.
Is there a less
believe
swaggy
it.
elite receiver in the NFL than Keenan Allen? Like every wide receiver is always the most interesting personalities. And Keenan is like so unswag. Like, first of all, he's slow as hell. Like he ran like a 4.7.
High
Great game,
4.7.
Like
it was like a
he has-
4.76.
He's
this
a total
generation's
dad
Andre
runner.
Johnson.
He would be so slow that I would say that he doesn't have tight end 1 upside. Like if he was a tight end.
That's facts though.
The guy's got no
he ran a
style.
slower 40-yard dash than Austin Hooper.
Oh my
good
goodness.
lord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
but
and
he's still
that
an
was in his
awesome
prime too. Now it's
elite
8
wide
years later.
receiver.
Yeah.
My favorite thing with Keenan Allen is that he has his annual beef with the Madden people where he looks at his rating and then he posts some huge sob story on Twitter that's like 4 paragraphs about why they did him wrong once again. And then, I mean, yeah, he usually proves them wrong. He's like, look, when it comes to, if you want me to get open and be a reliable target and rack up 100 catches and help the team move the chains on 2nd and 3rd down, I'm one of the top 5 in the NFL to do it year after year. And for some reason, it's probably the speed thing. Madden's like, I think he messes with their algorithm because they're like, we can't give you 80 speed at receiver and then have you be like above a 90 rating. Like those two things don't seem to jive. So
Well, he's
I always
legitimately
like
not
that.
good in Madden. Like the plays that
catch
you want to
is
run in Madden, right? Like you want to be using drag routes. You want to be able to get guys into space. Like you're not like what you're not going to be calling like these Keenan Allen 4 different cut routes. Like you don't have time to wait for that stuff to develop. He's got to understand the mechanics of the game. He's not built for it.
Yep. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure having you. Before we sign off here, I already see the next group sitting backstage waiting to come on here. We still got a couple minutes, so let's go through and just a quick sign off for everyone. Let everyone know where they can find all of your content, where they can find you on social media. Cody, go ahead and start us off.
You can find me on Twitter at Carpentier NFL. I got Undercovered Ops on Wednesdays on the Player Profiler YouTube channel. I got 2 shows on Saturday and Sunday on my YouTube channel, Cody Carpentier on YouTube. I got my NFL Mock Draft 1.0 just came out. That's on playerprofiler.com. Trash Talk on trophysmack.com. That came out 6 weeks ago. Go check that stuff out everywhere. But I appreciate you guys having me on, Dave. Sven, appreciate you guys. This is, again, not talked about nearly enough, and I think this should happen year after year, and not only in Movember. It should be a more talked about topic.
Yeah, we'll definitely be doing this again next year. We've gotten some pretty good feedback, and everyone's hoping that we'll bring it back. So hopefully this is a thing going forward. But Cody, you mentioned it when we opened up. You said you wrote an article on Talking Smack. Please send that to me. Somehow I overlooked that, and that is like my favorite aspect of fantasy football. And I feel like people have gotten too soft lately, and there isn't nearly enough smack talking. So send that to me because I am, on a mission to bring smack talk back to fantasy football.
I'm all for that. If you want to send that to me too, man.
Most definitely.
Jacob, go ahead. Let everyone know where they can find you and what you're working on right now.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, FF_RTDB. Like I said, I'm on a couple-week content hiatus here. It's the middle of law exam SZN. However, look forward to coming back strong for the fantasy postseason push. Also, I just tweeted out a link. I've been pretty open, especially in my previous job, working in politics, working in student organizing. But my struggles with mental health, with addiction, I didn't get a chance to talk about it as much today. But I put out an article that I wrote a while ago, just talking about people in positions of power and how dealing with that type of stuff is common, and how it can actually be quite important to leverage that. And I shared this with Dave a while ago. I think he's the only person in fantasy Twitter that's ever read that piece that I wrote. But now you can feel free to read that. And if it helps anybody, always feel free to let me know and message me. Like legitimately, the most the messages that stick with me most by far since joining the fantasy space is when I've written stuff not at all related to football and people reach out and say this made a positive difference. And so anything that we can do, and shout out to Dave for organizing a fantastic thing like this. It's really terrific.
And thanks for sharing that article, Jacob. I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember when you shared that to me. Seriously, that is some powerful stuff. So definitely give that a read if you've got the free time for it. But gentlemen, want to thank you so much. Enjoy your night of shaving and making your wives and girlfriends happy. Hopefully
we're talking specifically Josh. That's it. With the shaving.
I promise you this looks worse in person.
I don't doubt it. I mean, I appreciate the efforts, guys. Seriously though, it's been a blast. This was such a fun segment. We're gonna bring in the next guys, but I will see y'all around.
Take care, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you,
fellas. We made it, Sven.
I really need to stand.
Yeah, I mean, my legs are shot. I've just been peeing my pants. I assume you're doing the same thing.
I'm actually pretty good right now.
Wait, as we're talking about peeing our pants, look who's backstage right now. Oh my goodness.
What's up, guys?
The pants
Look at
peer
these
of fantasy
guys.
Football. What's going on? We got some
going
matching
on?
outfits down here. What a close off to this fantastic show.
I
that we've
saved
been
my
doing
last
today.
shot for these guys.
Oh
These guys ripping
boy.
shots. I'm drinking herbal tea. I mean, hey, we got the yin and yang going right here. It's beautiful. You got Bo in the chat. Peeing your pants is cool, as we all know.
That's right.
Yeah, that
Appreciate you, Bo. Just want to give a shout out to Bo. He's been with us the entire time, making, and everybody else that's been with us. But Bo's been insanely active in the chat the entire time. So appreciate you, my man.
Seriously, love it. And then we just got a really cool comment in here. I pulled it up while Jacob was talking, and I didn't want to distract from what he was saying. But we got Dustin Ross in the chat saying, "Great cause, you guys are awesome. As a teacher, I see so many kids struggling with mental health, but are hesitant to talk about it or take mental health days. I appreciate this podathon."
Thanks,
And
Dustin.
you know, that's what this is all about. Not everybody struggles with mental health. Some people, can live day to day without any of those struggles. But for the people that do, we just want to try to break down those barriers a little bit, make it easier to talk about, and make it just a little bit less taboo. But I mean, this is the segment I've been looking forward to all day. We got three of the funniest people in FF Twitter on this stream right now. Up in the top right, we've got Jeff Greenwood. Unfortunately, Jason, Andy, and Mike were booked, so we had to settle for Jeff here. I'm completely kidding. Jeff was one of the first people I reached out to. Jeff is over at the Fantasy Footballers. He also, in addition to the Fantasy Footballers, does the Tackle Dummies pod, which if you have been tuned in since the beginning of this podathon, we opened up the show with Cooter Doodle, who is also a guest on that show. One of the funniest pods ever. I had no idea what I was getting into when I showed up to that show, but oh my God, like my stomach was sore. I was laughing so hard during that segment. So Jeff, go ahead, introduce yourself, let everyone know where they can find your content, what you're working on, and where they can find you on social media.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys. It's a pleasure. So I'm Jeff Greenwood. I'm a writer with the Fantasy Footballers. As Dave mentioned, I do Tackle Dummies pod with an old college buddy, and I write an article series, Fantasy Football Day Trader. So I just released the finale today, which is kind of a trade targets and people I want to invest in, people I want to fade, price tags. This most recent article, I put how players have done the last 4 weeks versus season average versus, what their playoff strength of schedule is to try to give you a final push if trading's still open. So that's kind of my story. You can find me on Twitter at the Fantasy Eng, and it's a pleasure to be on, guys.
Yeah, I believe the ESPN trade deadline is this week, correct?
I believe so.
Could be. I think most are this week, right? Maybe, or I don't know. Actually,
yeah. You got those weird dynasty leagues where they'll just have trading nonstop with no trade
all year
deadline.
round.
It gets a little weird for me when you see like 2 weeks before championship week and some guy's trading away all of his picks for a little boost. I don't know. I think there needs to be some sort of trade deadline there. So I have read that article though. It is a ton of fun. And then, like I said, man, the Tackle Dummies pod is just freaking hilarious. I've been tuning into episodes ever since I guested on that. So love what you guys are doing there. Down at the bottom, I got two guys that both work together over at Front Yard Fantasy. But let's start with Joey Wright. In addition to Front Yard Fantasy, he's also over at Fantasy Pros as an expert ranker. He is over at Razball. He does the wrestling mat. And what he does over at Front Yard Fantasy, this video that he does weekly, starts, sits, and salutations. Sven, Jeff, I don't know if you guys have seen an episode of this yet, but it's Joey. Tell them what you're doing there. I can't even.
The
put it in
stash
words.
makes it too.
Oh God. They have given me the platform and all the faith in the world to just be silly and crazy. I grew up loving SNL as a kid, and so it's kind of just I don't even know how it happened, but it's me. I've told a lot of people that the character came out of when I met everyone in Canton, and Steven Johnson, one of my friends, put his hand on me and he's like, "You're a total dork, Joey. Like, I'm so happy to see you so excited." And so I just took that and put it up to 11. But getting to work with Simon and JL and Josh and Jay has just been a pleasure for me.
So, I got to shout out Steven Johnson. I'm sorry, I call him Steven Roto. But Steven Johnson is the one that did all the graphics for this show. And then I said, hey, because I buy his meat all the time. I have like pretty much a standing order of getting meat sticks delivered from Steven. So I said, hey, how much do you want me to send you for these graphics? And he was so kind as to say, well, I know you guys are doing this for charity. I can't accept any money. And he did all the graphics, thumbnails, backgrounds, everything for this completely free of charge. So shout out Steven. I know he is in doing on-demand digital imaging like he used to, but happy that he was able to help us out here. And then Simon, I see that you have shaped up that mustache a little bit from our last meeting. I was on Simon's show a couple weeks ago, and at the time you had nothing here. It was just like all right here. Like this was your mustache.
And all the way down here. I had neck straps too. I was trying to start a new trend.
We're seeing a little bit on the upper lip now, so I'm happy to see it growing in. But over at Front Yard Fantasy as well, you and JL are just killing things over there. Tell us a little bit about Front Yard Fantasy, because Front Yard Fantasy has become a friend of Football Guys. We are happy to promote you guys and want to hear a little bit about what you're doing over there.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, JL and I started Front Yard Fantasy in 2019. So we've been working on that for a while, but we really just got into the content space like September of last year is when we started live streaming every day. So what we're doing right now, 5 days a week, you can find us on the Fantasy Football Game Show on the Front Yard Fantasy YouTube and Twitch channels. We've got a bunch of games that we've made around the game that we love, whether it's guess and trade polls, Fantasy Fortune, Quiplash. We have some sillier ones, some more serious ones that are trivia based. But we're just playing games every single day at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. It's a nice break in the middle of the day to talk fantasy and hang out. And then on top of that, we just started this season. We've got a couple shows with FanDuel as well over on the FanDuel YouTube and Twitch channels. On Friday, we are playing more games just on the FanDuel side for the Front Yard Fantasy Hour. And then on Sundays at 7:30 p.m. at 7 p.m., we have the Sunday night recap on the FanDuel channel. So it's just been a ton of fun streaming with all these guys, getting to work with Joey, Jay, JL, Josh, all these freaking J names. It's awesome. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, what you guys are doing over there is a ton of fun. And it's funny how much like all of these guests are just kind of like weaving in and out of each other. But we had Seth and Nate with IBT on earlier, and we were talking about the article that they wrote about you guys. And that's just so unique. There aren't many brands out there that started with real life friends. But then funny enough, we got Jeff up here, and Jeff and CCAS are real life friends that are doing tackle dummies together.
Yeah.
So, very serendipitous that we all ended up on this stream together. But, whoever wants to talk, you can raise your hand. Just let me know. If you don't want to share anything, you don't have to. But obviously, this is about Movember, and a big focus is, men's mental health. If anybody wants to talk about that, go ahead. The floor is yours right now. If not, we can just jump right into some football talk.
Yeah, I would like to share my story. This is a really important cause for me. Whenever you reached out about this, or I saw you post about it, I immediately knew I wanted to be involved. So I've shared this publicly before. I don't know if everyone's heard this, but throughout college, I really struggled with an eating disorder. It started as a mechanism to lose weight. I was like, oh, I can lose a couple pounds. I know how to do this. And then quickly it snowballed. I started attaching other things to it, control issues, anxiety issues, and all these things that I was struggling with manifested through this eating disorder. But at the same time, I was really embarrassed about it. I had never heard of a man having an eating disorder. It just wasn't something that I had heard about. I knew they were things, but I was kind of in denial about how much it was affecting me. And it got to the point where it was completely dominating every aspect of my life, my relationships, my school. And I hit a breaking point. And shout out Janelle, counselor at Clemson, psychiatrist at Clemson. She changed my life forever with the level of support she showed me. She was booked solid through the rest of the semester, but met with me one time and said, we're meeting twice a week. Here's the time we're going to be able to do it. And then whenever I bailed on her a couple times as well. I stopped showing up. I stopped coming, and she never gave up on me. And then whenever I needed to tell my parents, because I was having to withdraw from college to get this taken care of, I didn't want to do it. She scheduled a meeting. My parents drove up and she communicated these things to me. So really, like, the big thing here is I waited 4 years to get help. I wasted a lot of money. I wasted a lot of time and a lot of like internal torture going through this on my own alone. And as soon as I reached out for that level of help and admitted that I needed it, truly, my life changed forever. My parents jumped in and were wildly supportive. Janelle, wildly supportive. My sister, my friends, wildly supportive. Spent time in an outpatient program, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 months. And the reason I'm sharing that is I know there's stigma around getting that level of help, but if you need it, you need it. And I did. And you know what? At the end of it, after 3 months, 8 hours a day, I wasn't in the clear, but I had the skills and the tool set necessary to go back to school, finish my degree. And it truly was life-changing for me. And it really like breaks my heart when I watch people going through these things, unable to get that level of support and help they need, because I've been there. I did it for 4 years, and I don't know where I would be now if I hadn't made the decision to finally ask for that help out there. And then one other thing I'll add is my family throughout this whole process, wildly supportive. If you're watching, shout out mom, dad, Rebecca, you guys were so supportive, but you know what? They didn't quite get it, but you don't have to get it to offer that level of support to someone. I remember my dad asking questions at therapy, like, okay, how do I fix it? And like, there wasn't an answer. You don't fix it, Dad. Like you can't just fix it, but he was there and he was supportive the entire way through whatever I needed. And he didn't get caught up on the fact that he didn't get it or he didn't understand. So if you know someone's struggling and you're struggling with understanding what they're going through, just accept the fact that you don't have to get it to offer that level of support. Just being there and accepting what they tell you as their reality is more valuable than you'll ever know.
My God, Simon, you're getting me like teary-eyed listening to that story because, you know, when I was in inpatient therapy, my parents and brothers were coming to visit and they didn't get it either. They didn't know what I was going through, but just seeing them there and knowing that I had their physical and emotional support, I mean, that does make all the difference. So, you know, something that we've heard so much today is people saying, you know, reach out to your friends, reach out to your family, and then just like try to flip the table and think about it. Like, you know, when you get that call from a cousin, an aunt, a friend, an old roommate or whatever, somebody you haven't talked to in years, and it just like brightens your day. Like, wow, somebody's checking in on me to see how I'm doing. It goes both ways. So go out, reach out to the people that you haven't talked to in a while, check in on your friends, check in on your family, especially with, you know, what we've been going through the last couple of years. A lot of people out there need help. So thank you for sharing that story, Simon. You know,
Yeah, that was
glad that you were able to come on here today because when you and I had talked earlier about this, definitely wanted to have you on to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys putting this together. This is
that's great, Simon.
It's awesome.
And I'm glad that you brought up and I'm not surprised that I guess it didn't come up throughout this entire, you know, like our entire time on the show, but I like that you said people that, you know, don't get it, right? Like they don't have to understand. They like because sometimes they just can't, right? It's not in their chemical makeup, right? So like people deal with the chemical, like if you have issues, there's something wrong inside of you. Like that is unfortunate. It could be food. For you, it was food. Some people it's drugs. It could be anything. Like it literally could be anything. And I'm really glad that you mentioned that because just see it, like you don't have to get it, right?
Yep.
Just be there for the person, listen to them, ask certain questions. You know, it's being that supporting cast for the person that is struggling. And I appreciate you sharing that.
Of course.
Cool. Well, we can keep talking about this. Joey, Jeff, if you have anything to add, you know, you are more than welcome. If not, we can talk a little fantasy football. You know, we're just wrapping up here. We've got no agenda, whatever you guys want to talk about.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I mean, Simon kind of hit the nail on the head for kind of why I'm here. Like I've been fortunate where I haven't really dealt with too much mental health, but the role I've kind of been in, and maybe it's honestly in the last year, is I love to talk, but I've really started to learn to listen. And, you know, when Mike Tagliere passed away, I used that as an opportunity to reach out to people that were really close to him because I didn't know him. And kind of like Mike said, like Simon said, you know, you don't have to understand to be there for someone. And so like the people that I knew that were close to him that I could see struggling, I reached out to. I believe Jeff Bell was one of them. I just sent a message. Dude, if you need to talk, I'll just sit here and listen. Yeah. Did I reach out to you too? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just because, you know what, I mean, I didn't know him, but at the same time, like I can be here and I can listen and I can help by just listening. So, but yeah, that's all.
And the last time I talked to Mike was on a mental health Podathon, the Hayden Hurst one. He and we had a spot together where we, you know, went on with Anthony Savino, Mike Hoff, on the Hayden Hurst podcast, and we talked about both of our struggles with mental health. You know, a couple weeks before he went to the hospital. So, yeah, you know, checking in with people is extremely important. And so glad that we're having this conversation today because, you know, I think we all realize at this point that it is something that is important to talk about. And I'm glad that people are willing to have these difficult conversations. I was kind of joking about it earlier, but, you know, in the first like half hour, I was sharing my story and you could hear it. My voice was cracking and my pits were sweating. And, you know, it's not something that anybody is ever fully comfortable talking about, but knowing that other people are out there dealing with this makes it easier for those that are still suffering. So Simon, appreciate you talking, you know, really, really important stuff that's being discussed here. But, you know, let's have a little bit of fun. It's the final 15 minutes of the show. I don't want to finish on, you know, a completely heavy topic. So let's talk a little bit about fantasy football here. And Jeff, I'll start you off with this one. I want to hear what one of your biggest takes was in the offseason, one of your spiciest, hottest takes. I want to hear what that take was, how you felt about it after the first few weeks of the season, and how you're feeling about it right now after week 12.
All right. So before we get into fantasy, I've got a question. Did you guys take a piss yet, or did you go straight through for the pod?
No,
I've been going straight.
We've been
through,
going
brother.
straight through.
Yeah,
Iron
we
bladder,
red zone
congrats,
style.
guys.
yeah, we have been holding it. I'm leaking.
You guys are gunning
coffee
for
too.
You're gunning for
water.
Hanson's job right now. This is like an interview. You just want that
You'd
red
be proud.
zone.
Yeah, I drink some.
Dave's got his
I'm on
tea over there. Yeah,
I had tea, 2 bottles of water, man. I'm a sponge.
I got a couple shots in me.
What's
too,
everybody
so-
drinking? What's everybody drinking?
Tea and water for me.
I don't have
I've
anything
been
now. I got water with my.
I've been off the sauce for a couple months now.
I'm drinking.
koozie.
I'm drinking sparkling water out of a Harry Potter cup. So yeah, we're all doing good.
Yeah, I did this sparkling water on a podcast once. Haven't done it since because every sip, then I'm inclined to burp directly into my
Right?
microphone. So
Yeah.
props to you for drinking the sparkling water. That's not an easy thing to do. You got to keep the mouse floating over the mute button when you're doing that.
I'm just
So
living.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I have nothing to say.
I like it. Scott Hansen would be proud. So getting to your question, my spiciest takes. I think I've only talked about things I've been wrong about. I don't think I've done really a fantasy victory lap recently, but I'll start with some misses and hit a couple of hits real quick, and then get to the other guys. But I was all out on Derrick Henry this season. I mean, and I'm like that every season. I'm like, this guy doesn't catch passes. It's not going to work out. Like the Titans' turnover differentials last year were through the roof. They had a bad defense. It didn't make sense to me, and I was so wrong. I was wronger than you could have been. Really hurt me. The injury, but we don't victory lap injuries. It's just a random chance, and so that was tough. It was a tough through the beginning of the season because I still do think if you had Derrick Henry, he's still a net positive. You probably have a pretty good chance of having made the playoffs if he helped you for those first 10 weeks or whatever it may be. So that was a tough one for me. I was really big on, I guess, 3 players coming into the season. J.K. Dobbins, another injury. So we're gonna skip that one. But DeAndre Swift and Deebo Samuel were my 2.
They were.
So Deebo Samuel, and it was kind of funny. I wrote an article that was like my case for Deebo Samuel for the fantasy footballers, and it was just like I started looking up all this data. I'm a data guy. I look up all the stats and all this information, and it didn't really look as good as I wanted it to. So my article, like they have an estimated read time, and it was like 4 minutes. And one of the other guys was like Matthew Betts from the fantasy footballers is like, Jeff, are you kidding me, bro? Like you're gonna submit this like 4-minute article? Like, hey, what is this supposed to say? And I just kind of like took my lumps and I was like, you just wait. So Deebo was a big guy for me. I'm really, really pumped about that. And DeAndre Swift is my guy. So some losses, some wins, and I'm pumped about Deebo and DeAndre.
You and I were both beating the drum for Deebo, and like the analytics people, they hate it. And I think you and I talked about this on the Tackle Dummy pod when I came on there, but like there's no metric that says like this guy is going to hit you so hard in the mouth that next time he's running in your direction, you're going to be scared to tackle him. And like that's what he does. Like he's like the Derrick Henry of wide receivers. He gets his point late in the game after he wears down the defenses. And yeah, the same thing. Like I was trying to make an analytically based argument for Deebo Samuel, and I couldn't. And I go through and I look because I was very firmly in the Deebo ahead of IU camp. And I go through and I look through my tweets and I look through my replies, and I don't have a shred of evidence to back it up. I just keep saying Deebo's a better football player. That's it. Like Deebo is better. I don't know what to say. Like you watch him play, Deebo is the better player. So yeah, I think you and I, we've both got that knack for the guys that might not pop on a spreadsheet, but they pop on film. And I don't even call it film, just watching football.
You got to trust your gut sometimes. And Deebo is a gut guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Joey, let's throw the same question to you. Spicy take that you had in the offseason, how you felt about it early, how you feel about it now. You are muted, brother.
You know, I should be better.
Hey, I remember my first live stream.
Yeah, big misses. Big Ben, which was a big miss. Curtis Samuel, and the biggest of all, Leonard Fournette. I was going through my Fantasy Pros like preseason rankings today, and I had Fournette as like the 3rd running back in Tampa Bay, and I was embarrassed with myself, but I don't think anybody expected him to be what he is, and it's been impressive. But I did have a few hits that I liked. Eckler, I think Victoria was on earlier talking about Eckler, and I had him as my RB5 in PPR, and he's at RB2 now. And that was, I believe, 6 to 5 spots higher than most of the consensus out there. Felt good about that. And then I like James Conner a lot. I wrote about him a lot on Raz. I didn't really like Chase Edmonds that much. He's always laughing at me. But yeah, I like Conner a lot. I thought he was going to get that goal line work, and that's exactly what he's done. Now, the Chase Edmonds injury hasn't hurt him at all to get the numbers, but and then Pat Fryermuth, Tuck, whatever you want to call him. I spent a lot of time with my grandfather this preseason, just kind of talking to him. He was really proud of me and excited for me to be doing what I'm doing now. And all he wanted to talk about was Pat Fryermuth. That's all he wanted to talk about. He's a huge Steelers fan. So I just said, you know what? Every morning he's waking up with the Steel reports. And then I started reading them along. And everyone was talking Kyle Pitts as this rookie tight end breakout. And, Kyle Pitts still is the one. But I was pretty happy with what I thought about Pat Fryermuth.
It's kind of funny when you start paying attention to like specific teams really, really deeply. Part of what we do over at Footballguys is we do these team reports where everybody's assigned, 1 to 3 teams, and your job is to read every tweet from every beat reporter, watch every single press conference, read every single article that the beat reporters are coming out with. And I did the Titans and the Bears. And when I was covering the Bears, that's when I realized I think Allen Robinson is going to struggle with Justin Fields because every beat reporter was saying that they have no rapport together. They can't figure out the chemistry. I started tweeting about it. Everybody unfollowed me and called me an idiot. But then on the flip side, Jeff Bell was covering the Atlanta Falcons, and he was telling me in the offseason, he's like, bro, start drafting Cordero Patterson. He's like, Cordero Patterson is really impressing people in camp. And he was trying to shout it from the rooftops this offseason. Nobody cared. Everybody called him a clown. But when you take that time where you are just reading every bit of information coming out of camp in the offseason, that can give you such a huge edge. And that's something that I'm going to be focusing on a lot more heading into next season.
Absolutely.
Same.
Simon, let's hear yours, man. What was one of your spicy takes and how you feeling about it now?
Well, I laughed a little because Joey and I didn't even talk preseason. I did not know Joey then, but 2 of my guys I was highest on were James Conner and Austin Eckler. Eckler and Aaron Jones were 4 and 5 for me. I finally came around on those guys, and then Conner was my favorite late round target. Just not convinced that Chase Edmonds could take it. But another one that I was high on, and JL definitely wasn't, it was just me, was Hunter Renfrow. As a late round wide receiver target, being a contributor in that offense behind Darren Waller. I have Hunter Renfrow on more teams than I can account for, not from the waiver wire. I was pretty convinced that he was going to be just a consistent, safe PPR option going forward. That's probably one of my bigger ones. Now, misses, I drafted Travis Kelce everywhere I could, but wherever I couldn't, I drafted Darren Waller, and that has not panned out very well for me. I got super excited week 1 thinking like, I told you guys 19 targets. And then it's been all downhill from there with a couple flashes in between. But Darren Waller was probably one of my bigger misses, and Robert Woods, but James Conner, Austin Eckler, and Hunter Renfrow were 3 of my guys this offseason that I've been really happy about throughout the year so far.
Yeah. I mean, Darren Waller, I think that was a big miss by a lot of us. So many people, I actually had him as my tight end 1 overall this season. And I wasn't drafting him in the first round, but it was just knowing, hey, I can wait until the second round and get somebody who's going to put up equal or greater value than Travis Kelce. And yeah, man, after that week 1, I don't know if
I was like, yes,
burn my house down running victory laps around it, right? Yeah, 19 targets week 1, and then it has just been downhill since.
And now he's hurt. He's not even going to play probably next week.
I know.
Breaks
not
my
looking
heart.
good. I'm pretty sure they said he's week 2, so he's going to miss this week, and who knows?
I'm saying at least 2.
We got Abe in the chat here. I don't know.
Speaking of
does anybody else
PPR.
remember this? Yeah, speaking of PPR, yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. When was that, Jeff? That was early in the offseason. Steffi Smalls came out to Colorado.
September.
Yeah.
Something like
And Steffi came out to visit Emily and I, and there was just some weird shadow on my crotch where it looked like I had peed myself, and Jeff decided to call it out. And wouldn't you know, it gets shared like hundreds of times, and everybody on Twitter is zooming in on my crotch for an entire day. And that's kind of how you and I became connected, Jeff. We followed each other, but that was the first time that we'd actually like talked, and there was formed a friendship there. So I appreciate
Guys
you
be
taking the time
guys.
to zoom in on everyone's crotch when they post a picture of themselves.
Someone's got to do it. Yeah. Jeff, you're doing a service for everyone out there.
I mean, I fell in love with Simon because of his crotch, but all right, I need to stop. Do I need to go to the corner? All right, let me go.
Mom, it's not what it looks like.
No,
I saw her in the
oh,
chatter. Mom, it's exactly what it looks like.
Oh God, Joey, lock it up.
So what do you guys got planned for the rest of the day? Shaving off those mustaches, or are you just gonna keep them? Like,
I
that's
gotta
the
get some
question.
more
Are you gonna wake
mileage
up
out of this
tomorrow
thing.
with a mustache, or are you just what's the plan from here on out with the mustaches?
This took me 2 months to grow. If you think I'm just shaving it off right now, you saw me at the beginning of the month. It was abysmal, and that was with me starting at the beginning of October, knowing that this was coming.
Every Sunday morning, Simon would have me wake him up and give him mustache pep talks. It was our little Sunday morning tradition.
I don't even know what is a mustache pep talk.
Well, you know,
if you got to ask,
oh damn it, bro,
You couldn't afford it, buddy.
I reach out to every individual hair and I just, see how it's doing. And,
oh my God.
The blonde one's got some extra attention from Joey.
I can grow that in 2 days.
No, I usually have a beard. So I told everyone this morning, I'm going to let the mustache rejoin his friends and just grow the beard back in.
Yeah.
So,
Put that in the chat.
Yeah. What I'll be doing.
My wife has hated it. My daughters love it. They think it's great.
Well, did you guys see Jeff Bell shave down to the mustache today?
I did.
Actually,
He was looking hot.
He
Jeff.
did it right after the show. Right after he hopped on.
So we had him on the show, and I told him, I was like, hey, you still got time. We got 13 minutes left in our spot. If you want to go grab the clippers and do it live. And then immediately when he was done with the show, that picture popped up on Twitter. So happy to see him follow through with it.
That's awesome.
I've got to ask. So Sven and Kluge, first off, great job with the energy. Still, I don't know how you guys are doing it after 3.5, almost 4 hours. But
cocaine.
If you have to power rank the best 4 mustaches on the show today.
Oh, geez.
Besides mine, you can just leave it out so it's fair for everyone else.
I mean, I've got to say, and I'm not just saying this because he's been my co-host, but Sven brought it. Sven's got that's thick.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Nate Polvalt's wasn't terrible at all.
I was gonna say Nate Polvalt is definitely my number 2. That one was nice.
Josh is up there too. I like Josh's.
He had the little soul patch underneath too. Nate really went all out. I liked his. Let me see who else.
Josh's was good. He had the little, like his little whatever. Sam, I like Wagman's.
Sam's.
I like
nice.
Swagman's with the little space.
We brought it up a couple times. He was more nervous to grow a mustache than anybody else, and he stuck through, and it turned out nice. It's got the little gap in the middle, and it's just kind of like the 2 here. But he committed to it. He gave it the full 30 days, and it came in dark, and it came in. It
nice.
works.
It works.
And then Chase Vernon, man, he had a nice one. From the front, it didn't look like much, and then he would turn his head sideways, and that thing was just popping like an inch off of his face. Like that thing had some thickness.
Depth
to
perception. That's all it is. That's what.
Yeah, but I'd say top 1 and 2, no doubt. Sven and Nate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sven, I think you trimmed yours up. I feel like I've seen it fuller than that.
No, they literally haven't trimmed it.
Oh wow!
Well, you had the handlebars going for a while.
Yes, that's what it was. That was beautiful.
I had like a lot going on, and my brother was like, "Dude, just stick with the mustache. Like, what are you doing?" So, an honorable mention, I think Kelly. Kelly's was great.
Kelly Singh, she wore one.
It didn't last the whole show, but it was definitely amazing.
Yeah,
hey, Four Locos,
Four
Locos when they were good, not this crap now. When they were like. Cracking
the old school
cracking
Four
a can.
Locos.
Yeah.
That was danger. That was danger.
You had 2 of those. You didn't remember the next week.
Sven's telling us he's got sparkling water in his cup. He's just chugging straight Four Locos. I didn't see Joey Wright. I see the love child between Ron Swanson and the guy in the Pringles can.
Wow.
That's
well. On that note, I think we will wrap it up. I am
guy on the Pringles can. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about tying this whole in with Jeff, the guy that got famous for holding his pee in. I mean, you guys have all seen those videos, right? I'm not speaking a different language. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Maybe no,
I have not.
Jeff, let them know real quickly about the off-season series you did.
So this offseason, I just decided to get a little silly with it, and this is, I think, when Dave and I first interacted with each other on Twitter, became friends in the fall. But I would drive my kids to school in the mornings in the spring, and I get up, I chug water. That's just what I do in the morning, and I drop my kids off. It'd be 25 minutes away, and I'd get 2 iced coffees from Cumberland Farms, $2.10. Not to brag, great deal, can't beat it.
Cumberland Farms has good coffee.
Awesome coffee. Honestly, it's the best. I tweet them all the time. They ignore me. I don't know. I love Cumberland Farms, but I would chug coffees on the way to work. and I would like almost piss my pants every time. And for some dumb reason, I decided to just start like recording a video, and like I got into this little persona. And then I don't know, people like thought it was a little silly and funny, so I just kept going with it. So in the off season, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do like my piss permission, videos or whatever, episodes like 1 through 20. And
nice.
And I'll get it going again this off season, I'm sure.
Be like,
yeah,
hey, it's me, Jeff, waiting in line for my kids. Episode 4, try not to piss my pants.
Yeah. See you later.
I almost missed. There was like episode 2. I legitimately almost pissed my pants. I had like walk and get my temperature check at work. And like Andy Holloway tweeting him, and he's like, I really hope you fail. I really, really hope you fail.
Yeah,
I almost did. He was like, not even kidding. I was like,
it's kind of like why people go to NASCAR races, because they want to see the crash. Like, we want to see you crash. Like, we really do.
No pissing my pants to date.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and wrap it off. We will go around and do some quick closings. Jeff, start us off. Let everyone know where they can find you, where they can find your written articles, where they can find your podcast, where they can find you on Twitter, all that good stuff.
So Jeff Greenwood, again, writer for the Fantasy Footballers. You can find my stuff at thefantasyfootballers.com. And I am the Fantasy Eng on Twitter. And we have Tackle Dummies podcast with me and my buddy C-Kaz. It's very loosely fantasy football. It's more just kind of jokes, inviting people on, asking probing questions, trying to make people laugh. You can find that on Apple iTunes and Spotify and all those things. Thanks again for having me on, guys. This is a ton of fun.
Yeah, of course. Joey, go ahead and let everyone know where they can find all of your content, both written, video, and social media.
So I'm on Twitter at the Joey Wright. I do the waiver article at rasball.com. I work with Simon at Front Yard Fantasy, where I have my little series, Start, Sits, and Salutations. I also do the Mat Wrestling podcast. I do all the AEW content, so I'm only on there about 4 times a year. So hey, Adam Rank, let's do a pod together. And what else do I do, Simon? Oh, I'm on Fantasy Pros. I have my rankings there. Really privileged to do that this year, and that's kind of how Dave and I've got to know each other a little bit. It's kind of kismet, Tuesday nights, Dave and I are always like, hey, how'd you do? So
they just came out.
Oh God, I haven't seen
just
it
came
yet.
out.
Oh,
60th
geez.
overall in running backs. They're coming out position by position. I was top 60 in running backs. We'll see how the rest work out.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Of course. And then Simon, wrap it all up here. The final, outro on this show. Let everyone know where they can find you.
Of course, I'm Simon Grunewald. You can find me on Twitter at FYFSimon. 5 days a week at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We are live for the Fantasy Football Game Show on the Front Yard Fantasy YouTube and Twitch channels. That's me, JL, and Josh every day. And Joey joins us on most Fridays for some fun Friday on that show as well. So you can catch him over there as well. Then on Friday evenings at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're live on FanDuel for the Front Yard Fantasy Hour. And then 7 p.m. on Sundays, that Sunday night recap before Sunday Night Football starts. You can find us on the FanDuel YouTube channel as well.
Absolutely. And I know we got the group chat started from, sending out the StreamYard links and all that stuff. Joey, send an episode of Start, Sits, and Salutations to that group chat.
God,
Jeff, if you
so
haven't
good.
seen this yet, you have to check it out, man. They're like 5 to 7 minutes and like just gut busting humor from, beginning to end. It's good stuff.
Joey, send the playlist, because if he's going to watch one, he's going to watch all 4. There's no way he doesn't keep watching.
People ask me what the best one is, and I really do think the Fairy Garden is. Until
that one,
the Fairy Garden is good. They're all great, but yeah, definitely send one of those. All right, fellas. Well, I'm going to kick you out, and then Sven and I are going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for joining, and I will see you around.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it, Dave and Sven.
Take it easy, guys. What now?
We did it, man. This was amazing. I got to give a shout out to you. Like this, I mean, clearly, obviously, this couldn't have happened without you. I know that I'm just your hype man.
No, I mean, you did a great job. I thought that we were going to have to balance each other out. We'd be taking, smoke breaks, bathroom breaks, but we just rocked it for 4 hours straight.
Dude, this was fantastic. I really hope that we do collab at some point in the future, obviously on whatever. I'll have a show at some point. I hope. I've been talking to Hoos about trying to figure something out, right? Because everybody's got, you have your football guys, right? Everybody's got your start sit questions and all of that stuff. But food has been a passion of mine. I've been a chef before. A lot of people love talking food. I know my man Bo loves food. So I may have a food show coming out hopefully soon, which I know everybody's going to want. Hopefully people want in on that.
I love it. And that's what's fun about that 32-bit network is any idea you have, you just throw it out there and they'll let you run with it.
Right. I mean, shit, Marcus's show is just, I like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's a ton of fun. But, seriously, I'm so glad we're able to connect. Big thanks to Robbie for connecting us. As soon as I told him that I was doing this, he goes, hey, man, you got to hook up with Fantasy Sven. He's going to help you out with this. So thank you so much for just running with this when I reached out to you. And I was like, hey, I know we've never talked or done a show before, but how do you feel about doing a 4-hour podcast together? We're just going to live stream it. And you were like, yep, let's do it. So
done. Took off today from work.
Love it, man. Well, you enjoy the rest of your night. I think both you and I, as soon as we close out of this, are going to be running to the bathroom, but I will see you around on Twitter, man. I want to thank everybody that tuned in today. I mean, we saw a steady audience this entire show. I was shocked. I thought we were going to be shouting into the abyss. I didn't know.
I didn't even know exactly. And you could see the numbers, so I couldn't, but I was checking YouTube, occasionally, like just to see the numbers and whatnot. But like, I'm like insanely like thrilled for how many, how much interaction we got and whatnot. So Pang, what's up? Thanks for hopping in there. Pang's picks.
Yep. Love Davis, another guy that I got to meet in Canton, which is, just a really good guy. But seriously, man, this was so fun. I know we had, kind of labeled this the first annual. I didn't really have any big dreams of doing this every single year, but it seems like everyone wants us to keep doing it. So, hey, let's just pencil it in for.
I'm all for it every single year. If you want to literally do it November 30th, like I will, no matter what day of the week, my man, like I'll make sure that I am available for that, because this is, like we said, it's near and dear to our heart, right? Like, I mean, it's mental health, it's men's health, it's prostate cancer. This is serious stuff. Like it's just so.
It was a great show, and we're gonna hop off right now. So if anybody's watching this show, be sure to tune in 20 minutes when Jordan McNamara and Chad Parsons on the Football Guys YouTube channel are gonna start the Dynasty show. You can check that out for all of your Dynasty questions. They absolutely kill that. They've been doing it for a little over a year now. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube page at youtube.com/footballguys so you can see all of the shows we're doing: the Audible, the Mailbag Show, Dynasty Show, DFS Power Grid, as well as all of our short videos. But seriously, thanks to everybody that tuned in. Thanks to all of the wonderful guests that we had on today. And most of all, thank you, Sven, for, making this a reality and sticking around with me all day.
Thank you, man. Like you literally, like, I can't thank you enough. Like you're probably going to get a bunch of Twitter, like just thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. And thanks Football Guys, for allowing us to use this platform. Like that couldn't have been more helpful as well too. Like that's fantastic. So
absolutely. Well, I will see you guys all tomorrow on youtube.com/footballguys for the Mailbag Show. And then Sven and I will see you again on November 30th, 2022, when we do this all over again.
That's right.
Thanks for tuning in.